Wait, what? What's happened there? It's muted me. Wow, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. StreamYard didn't want me to talk. It actually muted me for like 10 seconds. It did. So, what a way to start a stream. But as I was saying, even though unless you can lip read, hi everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Yes, certainly unpredictable. A great way to start the stream. Hope you're all doing well. Tonight is a great special night as always. I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi everyone.
he can't keep it in. We've got Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi guys.
We've got Scott, the movie critic, here after he's cleaned his eyes.
Hello everyone.
We've got the brilliant Keith from Euphoria Pictures joining us today.
I thought I actually went deaf within 5 seconds. I was like, thank God someone actually started laughing.
Oh dear.
Hey everyone.
Oh, I can't believe that. I was talking away and didn't even realise it. And I see the little icon coming up muted, and I was like, what's going on here? At least you can hear me now. So, yeah,
absolutely.
Hope everyone's doing well and looking forward to the stream tonight. As always, before going into the comments, I'd just like to ask one simple question. What have you been watching over the past week? I'm going to hand it to Scott first.
So at the weekend I watched Asylum for the first time, which I thought was excellent, really great horror anthology there. Really enjoyed that one. And yesterday I watched Ghost Watch, which was really, really good. Creeped hell out of me though.
Yeah, very creepy stuff that is. Did you get the big box set of Ghost Watch, or did you just get the standard edition?
Just the standard edition. I did really want a box set, but it sold out unfortunately by the time I wanted to get it.
Yeah, I can remember when that came out. That was a bugger to get for a good couple of weeks because it was selling out everywhere. But it's a very nice set.
It is, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, when it first came out in the 90s, apparently it terrified the public. It's easy to see why, especially if you went on expecting the news and it was that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, oh, that's good. What about you, Andy? What have you watched over the past week?
Oh God, I think since the last time we spoke, I've watched about 20 new films that I've not seen before.
Wow,
that's quite a few.
I must have watched about 12 at the weekend because it was just absolutely insane. I picked up quite a few bootlegs because sadly that's the only way to pick some movies up nowadays.
Yeah,
don't want to do it, but hey up. I don't feel bad doing it because
absolutely, I wouldn't feel bad about it.
No, so first one I watched was the Weird Al movie.
Nice.
I had a good time with that. I watched 13 Lives, Hustle, Adam Sandler, Emily the Criminal. It was really good. I watched a couple of older movies as well. I watched one called Mumford from the 90s, which I really enjoyed. It's about this like psychiatrist who moves to this town, but he's got this secret, and it's a really fun movie. I watched 3,000 Years of Longing last night. Well, that was good. I watched The Eyes of Tammy Faye before. The Kid with Bruce Willis. That was a first-time watch for me. I'd never seen that before. Really enjoyed it. I watched this other movie that I thought was really underrated, and it had an absolute stellar cast. It's called Margin Call. I don't know if anyone's...
that's a good film, that is.
That's a real awesome movie.
It is.
Had no idea it had such a good cast. It's got like Kevin Spacey, Demi Moore, Jeremy Irons. Awesome movie. I just really, really enjoyed it. Really cool movie.
Wow. Yeah. Very good selection of stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great cast on that last one as well. What is that one called again?
Margin Call.
Margin Call. I'll have to give that one a...
Really awesome movie. Really underrated.
I'll have to watch it again, actually, to be fair.
So you watched 3,000 Years of Longing. That's the one with Idris Elba, isn't it? The George Miller one.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Thought it was really good. Really simple.
It definitely looked out there from the trailers, but it looked pretty fun.
Yeah. It's really good, really creative. I had a really good time with it. Tilda Swinton's in it. She's great in it. It was a fun film.
And Emily the Criminal, isn't that a new release this week on Blu-ray?
Yeah, Audrey Plaza. I thought that was great as well. Really fun time with that film. Yeah.
Oh, it's good to hear some good films there. What about you, Mike?
I haven't really watched that much, to be honest. I'm just trying to think what some of the noteworthy ones are. Probably, I rewatched some of the later Halloween movies. So Halloween 6, 7, and 8. They're not the greatest movies, but I still can kind of have fun with them in a strange sort of way. Other than
Which
that,
which version of Part 6 did you watch?
I ended up watching both of them because it had been years since I'd seen the theatrical cuts, but I'd never seen the producer's cut before. But I wanted to watch both just so I could remember what the differences were.
And it's like a different movie.
Yeah, I do. I do on the whole. I think I do prefer the producer's cut because it feels like it is a more cohesive movie and it is kind of trying to tell a story. But it's at the same time it's very weird. I do quite like the ending though. It's it's an interesting way to end the movie and end Donald Pleasance's time as Loomis.
Oh, cool. Is that the one with Paul Rudd in?
Yeah.
Oh wow, he still looks the same though, don't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, I still haven't seen none of those ones at Halloween 2 to 6 yet, so I will have to check them ones out. I know Halloween Ends come out this week, so I may have to get that one and give it another shot and see if my opinion changes on it a bit. But what about you, Keith? What have you watched recently?
I've been doing now a lot of catching up. So I finally got around to watching Thor: Love and Thunder for the first time. I didn't hate it. I didn't think my expectations were woeful low for it. But the one thing I will say about it though is this: what's his name? Tiki, the director.
Taika Waititi.
I think it's time for him to move on. I think I'm kind of done with the funny Thor. I want the Thor to go back to what we've seen, kind of in maybe Infinity War stuff. The Thor like the more serious Thor. So no, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the movie. It was a fun ride. I watched Elvis finally got to watch Elvis. It's a weird movie. That was a weird one. After an hour and 5 minutes, I actually looked at my fiance and said, "You know what? I'm going to finish this movie through, but I don't think I'll ever watch it again." But I have to tell you, from an hour and 5 onwards, I thought it was incredible. I thought it really picked up. My biggest issue I had with the movie was Baz Luhrmann. I didn't like the whole, 1 minute you'd be hearing an Elvis song and all of a sudden the music becomes modernized. Then you start hearing there's actually rapping. There's rapping at the start. It's absolute ludicrous. This is an Elvis biography movie. What are you putting rap music into the movie for? So I did say to Ellen, Baz Luhrmann is a terrible choice for this movie. But like I said, the last hour and 10 minutes, it really did pick up, and I thought it was incredible. I did. Bosh. It's definitely a movie of two halves.
I definitely agree with you there.
Yeah. Then finally got to watch X as well. I enjoyed that movie. That Ty West. It's great to see that he's getting that recognition that he deserves. He's a phenomenal director, that man. It wasn't the movie, because I went into this movie completely blind. I knew nothing about it. But I'll tell you one thing, if he was trying to capture the tone of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, he done it so well. The way the movie looks, it's just, you can't help but applaud him. He done such a wonderful job in the movie. I really enjoyed it now, so I'm kind of waiting now to see if Pearl will get maybe a 4K release over in Germany or Italy. And I'm very curious now to see what that's going to be like. And that. So that's the movies I've watched this week.
Oh, that's a good selection of stuff then. I'm glad you enjoyed X. That was a pretty good film from last year. Hopefully,
for once, a movie that finally lived up to the hype,
Yeah, it is nice to see, because it's always a worry when going into a film that has a lot of hype, and then you go and see it and you're not very impressed with it.
Yeah. The one thing I will say though as well is I I have my Halloween Ends steelbook, so that's being watched on Thursday night. So yeah, brace ourselves for a bashing.
Oh, hopefully you'll enjoy it the second time round.
We'll have to wait and see. Something's telling me I won't.
Yeah. As for me, what I've watched over the past week, I watched this small British film called Ransom, starring Sean Connery and Ian McShane. It's like some terrorists take over this like plane, and Sean Connery's got to try and stop them. It's a really good little thriller with a great soundtrack. I watched a martial arts film with Michelle Yeoh called Yes, Madam the other day. That was a lot of fun. And I also watched the first Phantasm film again last night, and I really enjoyed it. I've got the whole box set now, so I'm going to go through all 5 of them. I haven't seen the first one for a couple of years, and whilst I liked it, I thought it was a bit out there, but I enjoyed it more this time. Definitely still a bit quirky, shall I say, in some of the things it does.
Well, if you think the first Phantasm is quirky, wait till you see the rest of them.
The second one's right now. I love the second one.
Yeah,
second one.
It's my favourite.
Oh, I look forward to checking that one out. And I also watched the Last of Us TV series, the first episode again yesterday. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Great adaptation. Can't wait for the next few episodes. Right, before we get into the comment section, as you haven't been on the stream for a little while, Keith, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, my channel's name is Euphoria Pictures, as you can see. I don't know what I kind of specialize in 4K reviews and kind of rarity editions, but I kind of do a mixture of everything. I do unboxings, I do reviews, I do a lot of top 10 lists. I do it all, but I definitely lean towards the more kind of reviewing of 4K movies. It's what I feel I specialize when it comes to my channel. So if you are interested in more the technical side of 4K Blu-rays, yeah, by all means, check out my channel.
Absolutely, you've got a brilliant channel, such a great knowledge and passion of movies. And if you haven't subscribed to Keith's channel already, his link is in the description down below, as is Scott's, Andy and Mike's channels. All got fantastic channels, so go and give them a sub. So let's get into the comments. Let's see if my phone keeps playing up. Yeah, my phone's playing up again. Right, first up, we have One Real Nerd here saying, hello, my friend. Hey, mate, hope you're doing well. We got Matt here from Vengeance Media saying, what's going on, you fine gentlemen? I had the pleasure of watching Drive on 4K this week, and it reminds me why it was one of my favourite movies of all time. I think it's a modern-day classic. Have you seen Drive, Scott?
I have, yeah, and it's a very good film. Has a really good score, and Ryan Gosling's brilliant in that film.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, Scott's just said it. It's a fantastic movie. Ryan Gosling's phenomenal, and the music in it is just on point. Really enjoy it. Modern day classic.
Yep, absolutely agree with you there. It's got a fantastic cast as well. Some really well-known actors in it. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think the only time I watched it was probably about 10 years ago, and I actually didn't really like it. But I've heard a lot of people say that it's one of those movies that needs a rewatch. Yeah. So I need to rewatch it at some point. Yeah, I didn't really get it the first time, but maybe on a rewatch I will.
Oh, that's good. And what about you, Keith? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have seen it. I seen it for the first time when I picked up that second sight release of it. I was really surprised by it. It wasn't the movie that I thought I was going to be watching. I don't know why, but I had it in my head that I was going to be watching something similar to like maybe Baby Driver. But what a pleasant surprise that movie was. Ryan Gosling, he's phenomenal. He's phenomenal in everything he's in. But that movie in particular, now he really shone for me. It was one of them movies where I kind of sat there and went, "My God, this fella really is a talent." And yeah, I'm happy I finally got around to watching it. It took me way too long. Not way too long. It's a great movie.
Definitely do agree with you. I watched it for the first time last year and thought it was a brilliant film. Great soundtrack, very stylistic, and not too long as well. I just think it's such a great film, and I think that was definitely Ryan Gosling's like breakout role. I think because that was early 2010, weren't it, or 11?
That's right. Yeah. It's bloody brutal as well.
Yeah, surprisingly so. I wasn't expecting half the time. I think there's
No.
one set. I think there's a bit in the bathroom. And
Yeah,
that
that's the
seems
one.
quite brutal.
Wow.
It's quite violent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. We've got Matt here saying, also, did we see the trailer tease and the new images for Scream 6? I'm looking forward to seeing that trailer tomorrow and possibly a new poster release to go with it. Exciting year for horror fans. Yeah, I see you posted up on, I think it was Instagram, Matt, about the trailer, teaser trailer, and it looked very good. Look forward to seeing what happens with it. I like Scream 5, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. But as they move into like New York now, I'm intrigued to see what they do with it. So yeah, look forward to seeing the trailer tomorrow. What about you, Scott?
I don't think I've seen the new trailer, but I've seen some of the new images, and they do look pretty cool, to be fair. So I'll look forward to giving a movie a watch.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, again, I've not seen the trailer yet, but I've just seen a few of the odd images pop up on Instagram, and yeah, it just looks interesting. It's a Scream movie, so I'm definitely going to check it out anyway. Yeah,
definitely so. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said this before on previous streams, but I just want this movie to be what Jason Takes Manhattan should have been, and I'm just hoping that it really utilizes that New York location, and we get a lot of great like horror and great action. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely so. And what about you, Keith?
I was actually going to say the exact same. I was just going to turn around and say Ghostface Takes Manhattan. It's look, I don't care, to be honest. After that last movie, Scream died when Wes Craven died, in my eyes. Simple as. Do not like the new cast. Do not care that they're back. I am a little like, I do like that Yoan's back in this. What's her name? Was it Hayden Panettiere? Is that her name?
Yeah.
I think that's on it. Yeah, I actually did like her in Scream 4, and I'm actually quite happy she's back in it. But a Scream movie without Neve Campbell, no, not for me. And this will be my first Scream movie that I don't go see in the cinema.
Yeah, I definitely do think you're gonna miss Neve Campbell in it. It's gonna be such a big hole missing there.
Yeah.
Right. We've got Matt here. Also, I'd like to plug my live that's coming. Nah, don't have that one. Inside joke, haha. Pete, Mike, Andy, Scott, and Keith, hope you all have an awesome stream. Looking forward to this one. Thanks ever so much,
Thank you,
Matt.
cheers, Matt.
I really appreciate it.
Looking forward to chatting to you next week on the stream, mate. We have Mike here from Did You See That? Hey, fellas, hope you're all doing well. Hey, Mike, hope you're well,
thanks.
mate. We've got Matt here saying, I watched Mike's December haul yesterday and noticed he hadn't seen Smile as of yet. Mike, did you get round to watching it yet? And what did you think of it?
Yeah, I've seen it now. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was worried I wasn't going to like it because I think horror can be a bit hit and miss for me these days. But no, I enjoyed it. It was one of those horror movies that kind of got under my skin, and it was quite chilling and quite creepy in places. So yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. Have you seen it, Keith? Smile?
Yeah, I loved it. Oh, I had a very bad experience with it. Like, we went to see it in the cinema. We had two grown women behind us, talking the whole way through the movie. And I don't know about you, but when you're watching a horror movie, the last thing you want to be hearing is just two nattering little bags behind you. But I got it on 4K. We watched it again the other night, and I absolutely agree with what Mike said. Talk about a movie that just gets under your skin. It's a creepy movie, and it's been a while since I've seen one of them. Really enjoyed it now. Again, though, it's one of them movies that I really do hope they leave it alone there. Don't make a sequel, because they're just going to make the same movie again. Just leave it be.
I definitely agree there. I still haven't seen it because I had a bit of a funny experience with the cinema when I went to see it, so I never got to fully see it, so I'll have to pick it up sometime. But I've heard nothing but great things about it, so I'm looking forward to checking it out. Have you checked it out, Scott?
I haven't actually, but I do own a 4K, so looking forward to checking it out soon.
Oh, good to hear. And I know you've seen it, Andy, and you're a big fan as well.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I just can echo what you guys have said. It just creeped me out. in certain parts. There's one scene in particular, like that kid's birthday party. I'm not gonna say anymore, but
Ooh.
gee whiz, yeah.
Oh, I'm intrigued
Absolutely.
now. We've got Matt here saying, Scott, I'm glad you finally pulled the trigger on the Terrifier Bloody Duo set and managed to grab a copy. You'll have some fun with those movies.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to watching them, and thank you, Matt, for letting me know they came back into stock.
Thanks, Matt, for letting me know. I'll have to get around to picking them up eventually. I've been a bit dubious about picking them up because I've seen that pretty graphic with their violence, but I'm kind of intrigued to give them a go. Have you seen them, Keith?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen any of them. I don't know. And I do want to see them. I do. But I have seen scenes from the second one, and maybe it might be just a little too far for my liking when it comes to violence. If I'm completely honest. So, but I do. John again over at Mondo told me to pick them up. He thinks I'll enjoy them. So, just for that reason alone, I probably will get them.
Oh, that sounds good. I must admit, the same with me. The level of violence there kind of puts me off a bit with it from what I've seen. But again, the positive word of mouth has really made me want to check them out.
Absolutely.
We've got Mike here saying, will the UK ever get Barbarian on physical release?
Never.
It'd be nice, but I doubt it. It's such a shame. You've seen it,
No, I haven't seen it. It's a Disney movie, isn't it?
Yeah, Fox.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. I boycott Disney when it comes to those streaming services. I don't care if they bring out an Alien movie on the streaming service. I won't watch it. I'm not paying them money to watch these movies. Simple as. So it's unfortunately Barbarian. Unless I can get a bootleg release of it, I'll never see it.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. It's just a shame that Disney are messing themselves up by holding them on Disney Plus, releasing them physically, because there's bootlegs out there and they're losing money. So just release it.
Absolutely.
It's so baffling to me. You seen it, Scott? Barbarian?
I have, really enjoyed it. It's a shame that we probably won't get a physical media release because I would love to pick it up on Blu-ray.
Yeah, same here. I know you picked up a copy of it, Andy, didn't you?
Yes, I do have a bootleg of it.
Send it to me, Andy. Give us a loan of it.
Hang on, just a sec. So yeah, that's the copy of it I have.
Oh wow, where'd you pick it up, Andy?
A website called eCreator.
Okay.
You get artwork on the disc as well.
Oh, nice. Oh wow.
But
I'll check that out.
Yeah, I will advise though, it is not the best quality. It's very jittery, the disc.
Right.
But it's the only way to get it, unfortunately.
Okay. Fair enough.
This is why I hate streaming. Because it's leaving us with no option.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to support the bootleg market if you're not gonna put them out.
Yeah.
So it's that simple.
Yeah, I get it. Completely understand.
Yeah, but no, I've really enjoyed the movie. I had a blast with it. Thought it was going to go one way and it went completely different way. And
nice.
It was, I've just had a great blast with it. I just thought last year was just tremendous for horror.
It was,
great, yeah,
just great for just original movies. And just had a really good time with it.
Real creepy as well, Barbarian in some scenes, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just the whole going down in the tunnel.
Yeah.
And not knowing what's down there. That is that's the main sort of selling point of the movie.
Is he a man, Bill Skarsgård, that's the star of it, is he?
He's in the movie. Yeah.
He's in the movie, right?
He's in the movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very claustrophobic movie and keeps you on edge all the time, shall I say?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
What did you just think of that? Did you all see that Rise trailer?
Which one? Evil Dead Rise.
Looks fun.
Yeah, it does look good.
It looks pretty good. Looks like more the same of like the remake, shall I say, but set in a different setting. Could be all right, I think. What about you, Mike? I remember you weren't the biggest fan of Barbarian.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of hated it. It just wasn't for me at all. Because I like my horror movies like Smile. I like them creepy and get under your skin type horror movies. Whereas Barbarian, it was a little bit too in the face for me. Like the horror was just thrown at you, and yeah, it just wasn't really for me.
I do get that.
Yeah, I get that completely. Right, we've got Andy like stuff here saying, "Hey up guys, is Pete doing another 8 hours? Well done." Hey Andy, probably not tonight, mate. Oh, I was absolutely knackered after that one last week. Didn't get to bed till 4.
Wow.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Crimey.
yeah, I was up at 7, mind. So I only had about 3 hours sleep that night.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, as soon as I got up, I had about 6 coffees to keep me awake. Oh dear. Right, next up we have Mike here saying, "Who's everyone's #1 celebrity crush? And if you could take them on a date, where are you taking them?" Oh, that's a new one. Where are you going to take them? Right, I'm going to ask Scott first.
I can't take that. I've been thought of an answer yet. Come back to me on that one.
All right, I'll come back to you on that. What about you, Andy?
Oh God, I have way too many. Way too many. But I don't know. I'd probably take someone McDonald's drive-through.
McDonald's drive-through. Jeez.
Yeah. I'll get them. I'll buy them a Happy Meal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. I ain't got a clue.
Oh. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same really. I've got so many. The only people I can think of are maybe Marissa Tomei, Jennifer Connelly from the 1990s, Florence Pugh. I don't know. I'd probably just take him to a nice bar or something.
Sounds very good. What about you, Keith?
Jessica Rabbit. No, but it is a good one though. For me, it has to be Jamie Lee Curtis when I seen her in Trading Places.
Yeah.
And where I would take her, my bedroom probably.
Well, I was not expecting that answer. Oh dear. Oh, brilliant. What about you, Scott?
Probably early 90s. Jennifer Connelly, to be fair, and I'll probably just go to cinema to watch horror films, something like that.
Sounds very classy. For me, I'll probably say Anya Taylor-Joy, and we'll have a Costa with 3 Costa vouchers that I've got on the app because I'm such a tight ass.
Neither of us have really set the bar very high, have we?
No, we're like budget, going on a budget date.
Costa, McDonald's, and bedroom.
Costa,
Wow.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh man. Right. Next up, we have True Action Star the Dell saying, "Hey all, I'm so excited."
Hey.
He says, "Hey everyone, hope you're all well and good." Yeah, doing
Good.
well.
Yeah,
Hope
good.
you're doing well, mate. Andy says celebrity crush for him is Rachel Riley, and I'm locking her in my spare bedroom. Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh dear. We've got Edward here saying, "Evening everyone, you're doing well." Evening, Edward.
Hey,
What's your thoughts on the public domain becoming a major issue for Disney in the future? What do you mean about that? Is it like stuff like Winnie the Pooh and all that now going into public domain? I don't think that will affect them that much. It just means everybody can create one, like a film based on, I think Peter Pan's going public domain as well. They'll still own their Disney animated version, but the story, it will be owned by anybody, so they can use it to create their own stuff. That's all it means. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I don't really know. This is the first I'm hearing of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But any problems that head Disney's way, which lead them to packing up their streaming service and fucking off, I'm all for.
Absolutely. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's just
Yeah.
the most beautiful
Yeah.
comment I'm going to hear tonight. that's fucking poetry.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
wow.
and then everything gets a physical. I'm all for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree there.
Yeah.
We've got Action Star saying hey to Scott.
Hello, Trey.
We've got Bumpers Movies here saying, even though missed the last few shows with life getting in the way, but nice to see your faces. If 2023 could be the return of any franchise, what would you pick? Hey, Bumper, great to see you back. Hope you're okay,
Hey,
mate. What would you like to see back, Scott?
I would quite like to see a new Alien film, to be fair, but I know that the last one wasn't too popular. But it'd be quite nice to see another good Alien movie, I think.
Yeah.
I think we are getting another one.
They're doing a TV series, I think, if I've heard right.
Yeah, but I think the only problem is it's a standalone series. It's not going to be the movies are going to have nothing to do with it. That's the only. Yeah. So.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, there's one franchise that I wish we got a third movie for, but I really don't think it's a good idea if it got made today. I really want a Wayne's World 3.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I really want a Wayne's World 3, and an Austin Powers 4, but I just don't think I don't think they'd be as funny or as good.
Yeah.
If they made them and it was as good as Top Gun Maverick, that'd be
a miracle.
You know, be a miracle, but I think I'm asking too much.
Yeah, I don't think the humour would fly past these days. They wouldn't allow it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably just say something like maybe another American Pie movie. I've always had a good time with that franchise.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do with a new one, to be honest, but yeah, I've always had a good time with those movies.
Yeah, great pick there. And what about you, Keith?
Well, to be honest, two of them are actually happening this year. So great to see Indiana Jones back. I'm hoping that we kind of get a movie that can maybe write the last movie. And I don't hate Crystal Skull. It's just it's very average compared to the first three movies. But yeah, I'm just looking for a good Indiana Jones sequel. Beverly Hills Cop 4. It's what more can I possibly ask for? So it's getting the whole cast back together again. Sign me up.
Oh, sounds good to me. And for me, actually, it is happening this year as well. A Lethal Weapon 5, which is going to be quite interesting to see. We're all getting quite old, and I think Mel Gibson's going to direct, so that'll be an interesting one to see. So I
love what Mel Gibson said about that movie, because they asked, what are you going to do? What do you think you're going to be, who do you think you'd be fighting in this movie? And he said probably hemorrhoids.
Well, he's not wrong there.
Yeah.
Oh, what an answer. Oh, brilliant. We have 4K Michelin star movies here saying good evening all. Good evening.
Hey, Martin.
We've got Brian Drums here saying, oh yeah. Hey Brian, hope you're well.
Hey Brian.
We've got Edward saying, who picked up Black Adam and Halloween Ends this week? I haven't yet. You picked them up, Keith, yeah?
Yeah, I put my video out for Black Adam tonight. And I finished I'll do my Halloween Ends video probably at the end of the week. Not expecting too much stuff.
Look forward to it nevertheless.
Absolutely.
What about you, Scott? You picked them up?
I haven't, no. Black Adam I thought was a decent movie, but I didn't love it, so I'll probably just wait for it to go a bit cheaper and then pick it up then. But I'll probably do the same with Halloween Ends as well, to be fair.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I picked up the Black Adam's 4K Steelbook from HMV. I haven't watched the 4K yet. I went to see the film at the cinema. it's a movie that we've all seen before in superhero movies. It's not unwatchable, but it's very average. We've all seen that movie before. As for Halloween Ends, I've ordered the 4K trilogy from the States. So that's hopefully coming next week. And Keith, you're going to hate me for this. I think Halloween Ends might be my favorite one out of the trilogy.
Wow.
I know.
That's some mighty fine praise there. Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to rewatch the three of them again when they arrive, just to make sure. But I really like.
Right.
I like Halloween Ends enough. Let's just say that. Yeah.
Well, the good news with Halloween Ends, it's off to a good start with me when it comes to 4K, because I actually pre-ordered the orange steelbook of it. And when I got it through the door, it was actually the blue version I got. So I contacted Amazon Italy, and they actually refunded my money and told me to keep the steelbook. So I got it for free.
Oh.
So that's at least that's something.
Yeah.
And that's so.
Yeah. It's a flawed movie. Don't get me wrong. I understand the criticisms. I completely get it. But my expectations were just so low. I ended up having a fun time with the film. Overall, I have to say.
Yeah. I'm definitely right in the middle of it, but I do want to pick it up myself and watch it again, give it another watch. I think it's going to be a film that a lot of people are going to talk about for years to come, and there'll be a lot of lively discussions about it, shall we say.
I think my biggest issue with it is I just don't understand the events of this movie, why it did not happen in Halloween Kills and then set up this movie so well. You know, it's just that it just looked like there was no plan between this with this trilogy, which is a shame. You know, how great would it be to actually watch a Halloween trilogy where it's planned out right from the start, kind of what Cameron's doing with Avatar.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. I do kind of wish it was all set on one night, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like how they were going to do it. Mike,
but unfortunately, when you look at the end of Halloween Kills, you know, there was no way the Halloween Ends could have been held on one night. You know, you would have had Jamie Lee Curtis in a wheelchair. You would have had the daughter with a hanging leg. You know, it's Will Patton was in the bed beside her, so he was probably going to be in a gurney or something. You know, so it's I kind of get it, but I wasn't happy with it.
Yeah,
but I think there was a lot of loose ends in Halloween Kills that they never really said anything about in Ends.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Did you pick them up?
Not yet, no. I haven't seen Black Adam. I'm not really in a rush to see it. I will see it at some point, but I don't know when that will be. Halloween Ends, I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but I will probably pick it up anyway because I do like the franchise, and I just want to pick it up to complete the collection.
Yeah, same.
Do you think you would pick up the sorry, Mike, would you pick up the trilogy? I presume you have the first two movies of the recent trilogy. Would you buy them again now if Scream Factory done like a similar release?
Probably, yeah. Because I mean, because I got 6, 7, and 8, and thankfully I got that for a really cheap price because I had like a load of vouchers and Amazon vouchers because I didn't want to pay I think it was like 90 quid on Amazon, and I just didn't want to pay that much for it because I don't really like the films that much, but I still wanted them because I wanted to complete that collection. And if they were to do the same to these new ones, then I probably would get them.
I think that the biggest conflict I had kind of with that trilogy, that latest trilogy that came out, was the fact that I hate Resurrection. Resurrection will always be my worst Halloween movie, and so I was buying that box set knowing that there was only 2 movies that I wanted from it. So it had to be at a good price as well. And thankfully, I was the same as yourself. I was able to get it at a reasonable price. But I don't think if I wasn't able to get it at a good price, I don't think I would have picked it up.
Yeah.
Definitely. We've got Matt H here saying, "Hey guys, Andy, I've been enjoying your favourite films of the year posts over on Instagram. What are some of your favourite films from the year you were born?"
God, Jesus. For me, Edward Scissorhands is my number one. That's the favorite movie from the year I was born. Goodfellas, Home Alone, and I'm gonna have to say Dances with Wolves as well.
Great movie.
Fucking
Very
love
nice.
Dances with
I still
Wolves.
need to watch that.
I've kind of got a bit of a crush on Mary McDonnell in that film. I think she's really, really nice in that film. Like, really, and it's probably like, yeah, it's up there for me. The first time I watched it, I was just so engaged in that movie, and I was like, this is better than Avatar, even though it's kind of telling the same story. It's
1990 was a great year for films.
Yeah, definitely. There's, I want to say Pacific Heights as well. I don't know if that was 91 though, but
that was 90.
Yeah, 90. Yeah, I love that film.
What year was Jurassic Park? Was Jurassic Park close to 91 as well, wasn't it?
93.
93.
Oh, 93 was it? Sorry.
Yeah, but
T2 as well, was it?
T2's 91.
Yeah.
91's great as well because you've got T2
It
and
is.
you've got JFK and you've got Beauty and the Beast, I think, as well. Or maybe Aladdin. I can't remember which one. But yeah. Oh, and how could I forget Total Recall?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the best, one of the best 80s sci-fi action movies made in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's like a great way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Misery's a great film as well. I think
Misery,
that's
yeah,
1990.
fantastic. Yeah.
Misery's top one. What about you, Scott, from the year you were born?
I can't remember many films from the year I was born, but did Gladiator come out in 2001? Or was that 2000?
2000.
Gladiator's 2000, yeah.
I'll probably just have to go with Shrek because it's the only one that I can think of at the minute.
Shrek. Oh, very good film still there. What about you,
I
Mike?
enjoy that one.
I'm the same year as Andy, so it's a lot of the same films. Edward Scissorhands, Misery, Total Recall. Yeah.
Nice. And what about you, Keith?
I just realised how fucking old I am. Thanks for that. Look, it's one movie only. John Carpenter's The Fog.
Oh,
Yeah, hands down.
Love that
Yeah,
film.
one of my favourite movies of all time. And that, commercial. Yeah, can't praise it enough. I'm not going to do it now here as well. I've done it so many times.
For me, for 1996, I'd probably say either The Rock. I really enjoyed Brass Off, Trainspotting, and the Tom Hanks That Thing You Do. I'm pretty certain that's 96, isn't it?
What a film. I think it is. Yeah, I think it could be.
Scream.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Scream as well, yeah.
Ooh.
I get that one. Yeah, 96 was a pretty good year as well.
Great, yeah. Twister as well. Twister, Independence Day.
I think Twister and Independence Day are as well, yeah. Oh, wow.
Wow,
So
90s
many.
was such a great decade for
Yeah.
films.
Mm.
Did someone actually someone texted me the other day? Is Twister getting a sequel?
I hope not.
I think so, yeah. I think it is. Yeah.
I think
it
it
is.
is. Yeah, I think I've heard that.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can't do that without Bill Paxton. Can't.
No.
Can't. No.
He's so good in that film.
Yeah.
Talking of Bill Paxton, there's a charity shop near me, and they got a photo, like a big poster of a film from, I think it's the 90s, with Ice-T in with Bill Paxton. Which film's that? I can't.
Is that
Is it-
Trespass?
Is it Trespass?
Trespass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the one, yeah. I think that's the one. It's a huge, great big poster. Next time I go past it, I have to take a photograph of it. It's been in the window for like weeks.
It's not
Yeah.
bad
It's
film,
actually a
that.
really good
Yeah.
film.
I actually liked it. Walter Hill, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Walter Hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that film. I had never heard of it before. I just remembered that poster. And every time I think of Bill Paxton, I think of Andy, because I know you're a big fan of him.
Yeah. Who isn't? The guy was just a fucking joy to watching
Oh,
it.
yeah.
He was in. If the movie was bad, he was the highlight of the
Mm.
movie.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? He was just.
I love him in Weird Science.
He's the best part of that movie for me.
He is, yeah.
Weird Science.
Yeah.
And then you've got like A Simple Plan, which is like his masterpiece in my opinion.
Mm.
That's his movie.
Oh no! I think he should have got an Oscar for Chet from Weird Science.
Oh, well,
Epic.
my first introduction to him was bloody Thunderbirds, the movie. He was in that live
Yeah.
action one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Near Dark's another good one as well.
Oh, I love that film.
Yeah.
That's a great
It's
one.
got a very, very small cameo in Commando as well.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You blink, you miss him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Next up, we've got Alan here. Hi guys, hope you're all well.
Yeah.
Hey,
Alan.
Alan. Hope you're doing well, mate. Comments have gone weird. Right, we have True Action Star saying, gonna do another 8 hours tonight, Playtendoguy Pete. Not tonight, not tonight. We've got Evander here saying, hello, legends. Hey, Evander.
Hey, Evander.
Great little Blu-ray hunt you did for Halloween Ends. I like the bit where the guy was looking at the films on the shelf and saw you and he had to take a double look and walked away. He was a bit scared. Great video there. Mike says to True Action Star, we're all waiting for the 24-hour stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I may do one this year. I may do one for charity or something, but we'll have to see. If I do one, it'll be me, and I'll have to ask guests to come and join me throughout the day because I don't think I could cope 24 hours on my own.
Well, you can have the camera. You can have the camera going and just sleep.
That's kind of true. I don't think people want to watch me sleep. Oh, I'll be waking up and saying, "Did I snore? Did I snore?"
Was I dribbling?
Oh. Next up, we have Sinjin here saying, "Evening all. Hey Keith, I wasn't expecting you tonight. No surprise."
Hey Gary, sorry, I was actually meant to let you. I was meant to. You left a comment on my video tonight. I was meant to say it to you, Gary. I actually forgot. Apologies for that, my friend.
We've got 4K Michelin Star saying, "Evening, everyone. Evening."
Right.
We've got Stephen Jackson here. Evening all. Evening, Steve. True Action Star says, currently sitting here with a bottle of wine and chocolates. I won't go overboard tonight. Ooh, I wonder what chocolates you got tonight. Right, we've got Nige here saying, nearly 10 minutes late, you gobshites. How you fucking diddling? I've finally seen Halloween Ends and fucking loved it. Wow. Don't get the hate. I got Pearl as well, and wow, it's amazing. Oh, great to hear you enjoyed both the films, mate. Really good. You weren't the biggest fan of Smile though, I don't think. I still haven't.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I'm gutted. Nige didn't enjoy that. I'm gutted for him that he didn't enjoy it.
Yeah. I think again, it's just the hype. When you hear hype and then you go into a film, that's always a big thing.
Can kill it.
Absolutely.
Can kill it. Fortunately.
We've got True Action Star saying play mute guy. That must have been when I was muted myself. We've got Avada here saying, got Michael here with me. He says hello to you all in heavy breathing translation. True Action Star says, did you pick up Halloween Ends? We did talk about this, but him and his wife are going to be watching it soon. Oh, hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
We have T Shizzle here saying, hey guys. Hey
Hi,
Mike,
Mike.
thanks for joining.
Yeah.
We've got DVD and Film Bloke here saying, hey. Hey mate, hope you're well.
Hey.
Nige says, well, seeing as nobody said it yet, pink flamingos.
Oh, God.
No.
Oh, no.
Not going there this week.
No.
Yeah, we've reached the peak with that one.
Yep.
We've got Brian here saying, yo guys. Hey Brian.
Yep.
We've got Gary the Blu-ray addict here saying, hello all, hope you're well. I'll be listening on catch up at work tonight. Oh, thanks for joining.
Hey Gary, how are you?
We've got DCR 80 Gaming here saying, hello folks. Hey mate, hope you're well.
Hey, mate.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I saw Stage Fright, the average Hitchcock film. While I wouldn't call it his strongest, I still enjoyed it. Awesome. I don't think I've seen that one. You seen it, Scott?
I haven't. I've heard of it, but I don't know too much about it in all honesty. But I do like his films.
Cool. Andy?
Yeah, I think I have. Some of his earlier ones are a bit foggy with me. I'm just sort of used to the classic ones, but yeah, I do remember enjoying it from what I remember.
Cool. Mike?
Yeah. It's okay. It's not one of his best, but yeah, it's fine.
And Keith?
No, it's one of the rare Hitchcock movies I haven't seen. I'm very well aware of it. But for some strange reason, I was never in a rush to watch it. Maybe I should remedy it and just get it over and done with.
Is it in your big collection that you showed off
No.
on your video? No, it isn't
No.
in that. Oh.
Definitely not. No.
I haven't heard of the films and I haven't seen it, so we've got Sean here saying from Media Collective Madness saying, "Good evening, hope you're well and good. Did you watch the new Transformers trailer?" Did watch the first one. I don't know whether there's a new one out yet, but yeah, it looked pretty good. You seen it, Keith?
Yeah, I've seen I presume the trailer that you're talking about as well, Peach. Yeah, I've seen it. It's a Transformers movie. I'm not the biggest fan of the franchise, if I'm completely honest. But I will watch it.
Yeah. Scott?
I haven't seen it yet, no, but I haven't actually seen any of the Transformers films, so I probably won't get round to watching this one yet.
You lucky lad.
There you go.
Yeah, I've heard that some of them are quite bad.
Yeah. Wow. The first one's all right. The first one's pretty good, but the rest of them, they're a bit rough.
Actually, I have seen Bumblebee, if that counts as Transformers film.
No,
That's not a bad film. That's not a Michael Bay one, so you're all right there.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen the trailer. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the franchise. I think I tapped out after the second one because I just remember the second one was awful. But I am kind of curious about this one because I think it's Beast Wars, isn't it? This Transformers one.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the Transformers I grew up on, so I might check it out. Who knows?
Cool. And Andy?
Yeah, I'm very much the same as Mike. That Beast Wars was my Transformers growing up. I absolutely adore that show, and I'm kind of intrigued to see the movie just because it is using characters from that show. And that's really the only reason why I want to check it out. Because to be honest, the bulk of the Transformers movies are diabolical. But
absolutely,
yeah, I'm intrigued just for the nostalgia feels. I think.
Yeah, I agree there. Hopefully they can turn it around with this new one because it isn't nothing to do with Michael Bay, so hopefully it'll be good.
Yeah.
True Action Star says Mike's had a shave, looking sharp.
Yep.
Fair enough. We have Nige here saying, "So what filth scene made you?"
God.
Go on. Oh dear. No, we're not commenting on them sort of questions. We had enough of that the other week. Oh dear. We've got Boogie Cat Productions here saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all well." Hey mate, thanks for joining. DVD and Film Bloke says, "Also showed my little cousin Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. She really enjoyed it and it still holds up. I love a lot of the adult humor in the first half."
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Movie. Great movie.
Yeah. I remember loving the remake as a kid, but going back to it, it's quite creepy. Johnny Depp's a bit creepy as Willy Wonka in that one. But the original, you can't beat it. You seen the original, Scott?
I have. I've seen it loads of times. Probably one of my most watched films, to be honest. Love it. Great film.
I know the 4K Keith is really good on Willy Wonka.
Yeah, look, it's one of them movies that just blends well to 4K. It's one of the most colourful movies you will ever see. So, if anything, if they'd done the HDR right, it was always going to look great. And thankfully it does.
Oh, brilliant. I know Andy's got the 4K as well, isn't you?
Yeah, it was one of the first 4Ks I got. It's just looks absolutely stellar. It was like watching it for the first time.
Yeah.
Again. The movie itself it's a timeless classic. It still holds up, 52 years later.
Yeah.
It's just an amazing film. I have a lot of memories with it. It's a fun film. The sequences in it, I don't know if I've said this before, but the sequences in it at the start where like everyone's looking for the tickets, I thought I was channel hopping when I was watching it because they just don't quite fit with the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
They just feel a bit strange, but once you get into the factory, it's just a world of fun.
Yeah.
It's just a joy. Yeah,
I don't. I always thought like Gene Wilder was phenomenal. I think he's a phenomenal actor. He was a phenomenal actor. But I don't know what it is with that movie. I don't know about when you watch it, but that scene at the end of it when he kind of just loses it a bit, where he gets very angry.
Yeah.
Every time I watch that scene, I'm just looking at it and going, "My God, you are a phenomenal actor." He's just.
Yeah.
It was just. I don't know about. There's something about that scene that I just love. And he really does carry it. He really, really. It's such a wonderful movie.
I agree.
So
I've got to say as well, none of the kids in that movie come across as annoying. That when
no,
when they're not supposed to.
Yeah,
if that makes sense, because there's a couple, like there's a few of them. They are little fucking blades in that fucking movie. I just love it when Grandpa Joe, like, what she needs is a good kick in the pants. Like that's one of my. That's such a funny line.
It is,
but the kids do such a fantastic job in that film. They just don't come across as annoying when they're not supposed to.
The ones in the sequels are little gobshites, I think. I just couldn't stand any of them.
You were saying none of the kids were annoying, but my TV is borderline for me.
Yes, yeah. out of the 5 kids, my TV is the most insufferable.
Yeah,
definitely.
That scene happens when he gets teleported and he's in pieces up in the, you want to show that? Every time I watch that scene, I always say to Ellen, "Why did they just fucking leave him there?"
Yeah. I'm very tempted when that happens to just switch the movie off and just fucking leave it there and just
the Andy cut.
That's where it ended.
What about you, Mike? Do you like the film?
Yeah, I love it. One of my childhood favorites. But even now as an adult, I love that first half, because I remember when I was a kid, I always used to kind of skip it because a lot of the jokes went over my head. But I love all those scenes. Like there's like that one scene where the guy's in the psychiatrist's office and he's having dreams about finding the ticket. And there's another scene with that woman and her husband's being held for ransom or something because they want to find the ticket. And a lot of that stuff just went over my head as a kid, but now I just think it's hilarious.
Yeah, definitely. We got one real nerd saying, "Hey, my friend," and "Hey, everyone." Hey, mate. We've got Ian Hill, the Ramblings here, saying, "Hi, everyone. Hope you're well." Hey, Ian.
Hey.
We've got DCR 80 Gaming, Paul Rudd, the actor who doesn't age.
No,
absolutely.
Definitely
not. He'll still be looking the same in 20 years' time. One real nerd says, "Ian, hello, my dear friend." DVD and Film Book says, "Also saw Star Chaser and the Legend of Oren, which is an animated Star Wars clone from the 80s. It was an alright first Star Wars clone." I haven't heard of that one. You guys heard of it?
No.
I have no idea. No.
4K Michelin star movie saw The Menu and Pale Blue Eyes. Awesome.
Nice.
Menu's great, but I haven't seen Pale Blue Eyes. But you heard of that one?
I've heard of it. I watched it.
No. I was lucky enough to order a copy of The Menu on Blu-ray. It was the last one on eBay.
Oh,
yeah.
That's great to hear. DVD Even Film Bloke says, "I've mostly been watching all those Billy Connolly live videos. I can see why he's such beloved. Such a shame he's not doing any more stand-up due to Parkinson's." Yeah, very sad news indeed. Yeah. He's still popping up doing the odd TV documentary. I remember seeing them a few years ago. They were very good. He's been in some good films as well, I must admit. We got AJ here saying, "I've got the Blu-ray of Star Chaser a couple of weeks ago." Awesome. He also says he wasn't a fan of X, but he thought Pearl was great. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people. Some people either love one and hate the other, but sometimes a lot of people like both. Because I know you liked both, Andy, didn't you?
I love both of them. I love both of them. Yeah, I'm just, when someone says they don't like a film, all I can say is I'm sorry you didn't get the enjoyment out of it. I did.
That's it.
That's all I can say.
Yeah.
All I can do is voice my opinion, and I had a blast with both movies. Really enjoyed them. Pearl is more artsy, but it just looks stunning. The movie just looks phenomenal. If you can get a 4K of it, Keith, please pick it up because it just, I think it would lend itself to 4K.
Yeah, that's the is he kind of going for the same look again in Pearl that he did with X?
It's Pearl for me. Pearl was a lot more colourful. It just
Right.
Yeah.
it looks so bright. It looks so vibrant. I only saw it on Blu-ray, but I think it would be a phenomenal 4K.
I'll tell you, I love what they've done at the end of that movie as well. I did, like, again, I never seen Pearl, but I did hear about the end credit scene when they showed a trailer to, well, not a trailer, but they show like a short clip of Maxine, or basically saying it's coming. It is. I thought it was quite brilliant.
Yeah, I've seen that short trailer for Maxine, and I'm stoked. I want to see it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So pumped I am for it.
The weird thing about that X movie when I watched it, because there is some, like Don told me that there was some, brace myself to some brutal scenes, and there was some brutal scenes in it. But I have to tell you, when the old couple go together in the movie, I never felt so uncomfortable watching a scene. Like, I felt like I was looking at my parents and all that. It was just, I was like, I can't watch this.
That's
I actually
the real
cannot
horror
watch
of
it.
film. Oh dear.
That's my one complaint for X. I wanted to just quickly say the makeup. Did not like the makeup on the older couple. It just never looked right. Looked very fake looking. That was my one little complaint, one little nitpick that I had with it. But other than that, loved it.
Yeah. I did actually see something on Facebook today saying that we might be getting a trailer very soon for Maxine because it's coming late summertime, so not too long to wait.
Awesome.
Yeah, hope so.
We've got bumpers here saying the menu was okay, not as good as I hoped, but it did put me in the mood for s'mores. Yeah, I can get that. Put me in the mood for a nice cheeseburger.
Oh, yes.
God, that cheeseburger is food porn. Like,
Yeah.
Cheeseburger in that movie just looks so
it
good.
is. Yes.
I always get that way when I watch that movie, Chef.
Yeah.
That's
if you walk away from that movie and you're not hungry, then you didn't watch it properly.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. We've got one real nerd saying hey to AJ. We've got Rogue Cinema saying I watched Megan today. I thought it was very entertaining but very average, and the ending is defo sequel bait. I ain't seen Megan yet, but I've heard that it did pretty well, so it seems like a sequel's gonna happen. You seen it yet, Andy?
I do want to see it. I just haven't got round to it yet. I'm gonna try and see that Babylon this weekend. But yeah, I haven't had the time to fit the film in. Do you want to? I do want to see it though. Yeah,
you seen it, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I do want to go watch it. I've heard this might be quite good, to be fair. So looking forward to checking it out.
Seen it, Mike?
No. I remember when I watched the trailer for it, I just thought this looks fucking awful, but it's been getting really good reviews, so I might have to change my mind about that and go and see it because I think it's got some pretty good reviews, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised how well it's reviewed, especially for a horror film in like January. Normally, I just put the dregs out in January, but it seems to be very highly rated. Have you seen it yet, Keith?
No, I kind of spoke to my fiance Ellen there a couple of days ago, and I just said to her, I was like, we want to see the movie. We kind of just asked each other, is it a cinema movie? Do we want to go see it in the cinema? And we decided no. But I do want to see it. James Wan is behind it. I'm just hoping it's not like Maleficent. Not Maleficent. What's it called?
Malignant.
Malignant. Sorry, Malignant.
Yeah.
Where everyone was praising the shit out of that movie, and I watched it, and I just thought it was okay. My brother did go see it. He said it was. He enjoyed it, but he said it didn't really reinvent the wheel in any way. So I'll say I want to see it.
Yeah. We've got Ian saying, hey to Real Nerd. We've got Nige saying, Pearl was apparently filmed in Technicolor and it absolutely fucking amazing. Blu-ray looks like a 4K, absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
Oh, really good.
It does look great.
It looks phenomenal.
It definitely looks very colourful from the trailers. Like I can imagine her red of her like dress that she wears looks incredible in 4K.
Absolutely.
Like on an OLED TV. Oh. We've got DCI80 Gaming saying Phantasm, what an awesome film. The tall man is freaky as fuck. Yeah, he is. Yeah. One Real Nerd says Sean was an amazing actor, plus James Bond. Plus he was Scottish, yeah. He's been in some amazing films.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones as well. Who's Indy's
Yeah,
dad.
that's right. Yeah,
Oh.
that's right.
We have True Action Star saying, what's your favourite film of the year 2000?
Jesus Christ, I can't even remember what came out last year. Never mind 2000.
Well, the only one I can think of off the top of my head is Gladiator, so I'll just say Gladiator. Can you think of one, Scott? I know you're very good with years.
Yeah, normally I am, but I'm sort of on a blank at a minute, so I'll probably just have to go with Gladiator as well, to be fair.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, 2000. I want to say Almost Famous.
Oh, yeah, I think that might have been.
I think that might be 2000.
Yeah, I adore that film.
That's a great film.
Yeah, I'm going to change my mind and say that one as well.
I'll change my mind
film.
as well. So I did put that one.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys, stop copying me.
Gladiator can stay on the shelf. It's Almost Famous in the Blu-ray player for me.
Yeah, same there.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, there's two for me. I think this movie came out in 2000, Castaway. I love that movie. And the other one's Battle Royale.
Very good pick. Great film.
I might have to choose Battle Royale, actually. I forgot.
You should change it again. Oh, wow. And what about you, Keith?
I had two movies in my head, and fucking you all said them. Gladiator, Castaway. Doesn't get better than that. It's Castaway is such a great movie. It's you know, it does say a lot about Tom Hanks when you're the only person that stars in that movie, and he carries it so bloody well. Love it.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, Keith, what did you thought of Tom Hanks in Elvis?
I didn't hate him. No, I didn't. No. I still think he was miscast, if I'm completely honest. But he was definitely not as bad as I thought he was going to be. Again, it could be a simple thing with my expectations even being low on him in that movie. That maybe I just it could be very different now when I watch the movie again for the second time. Maybe he will start annoying me. But I do remember me and Ellen looking at each other that night, and we were kind of going, he's not as bad as I thought he was going to be. But I still think Baz Luhrmann made a mistake casting him. I think they should have got someone else.
Yeah, definitely.
I hate saying that because he's one of the greatest actors in the world.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah.
He's been in some amazing films, but last year I kind of thought that and Pinocchio was a bit of a rough year for him. We've got Matt here saying, haha, Vanda, your Halloween Ends pickups video was incredible. Could say it was better than the film itself. We have DCR80 Gaming saying Moore was my Bond growing up, but Connery is Bond in my opinion. Yeah, both of them were fantastic Bonds. I do agree there. We have Sinjin saying, I saw the first Phantasm on film projector way back in 80 or 81. What a film. Creepy as hell. Definitely is.
It's amazing because the 4K master that came out for Phantasm, I think J.J. Abrams was the one that oversaw the remastering of that. He was.
I think so.
However way he got involved in it, I don't know. But I found it to be very strange.
Yeah, on the Arrow Blu-ray, it says that he's got something to do with it. I think he actually does like an opening to the film if you wanted him to. So
right.
Must be a big fan of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
One Real Nerd says, I love 4K restoration. I think many films need more companies who are passionate about a near to perfect process, being the lack of original film stock, film in the can, which is needed. Yeah,
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
yeah, definitely do agree with you there, mate. We've got Bogey Cat Production saying, "What are your guys' thoughts on the Evil Dead Rise trailer?" Yeah, it looked really good. What did you think of it, Keith?
All right, I'm just as excited as Michael.
Yeah.
I remember when the trailer got posted, when it got put out, Michael was just all over Facebook talking about it. I was just blown away by it. I questioned, like an apartment building block. Like I didn't know if it'd work. You can clearly see it's going to work. You can't help but think of Demons 2 when you watch the trailer. I'm intrigued. I'm so unbelievably intrigued. And I think this could be contender for horror of the year. I really do. I think this could be a big one.
Yeah, hopefully it does well. Not too long to wait either. Is it May
April.
when it comes out? April.
Oh,
April,
even sooner.
May. I might be wrong.
Not too long either way. So
Yeah.
that's good. We've got Ian here saying, "I've been enjoying and loving Barbarella this week. It's a brilliant Blu-ray transfer. Hope they never do a remake." Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Is this like a space film or something? Barbarella and the Space something or other? Or I can't remember. The name rings a bell.
What did my fiance said something to me yesterday? Oh, who was it? An actor got the rights to a movie, and apparently they're remaking it. They're doing Ghost, Patrick Swayze's Ghost.
No.
And I can't remember. I'm trying to think of the actor. I think it's Channing Tatum.
I saw it on Facebook this afternoon, and I was like, no.
Yeah. Jesus Christ! Just leave these movies alone. You're not going to improve on them. Leave it alone. Simple as.
Yeah.
They'll ruin it. They'll ruin it. You might as well just leave it as it is and come up with a new idea for once. Unfortunately, Hollywood doesn't know what a new idea is.
No.
Is that a 1990 film as well, Ghost?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
99. Yeah. We've got Sinjin here saying, "Has anyone heard anything about Young Guns 3 coming out this year? Still waiting for a date." Yeah, I remember we were talking about this on the stream quite a while ago, but nothing much said about it.
No, that was really surprised. I was actually on the stream when we heard about that. I was really surprised by it. I can't believe it's happening.
Maybe it's a straight to DVD sort of sequel. I don't know, but it just seems a bit odd. We haven't heard nothing about it because I know the first two were pretty popular.
I heard nothing about it.
I don't think they're young anymore though.
Middle-aged guns. Oh dear. We've got Andy here saying, "Has anyone seen the new Mandalorian season 3 trailer? It looks impressive. It seems to be getting more love live action Clone Wars." Yeah, it looks really good. Can't wait for it. I really enjoyed the first 2 seasons. I think it's the best thing Disney has churned out of Star Wars since I bought it. Yeah, can't wait for it. Scott, have you seen the trailer?
I haven't actually, no, but I do love Mandalorian. Think it's a great TV show, so I'll probably check it out soon. To be fair.
Cool. You seen the trailer, Andy?
No, I've got no interest in watching the trailer. I will watch the show when it comes out, just because it's probably Disney and it's the only way I can watch it. Because I actually did like the first 2 seasons, but I've got no interest in watching the trailer.
No. Cool. Mike?
No, not seen the trailer. I still need to see season 2. I really enjoyed season 1. So yeah, I need to catch up with it. But yeah, I'll probably watch it when it does come out.
Yep, and I know, Keith, you haven't seen it because you don't have Disney Plus, do you?
No, I've never even seen any of the previous 2 seasons. So
no worries. We've got Alan here. Have any of you guys seen the new Kino Lorber 4K release of Death Wish? Looks awesome. Great slipcover too. A true classic with Bronson. Yeah, I think they did the second one a couple of years ago on 4K.
That's right.
I do.
Yeah. And I think I heard today as well that I think, Andy, you're going to be very happy with this, but I think Kino Lorber are bringing out Sudden Death on 4K.
Oh, the
I saw that.
Van
Yeah.
Damme film.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I probably will might pick that up because I love that film.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Great to hear these films are getting 4K releases. Kino Lorber, that's America, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've been releasing some really good stuff because I know Alan's got like the Clint Eastwood Western trilogy from there and all, and they seem to be very nice additions. I think John got some from Kino Lorber, didn't he?
Actually, an American company actually sent me over 4 movies.
Wow.
Yeah, for free. I got Misery, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, The Great Escape, and Hard Target.
Wow.
Great. Great
Some
selection
great
there.
films there.
It definitely does feel like America and other countries get the pick of the crop, and we always get the scraps when it comes to physical releases.
Yeah.
It does seem like that.
It's such a shame because there seems to be a market for the stuff, but they never try to just at least give it a chance over here. Because I'm sure Death Wish would do quite well on 4K, and other titles that are in America on 4K. Give them a shot.
I like the
See what
title.
happens.
I like some of the titles they're bringing out. You know, it's movies that, like, you know, Hard Target. If you told me that was going to get a 4K release, I would have went, not a chance in the world. As well as Sudden Death. They're just movies that you just weren't expecting to see 4K releases for, and that's what I love.
Yeah, unexpected releases. It's good to see. What one real nerd saying? Oh, comments gone weird here. Plus, too much imperfections due to the lack of care during the process. We end up spending for what companies promise 4K, 4 times better, but not even close in my book. By the way. Yeah, some 4Ks can be disappointing. I've heard some people say, I think I've even heard it on your reviews, Keith, like some of the Blu-rays are very similar. I think Jurassic World was one of them you said was quite similar.
Yeah, wait till you see Halloween Ends. Because even though I haven't watched the 4K yet, I have done the comparisons on it. I actually shot the comparisons for it. And it's almost identical to the Blu-ray.
Wow.
Little bit of difference in color every now and again, but other than that, it's nearly the exact same transfer. Look, 4K. People kind of this has been doing the rounds a bit. I've noticed where, you know, there's certain movies out there on 4K that don't deliver on the 4K promise. But I think what people forget as well, Blu-ray done the exact same thing. You know what I mean? Not every Blu-ray is perfect. You know, so naturally, not every 4K was going to be perfect. But I have to tell you, for the majority of the time that I picked up 4K movies, I'd say nearly maybe 85% of the time, I've gotten a nice upgrade. I have. But there is that 15% where they're not terrible. They don't look terrible. They're just minor upgrades for the Blu-ray. Now, when I say they don't look terrible, there's a few exceptions. Terminator 2 being one.
Yeah. I can remember the ones you did a video, didn't you? Your top 10 worst 4Ks. Yeah. That was a very interesting video with some surprising films included there.
That's my biggest video I've ever done. That's coming up to 40,000 views, believe it or not. I still can't believe that. Wow. The only thing is, it kind of came at a price as well, because the first 2 weeks of that video being up, I got some amount of crap from it.
Yeah.
Just people that are, unfortunately, people think you're attacking the movie, but I'm not. I'm attacking the transfer, you know, because the movies that were actually in my top 10 are fantastic movies. But I think sometimes people forget that we're just talking about transfers here and nothing else.
Yeah. One more nerd says, no, Alan, have not. Rock Girl says, I got the HMV exclusive Smile 4K for my birthday and I absolutely fucking loved it. The fucker is on eBay as we speak. So disappointed. Wow.
Yeah, gutted for Nige.
Yeah, sorry to hear you didn't enjoy it, mate.
Didn't enjoy it.
Bumper says, does anyone think that Nev Campbell not being in Scream 6 is just a trick? There is a throwaway line in Scream 5 where they talk about new rules and stars returning unexpectedly.
It could be.
I actually agree with that. A part of me thinks that maybe, you know, this is a bit of a ploy that they're trying, where maybe there's going to be a massive surprise in it. the only thing I will say is I just can't imagine Neve Campbell going out and making statements and saying that the studios wouldn't pay her the money. I think that might have been a step too far. I think it would be. So as much as I would love that to be true, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you're right there, because she's quite distanced herself with the project.
Yeah.
I can remember releasing quite a few statements. It'd be nice if she pops up, but very unlikely. But
let's not forget, like, chances are she will come back somewhere
that's what
along
I
the
was
line.
thinking.
Yeah.
If the film is a success, she'll probably be in Scream 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah. Actually, to tell you the truth, if the movie is not a success, you know, then there's a huge chance she'll be back for the next movie, because maybe then that's the audience saying, we want Neve Campbell.
That's
you know, so.
Yeah. We've got Barbarella. We hasn't seen it. True Action Star says, we watch Punch Drunk Love. Rather good film. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, that's a great film.
Yeah,
Adam Sandler's brilliant in that.
Yeah.
Do like that. Very nice addition by Criterion I got there. Also, Philip Seymour Hoffman's in that. Oh, he's quite creepy in that as well. Great actor. Sadly lost.
And we were actually just talking about Twister as well tonight. We were talking about Bill Paxton not being in the sequel, but you forget that he was in that as well, Philip C.
Yeah.
You know, so, and he was actually a good character in that movie.
Yeah, definitely. You seen it, Scott? Punch Drunk Love?
I have, yeah, and it is a very good film. It's probably one of my favourite Adam Sandler films, to be honest.
Definitely shows that the guy can do really serious acting after like a spate of comedies, which is nice to see. Andy?
Yeah, I, like you guys, really enjoy the film. It's probably Paul Thomas Anderson's most underrated film.
I agree there.
Yeah, really good film. Really enjoy it.
And Mike?
Yeah, same as everyone else, really. Yeah, it's a great movie.
One Row Nerd says, great transfer, Ian. Bumper says, if a company like Severin can take a video nasty from 40 years ago and make it look like it was made yesterday, then there's no excuse for bad transfers by big companies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Paramount are the main culprits at the moment. What did I see now recently? Double Jeopardy came out in 4K, and apparently another terrible looking 4K. Apparently, it just looks like a 1080p Blu-ray.
Oh, that's a shame. The Tommy Lee Jones film, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it in years.
That's a shame. Didn't they?
No, it is Tommy. Sorry, it is Tommy. Yeah. Sorry.
Isn't Friday the 13th? They also buggered that one up on 4K.
That's right as well. Yeah. Wow. Actually, just talking about that Double Jeopardy, I actually remember a time that I went into a market, and this is back when VHS, back in the VHS days, and we seen a pirate for that movie, only for they had it down as Fugitive 3.
Oh my!
And you can kind of understand why they've done it, because it does feel like a Fugitive movie.
Yeah, I can get that. It's quite funny. We've got Bristolian Dave here saying Orangey Babbers.
Right there.
Hey Dave.
One Real Nerd says, I have talked directly to the company who does 8K restorations. It requires film in the can to do a proper job. Not digital elements, must be 35mm or 85mm. Right, DVD and Film Bloke says, actually, Andy, I have developed terrible anxiety about physical going away. Movie studios have hated physical since day one. I can't help getting obsessed with it. It just makes me happy.
I'm the same, to be honest. I don't know about you guys, but in the average day-to-day life, I am sick and tired of people having conversations about what they watched on streaming services.
Yeah.
I am so fucking bored of it. I just don't want to engage with people or talk to them about what they've watched, because it's all streaming all the time, and I'm just like, I can't be bothered with this. Just in everyday life, people, like, in conversations I overhear as well, people saying what they watched. I'm just like, I'm so out of touch with it. and I want to be out of touch with it because I want nothing to do with it. And I do think somewhere down the line, streaming will fuck off. I do think it will go.
I
It'll
hope.
come to a point.
I
I
hope
hope
so.
it will. I don't think it'll go completely, but I think because of how many streaming services there are at the minute, no one can afford them.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I think the kind of comfort that I get from the whole thing when it comes to that worry of physical media kind of just dying away, I still think that if that day did come, I still think the likes of Arrow Video, Vinegar Syndrome, I think they'll all still be around.
Yeah.
Because they have dedicated people buying from them. So I think there'll always be money to be made with them. So that's the one it's the one thing that kind of puts a smile on my face when I think about it.
There will
Physical media
still
kind of
be a
disappearing.
market for it, I think.
There's always going to be. It's always going to be there.
Yeah.
These boutique labels will keep it alive.
Well, especially some of the prices they charge for them, because some of them are very expensive sets, and they always sell out.
Actually, just talking, I have to do it because I know Andy's going to love this. I have it here beside me. I'll have to take it out for you. But I picked up something this week. I am not doing a video on this until February, but I felt that it was only right that I give you a quick sneak peek. But this is just epic. So I picked this up. It is the Last Action Hero, right? Now, right, the one thing that's great, now this is a beautiful box set, but you see this grey PCR. Now, I presume all of you have seen the movie.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is what sold this set to me. So when you actually open that grey box, you get this inside.
Oh. Wow.
That is amazing.
That's
Love
nice.
it.
Yeah.
I had no idea that this edition was available. I was on eBay one day just kind of scouring through it, and I came across this. And I was able to get it at a reasonable price as well. So, I'm hoping to put that out sometime in February. The lovely set.
I think I'm in love with that set.
Actually, there's one last thing I have to show. There is something else in it. But I actually thought it was a Blu-ray, but when I opened it, I was actually really surprised. But you got this inside it, so I thought there was going to be a Blu-ray disc inside. But when you actually open it, it is actually the tickets from the movie, and it's actually a gorgeous set. It really, really is.
Very nice set.
Yeah, so very happy to pick that up.
Yeah. I've just got the crummy Amaray with the shitty cover on it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I must admit, the 4K release we got over here was a bit crap, really. Even the front cover artwork's a bit meh.
Yeah. Do you know what kills me? Because, John's a big fan of, he loves the slipcovers, and he won't buy a movie unless it has a slipcover. And it kills him because he loves that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But he will not buy it unless he can get a slipcover. So it's a shame that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The DVD from Funbox says the comms aren't working. Fucking working. Oh dear. Traction Star says nice new video, Forgotten World of Movies.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for checking it out. Just an off the cuff thing, but I'm glad people seem to be enjoying it. So thank you.
DVD from Funbox says I've ordered the DVD of After Hours off eBay. It's UK release. I didn't know it had a UK release. Came in a box set originally and is official as far as I can tell. Awesome to hear.
It's a great film.
Scorsese, isn't it?
Yeah. 1985, I think it was.
Very nice.
Great film.
Again,
very underrated.
Watch it.
It's such a shame it hasn't got like a Blu-ray release or an updated release over here because it's out of print now. Shame.
Yeah.
We got Mike's DVD and Blu-ray collection here saying, "Hey guys, hey Mike."
Hey Mike.
Hello.
DVD from Filmbox says it does have a Blu-ray release in Spain, but it's a grey market release.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Chances are it'll be a bootleg.
Rogue says, by the way, Winnie the Pooh is still under copyright in the UK and Europe. It's only expired in the US, Canada, and Mexico. But I gather that film is made in America, so that gets away with it. But it's getting a Blu-ray release over here, bizarrely, that new Winnie the Pooh horror film. Oh dear. We've got True Action Star says a new stream on Friday, Scott.
Yeah, there will be another live stream this Friday, definitely.
Awesome. Rogue Cinema says we may not get Blood and Honey until 2027 when the copyright expires in the UK and Europe. Wow. That's no real loss there. It looks awful, but I must admit I'm kind of intrigued to watch it.
It does look like Winnie the Pooh meets Terrifier.
Yeah, it does a bit.
It does look like that.
Yeah. Oh. The masks look like they've been bought from like Dollar Tree or wherever it is in America, but yeah, it looks like it could be fun.
They look like Bebop and Rocksteady from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh god! Don't give him ideas. We'll have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ones next.
There you go.
Oh dear. We've got Pokey Cats Production says, I said this last week, but there was only 2 of you left in the stream by the time it was answers. Documentary I'm in is called How to the Deadites about Evil Dead fans. It's on Shudder now. Fun watch. I would watch it. Yeah,
I'll tell you,
Shudder.
Michael sent me, I've said this to a few people, but he sent me photos of his Evil Dead collection, and I'm not kidding you, folks. I swear to God, I wish. He's actually doing a stream with with John and Nige, and it's going to be an Evil Dead special, and he's going to be showing off some of the things that he has from Evil Dead, and I'm not going to actually spoil it, but make sure you check out that stream. You will not believe the items this man has. It's I never seen anything like it.
I think Nige has mentioned this a couple of times, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to this new stream whenever it comes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm there as soon as we get a date. I'm going to be sat down watching it.
Oh, you're gonna love this.
Yeah.
I'm actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to try and ring John and see if I can get in on this stream because I want to be part of it. Because it's going to be epic.
It sounds epic already.
It does, yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says next year or so the earliest Mickey Mouse cartoons will enter public domain, even Steamboat Willie. And in the next 10 years, Snow White will fall into public domain. Oh dear. I don't think we'll get a Mickey Mouse horror film or anything like that, DVD and Film Bloke, because they're owned by Disney. So, but Snow White, that's fair game. But I don't get the fascination with it, to be honest. I think they just want to ruin our childhoods.
That's what I'm saying. You don't think this whole thing now is going to get boring very quickly? If they're going to start bringing out horror movies for beloved classics, it's. I'm almost nearly bored of it already.
Yeah, it's a joke that stopped being funny ages ago. It's just like, it's a novel idea to do it, but like, don't keep doing it. They did a Grinch one the other month, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I know that I've heard they're doing a Thomas the Tank Engine horror film for some fucking reason.
What?
Why?
Yes. If you're into gaming, a lot of PC gamers find Thomas the Tank Engine quite scary and put them in horror games, and somebody's took that idea and they're going to do it into a horror film. Brilliant.
Wow.
Is it going to be like Smile because the faces never fucking move?
Probably. I'm just wondering if
Smile meets Maximum Overdrive.
I'm just intrigued whether Ringo Starr will come and actually voice over the film as well.
Oh, wow.
Oh dear. DVD and Film Bloke says when they were supposed to enter the public domain in the late 90s, Disney lobbied to have the copyright term extended. Disney will just buy back the copyrights; they won't let them out. DVD and Film Bloke says actually, I think if copyright was abolished, streaming would be perfect. No need to worry about rights.
Yeah,
no, that's very true. Yeah. Right, Dr. Impossible here saying gonna have a long wait before After Hours 4 into public domain. Evening, mate. Thanks for joining. We have Josh here from Through the Lens saying hey all. Hey Josh.
Hey.
Rogue says I believe Mickey Mouse is only going into public domain in NAFTA countries next year due to the UK still using the EU's copyright rules. Fair enough. DVD Public says to Dr. Impossible, yeah, we're looking at the late 2070s or early 2080s. I have the DVD on the way, so I don't give a shit. Yeah. I think if it's the 2080s, I think I'll be fucked. True Action Star Bedell says, you guys really do amazing stuff here every Wednesday night. Oh, thanks ever so much, mate. Really appreciate it. We've got Gareth here from Video Tasties. Evening all. Evening, Gareth.
Hey, Gareth.
There you
go. Edward says, seriously, do we need Channing Tatum to be developing the remake of the classic Ghosts? What are your thoughts on it? Shouldn't happen. Not needed at all.
No.
No.
Creatively redundant is Hollywood. They need to stop it, come up with new ideas. I'm just dreading all the things they're going to do to it to try and mess it up. Oh.
Who is asking for a remake of Ghost? Like right now? Like who's asking for that?
Nobody.
No one.
Yeah.
It's a perfectly made film that's going to stand the test of time. There's nothing they can do by remaking it to improve it. That's what I'm thinking.
I think to be fair.
I think the fact that even Patrick Swayze is not with us anymore, it's even harder now to watch that movie.
Yeah.
It is. And
hopefully it won't come off the ground. Hopefully it'll be like this Big Trouble in China remake. It will never happen.
That's what I'm saying. These people come out like The Rock came out and said that. You know, I think I might have mentioned this before, where he's saying Big Trouble in Little China is one of my favorite movies of all time. Good. Don't fucking remake it. No, because you're not going to better it. Simple as. And Channing Tatum should be the exact same. He's obviously clearly a fan of the original. Leave it the fuck alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Trouble in Little China with The Rock, that just sounds like a complete disaster from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't actually imagine him in that movie, to be honest. It'd be
I
weird.
couldn't.
Oh, God.
Do you know what scene I always keep thinking about? Them redoing in the remake with The Rock. Do you know the scene where Kurt Russell goes into the when he's looking for the girl with the green eyes, and he has the glasses on, he's acting like a bit of a nerd.
Yeah.
I can't envision The Rock doing that.
No.
I don't think he has the capabilities of doing it.
No. I mean, he kind of acts the same in every single film. I know there's like an internet meme you see. It's like 4 different clips of 4 different films, and they all look the same fucking one. I think one's like Jumanji, one's Jungle Cruise, and it's just like, wow.
No, I can't picture that scene where the fucking guard pins him to the fucking floor.
Yeah, but that's definitely not happening.
It's like, because The Rock would just kick that off, you know.
And you know the way, that you know your man Wang that's in it, the kind of the right hand man in the movie, who is essentially the hero of the movie.
Yeah,
there's no way that is ever happening if Dwayne Johnson is doing a remake of that movie. He will be the hero. There'll be no one else. That's it. You know, it's I hope it never happens.
Yeah,
I'm pretty certain he's got a thing in his contract that he's not allowed to ever lose a fight in a film or something. So there you go.
I think that's the problem with Hollywood at the moment. I think actors, they just have a bit too much power now. Directors don't have the say that they used to have, and it can massively affect the movie. That's what they said about that Tom Cruise Mummy movie. Apparently, he massively interfered in that movie, and look what happened.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't as good as the 90s ones. I enjoyed them too. The third one wasn't so keen on that one. No. But I must admit, I didn't mind the Tom Cruise one. It wasn't good, but it had its fun moments.
No, I didn't mind it either. But it's not what it could have been.
No, definitely so. It felt like it was too busy building up future entries into this franchise that didn't need to be a franchise.
No.
That's another thing with Hollywood. I want them to stop this universe building. Stop it. It's not fun. Right. Got Gareth saying here. We've got Dr. Impossible. Right. What Josh is saying, we'll be rewatching Columbus tonight. One of my favourite films from 2017. Have you seen it? Haven't heard of it. Keith?
No, I thought it was actually a different thing he was going to be saying. No, I've never actually seen the movie.
Oh. I thought you saw it for a bit.
Yeah, no, it's something else I was thinking of. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it. You heard of it, Scott?
I have heard of it, but I haven't seen it before.
No. What about you, Mandy?
No, I'm dyslexic, so I thought I read it as Columbo.
Kind of looks a bit.
But no, I'm not. I'm not.
Wow, that's very random.
Well, I've seen Columbo, so that's one thing.
But I've not seen Columbus. No.
Yeah. You seen it, Mike?
No, can't say I've heard of it, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, you have to tell us what it's about, Josh, in the comments. We've got Gareth here saying, bow down, minions. Bumpers says, Halloween Ends not so bad on a rewatch. Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. It's promising.
Dr. Impossible says, Halloween Ends is just shite, but so be it.
And then we're back down again.
We've got Ian saying, once all this ridiculous hysteria dies down in the future, Halloween Ends will be seen a lot more favourably. I really enjoyed it. Well, I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it, Ian. Probably will be looked upon a bit better in the future, I should think, once all the hype and all that dies down. I think the biggest problem with it was its marketing, like Halloween Kills. It was just wrongly marketed.
Yeah. I can't overlook its disconnect. That's my biggest problem with it. It's just doesn't feel like a concluding chapter to a trilogy. Just doesn't feel like it's part of the other two movies that came out. It's
I remember seeing something on Facebook or Instagram saying it was like an assassination of the Michael Myers character, Halloween Ends, and I can kind of see that.
Yeah. Well, it is and it isn't, you know.
Mm.
And that, you know, like if people think that this is the last Halloween movie we're going to see, you can think again. These movies are making money, and Jason Blum is very well aware of the fact that they are. And I guarantee you, within maybe 6-7 years, we'll see another one.
Yeah, they'll definitely make more.
Yeah, after he's done with his Exorcist series. Oh, we're bringing back Halloween. No.
Yeah.
Oh dear. We have Rock and Roll Hal here saying, if you can find the Halloween Resurrection fan edit called Homecoming, it will change your mind about the whole film. There's some talented fans out there.
Wow, okay.
Oh, that's good to hear.
That's interesting.
Dr. Impossible says, I think Cares Bears the movie is underrated, but that's just me. Okay. Never expected to be talking about Care Bears tonight. I didn't even know there was a bloody film.
No.
Maybe get a 4K transfer of that one. Damn. Oh dear. We've got Rock and Roll House saying, also, it's time to bring back Voorhees, damn it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's about time.
The only problem is, like I said, I think we've spoken about this before, but maybe Friday the 13th is one of them franchises that maybe belongs in the 80s. As much as I hate saying that because I love the franchise, but maybe it's just you just can't get away with what they got away with, you know, back in the 80s. You wouldn't get away with it today. So it's a shame. I don't like saying that, but it's true.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know a lot of people want another Nightmare on Elm Street to come back, but would that work modern day times? That's another thing. I mean, it'd be nice for it to come back, but if it's not going to work, I'd rather they just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
We've got Bumpers saying, I'm waiting for the price drop on that Halloween set. I think 70 sounds fair, but then I missed on the Friday the 13th box set trying to be too tight, lol.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price.
Yeah. Bumpers saying hi to Ian. DVD and Film Bloke says, I believe the Care Bears movie was the only profitable animated film of 85. Wow.
Wow.
Well,
I never knew they'd done a movie.
The Black Cauldron came out in 85 and that bombed. That was Disney.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a very underrated film. DVD and Film Bloke says, my favourite film from the year I was born is American Psycho.
That's good.
Nice.
I think that's
movie.
2000 as well, I think.
It is, yeah.
2000,
Yeah.
yeah. I need to see that one. Christian Bale, isn't it? What's his name in it?
Oh,
Jared
yeah,
Leto.
incredible.
Oh.
That and Equilibrium, like
Yeah.
two of my favorite Christian Bale films.
Oh, Equilibrium. If I pronounce it, Equilibrium is really good. Yeah.
I still need to watch it.
I prefer Equilibrium to The Matrix, to be honest. I think it's better.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, that's a cool statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah.
I enjoy it more than The Matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get that. Ian says, which film did you enjoy and couldn't understand why critics and fans disliked it so much? That's a good question there, Ian.
Oh God, there's so many. You know, there's
What
so
would
many
you
that
say,
come to
Ian?
mind.
Well, go on then, Keith.
I'm just trying to think of a good one. I just there was a few that came into my head there because I actually like. But the bulk of everything that I like is they were critically slammed. Jesus Christ! I think The Thing, back in the day, was actually critically slammed when it came out. What? I'm trying to think of a good one. Go on, you can go on to someone else, Joe. I'll try and think of something else.
No worries.
I have. Yeah, there's a few right there.
What about you, Scott?
I'll probably have to say Rocky 5. I quite like that film, to be fair, but I can understand why people dislike it as well.
Yeah, I can get that. I was not the biggest fan of that, but apparently he's working on a recut of that, so that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, that'd be quite good to watch.
Andy?
Well, mine is a movie that I do understand why fans didn't like it, because I think it went too dark, but for me it's The Cable Guy.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Good.
I love that film. It's a 10 out of 10 movie for me. But I get why people don't like it, because they expected to see Jim Carrey doing what he did in like Dumb and Dumber and The Mask, and they didn't get that in that film. I mean, I think it put people off. But I adore it. It's one of my favorite comedies. I love it.
Yeah, one of my favourite Jim Carrey films, that one.
Yeah.
Isn't Matthew Broderick in it as well?
That's right.
Yeah. Directed by Ben Stiller.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
He's got a very small but funny dual role in the movie. It's quite funny.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen it, but that's cool. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, there's probably loads, but the only one that I can think of is the 1998 Godzilla movie. Yeah, I loved it as a kid, and I still love it today. I get that it's not I get that it's not really like the original Japanese one, but I still think it's an enjoyable movie, and I don't really get the sort of the hate that movie gets. But I just there's very few people I know that actually like it, but I'm one of them.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed it as well.
That's a fun film. Again, also starring Matthew Broderick, I think.
Yeah.
And you, Keith, what about you?
Yeah, I was just looking at the collection. Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Yeah.
Comes to mind as well. I had look, it's not as near as good as the first two movies, but it's such a fun movie. It's great. It's definitely the funniest Beverly Hills Cop movie. But yeah, I always liked it.
Great pick there. For me, I'm trying to think of something of a franchise I like. I'm going to say the Deadpool from the Dirty Harry franchise. And not a lot of people didn't like that one, and it didn't do very well critically, but I think it's a lot of fun. Great cast in it.
Really enjoyed it.
Moments. Yeah, it's a very solid film.
I think Temple of Doom as well was a bit like that as well. I don't think people were too crazy about it after, the follow-up to Raiders, and I really enjoyed that movie as well.
Yeah.
I love that film. I think it's great.
My favourite Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it's the other way around for me. It was the first one I was never a big fan of, and I loved Temple of Doom and Last Crusade, but now, as I've got older, I really do like Raiders. High bumper. Bristolian Dave says, wait, there are people on the panel born after 2000. I now feel ancient. Dr. Impossible says, better ending than Halloween ends. Better give it a go, Keith. At least you'll have a smile on your face plus a song too. Oh dear. Right, we have Traction Star saying, "What's your thoughts on the film Deep Rising?"
I love that movie.
That's the 90s one. That's the one on the ship, isn't it, with the creature?
Yeah, it's the director of The Mummy, Stephen Sommers.
Oh,
It is. I love that movie. I love it so much. I'm trying to get a Blu-ray of it. I can't find a Blu-ray edition of it. Haven't seen it in years, but I loved it. It has a cheesy cast. The main star of the movie, I think, is actually quite brilliant. I kind of get this, Brendan Fraser vibe off him. I don't know what it is. When you see Brendan Fraser in the Mummy movies, he kind of, maybe that's a coincidence, maybe because it's the same director. I don't know, but yeah, it's a great time. I think I always find that a ship setting is a great setting to a horror movie. Well, a horror or creature feature or whatever you want to call it. So no, I had a great time in it. Actually, no, so I might watch the DVD. I think when I go to bed tonight.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain this is one that I watched a couple of months ago on Disney Plus. I mean, it was a lot of fun. It was. I was surprised by it. I just put it on at random, and I was like, "This is very entertaining." Although the CGI is definitely dated, but my word, it's so much fun set on that ship. It's a good film. You seen it, Scott?
I have, and I really liked it as well. Thought it was a hell of a lot of fun.
Awesome. Andy?
Yeah, I watched it for the first time last month, and it was everything I wanted it to be from like a 90s creature feature. Silly over the top CGI, great fun cast, great set. It was kind of like well, I don't want to say Aliens, but kind of like that sort of sci-fi movie meets Under Siege. It's just like...
No, there is no question there is an Aliens vibe off that movie.
Yeah,
you're absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of Aliens meets Under Siege, I'd say. Just because of the boat.
Acting reminds me a little bit of Anaconda at times as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
but it was fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
You, Mike, you've seen it?
Yeah, the last time I watched it was years ago, and it was on. I think it was on Channel 5, and it was back when, I don't know, maybe Keith or Andy, you might remember this. Like I always used to have issues with Channel 5. Like I always had really bad picture quality. Like it was always Channel 5 for some reason, and that's I can remember watching it, and I could barely make the movie out, but I still watched it anyway. But I remember enjoying it. But I always used to get it mixed up with Deep Impact, because I think they both came out. I think they both came out the same year. I think those two movies, or maybe a couple of years apart. But I always used to get them mixed up.
Yeah. That's a great one with Channel 5 because it was so true.
Yeah. Oh, Channel 5 was a bastard. There was always interference, and it was always haze all over the place, and you could never get a good signal on it.
Yeah.
The horrible thing now is if you actually watched it today, you'll probably hate it because it's so clear now and you can actually make it out.
Actually, I think Channel 5's got a better reception than bloody BBC, but it's just a shame that Channel 5 mostly shows shite these days. Oh dear.
No, that's a great movie. Yeah, that's a great one.
St. John says yes, Keith. The Fog. I'm with you there. Yeah.
I had a feeling you would be, Gary.
It's a great film.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I think it might be my favourite Carpenter film. I really loved it. Yeah. It's so good and atmospheric.
Just the music. I keep every time I think of The Fog, that music right at the start of the movie.
Oh, great! Definitely.
Love it. Yeah. Marvel fan says, "Hi guys, how are you? I've just got an email from Zavi that they've cancelled my order of Watership Down 4K. They're currently unable to source more in stock. Don't think it's just been cancelled completely, mate. We were talking about it last week with Nige. Apparently, BFI and the creator of it, something to do with rights issues. Wow. It's a shame because it was a nice looking set.
Yeah.
So close to release as well.
Yeah.
Right, we have Jason here saying, nice talking to you the other day, Pete. I hope to join you guys again someday. Absolutely, Jason. It's always a pleasure talking to you, mate. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for joining. DVD from Film Bloke says about Ian's question for him is the next Karate Kid. Julie is a lot more endearing than Daniel and has a great chemistry with Miyagi, and there's more corny and it's no more corny than the first one. I have to admit, I really enjoyed the next Karate Kid. I liked it more than 2 and 3. I like that one. Yeah, I agree with you there, mate.
I think it's only a matter of time as well before we actually do see her in the series.
Yeah.
I think it will happen.
Yeah, definitely missing a trick if they don't have her in there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Bumpers movie saying I was born in 81, so sport for choice when it comes to
Absolutely.
slashes, but I think I'm going to go with The Evil Dead.
Ah,
Don't blame
yeah.
you, that's a great
Nice
pick
choice.
there.
Yeah.
4K Michelin star movie says A Clockwork Orange, Play Misty for Me, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, French Connection, Dirty Harry, Fiddler on the Roof, Straw Dogs. Can anyone beat this lot? Wow, 71 was
Yeah,
a good year.
that's a tough one.
Rock and Roll House says, oh, and evening, guys. How rude of me, eh? Evening, mate. Thanks for joining. DVD and Film Bloke says, 71 was a great year for films. The Devils as well. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of The Devils, mate. Vengeance Media says, if you like Drive, check out Nightcrawler, which also has Bill Paxton. Nightcrawler's brilliant. That's the Jake Gyllenhaal one. Love that.
I love that film.
So good.
Yeah.
Such a good movie.
I agree there.
2014 that was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, 2014. You had so many good films in that year. Winter Soldier, Whiplash, Birdman, Boyhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good, yeah. We've got Brazilian Dave says 92 is the best year, not only because I was born, but because of Reservoir Dog, Basic Instinct, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I've got to think about calling it Bram Stoker for some reason. Last of the Mohican, Unforgiven, Army of Darkness, Bodyguard, Aladdin, and Wayne's World. Again, fantastic year for movie there.
Yeah.
Batman Returns as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some really big hitters that year as well. One Real Nerd says Bill Paxton was in a movie called Slipstream. Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker plays a bad cop. Huh?
No, I never seen it.
That one.
No.
Keep an eye on that one. Sounds good. Matt says I watch Pete sleep all time. He just don't know that yet. Oh, brilliant. Bumper says that young Sherlock Holmes steelbook sold out. I was gutted, but managed to find a seller in the end. Such a great movie. Yeah, I kind of wish I pre-ordered it now, but it is getting a standard release later on in February. So if I do miss out, I can still get the normal edition. I'm not too fussed, as long as I can get it. But I know you pre-ordered it, Andy, didn't you?
Yeah, I pre-ordered it. I'm hoping Amazon don't do this again, but I have pre-ordered it and I have had an email saying it is coming. But when the last pre-order I had on Amazon, I had it on pre-order for 3 months, and that was Ghostwatch. And then they emailed me saying, "Yeah, it's coming," and then they emailed me saying we can't source it.
Wow.
So I'm not holding my breath. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. So
yeah.
Oh,
it's such a shame.
What did I see there yesterday, Andy? You picked up the Batman movies, didn't you? The collector's editions.
The thick Warner Brothers ones,
yeah,
the 4K ones. I only got the Nolan trilogy, but yeah.
Oh, you only got the Nolan trilogy?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you might have got the other two.
Yeah, because they're doing Returns and Robin, aren't they?
Yeah, they got
Forever and Robin, I should say. Yeah. I watched your videos, Keith, and I've got to be honest, I just weren't sold on the sets themselves.
They were massively lacking compared to the Nolan ones.
Yeah, 100%. I just thought they don't scream anything about the movie to me.
No, they don't. And to be honest, they neither do the newest ones either. That's coming out. They're the exact same. They're following the same. The steelbooks are the exact same. It's all silhouettes. You know, it's. I'm not a fan, but look, I have to get them.
Yeah. But they do look stellar on 4K. Those 4 movies, though. They do look phenomenal.
Yeah, I can imagine they do look really nice, especially like Batman and Robin with all the colours.
Oh wow!
I'd probably say Returns is probably the one that looks the best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you on that one as well. Yeah, Returns is the most one. It was one I was the most impressed with.
Yeah, it's just
Batman was very close.
Yeah,
to it as well.
Yeah. I just kind of like the Christmas stuff in that movie.
Yeah,
It just looks great on 4K, and yeah.
I really need to watch Batman Returns because when I first watched it, it was on my 5-day hangover, so it didn't go very well.
5-day hangover.
I'm just picturing Scott watching that and that bit where the penguin chews that guy's nose off.
Any scene with the penguin, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, Danny DeVito is just a horrible little bastard in that movie.
Yeah, he's one creepy little fucker in that.
I piss myself when I see him in his little Batmobile.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear.
I'll be back in a minute. Just got to do something quickly.
No worries, mate. We got as he disappears. DVD from Football says also, has Scott become a regular co-host and joined the ranks of Andy and Mike? Yeah, I think he has. It's great having Scott joining us every week. DVD from Filmblock says, Dr. Impossible. Sorry, Dr. Impossible. What's the best SFX scenes in action films that actually added to the overall structure of the film? Structure meaning plot or story. So what's the best special effects scene in an action movie? That's a good question. Can you think of one, Andy?
Special effects. I don't know. I just when I think of action movie, I think the two my two favorite action movies are Terminator 2 and Hard Boiled.
Yeah. And Terminator 2 definitely set the bar.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
That was the movie that I was instantly thinking of when I read that comment.
Yeah. I was. Terminator 2 blends CGI and practical so well. The movie's smart enough to know when to use each one.
Yeah, absolutely.
It knows its limits and it knows when is appropriate to use each one. So I'm gonna have to say Terminator 2, and I'm gonna have to say the scene I'm gonna have to say is in the hospital scene where they rescue Sarah when the T-1000 just walks through the bars.
That is just
because it's not like he kind of just runs through it. It's done so slowly. It's just it's incredible, absolutely incredible.
It shows off the special effects, gives it time to actually show off, not just a quick flick and it's done.
No,
that's one thing as well. Not forgetting Star Wars as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree there. Star Wars, some great special effects in there, definitely back in the day. What about you, Mike?
For me, I have to go with like more of like a practical effect, but I just have to go with when you see the alien queen in Aliens. I just think that she just looks amazing, and the fact that it's a model, it looks incredible, and even all of the alien creatures in that movie, they look so much better than any of the CGI aliens we've seen in these more recent movies. It just shows that practical effects were always the best.
And they only had 3 suits in that movie.
Yeah.
To use. It's amazing, isn't it? It's a testament to how great Cameron is that he made it look like there was hundreds of aliens in this movie, even though there was only 3 suits. You know, it's quite amazing when you think about it. The only thing is, you know that queen alien. When you actually look at behind the scenes, like some documentaries and all that, when you actually see the first testing of that out in the parking lot, covered in bin bags. It's the most ridiculous thing you'll ever see, but it just works so well.
Yeah, definitely do agree with Andy about Terminator 2, so I'll probably pick that one. What about you, Scott?
Terminator 2 was obviously the first answer that popped into my head, so I'll probably have to go with that one.
Yeah, definitely. I have to echo what Andy says. Such an incredible film.
Like, don't forget about The Abyss as well. Now, I know it's not an out-and-out action movie, but that's just incredible. Some of the visuals in that.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
haven't actually seen The Abyss yet. That's one of the
Oh,
few
wow.
Oh, it's a
Cameron ones
great
I haven't
film.
seen. I don't. It's only got a Blu-ray release, hasn't it? DVD release. The Abyss,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless you're Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It deserves a Blu-ray release because I'm sure it looks stunning.
Yeah.
It's getting a 4K release. I think it was announced.
Oh,
Oh.
awesome.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. We've got Mike here saying my favourite movie of the year I was born would be Taxi Driver from '76, which makes me 46. I'm an old geezer. Lol. You're still young, Mike. You're still young.
Absolutely.
Rosso Smile Film says Scream, Playtendoguy. A couple of you said already, but '96 had many great films. Definitely.
Yeah. I think my favorite from '96 is probably Secrets and Lies.
Oh, it's done it
Yes.
I love that film.
Yes. Mike Lee film, Brenda Blethyn,
Yeah.
great film. Do like that one.
Event Horizon was 96 as well, wasn't it? As far as I remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might have been, yeah.
I want to say so.
What film's that, sorry?
Event Horizon.
Or was it 97? 96?
It could be. It might be 97. I can't quite remember.
I can't remember. No.
It's around that time, definitely. We've got Nige saying, "How could you all forget the 1996 From Dusk Till Dawn? What a film!"
That's a great film.
Haven't seen it yet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible saying, "What are your 2 essential elements you look for when you watch a new movie in the cinema?" That's a good question. You want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, sure. Probably I would say I look for likable characters. I think a movie really helps when you connect with the characters and they have great chemistry on screen and that. And I'd probably say just a decent story.
Great one there. Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, so for me it's competency and originality. Whenever I watch a film. It's like competency, I just want to see it well made, well acted, well framed, well lit, well paced. And then originality is about the story, like how well do I connect with this film? Do I enjoy it? And for the third one, maybe further down the line would be rewatchability.
Yeah.
When it comes out on physical, like how many times am I going to go back to this film?
Definitely good picks there. Mike?
Yeah, I'd probably have to say the same. Definitely originality, because I think we're in an era where Hollywood is maybe lacking in that a little bit. But I feel like last year was maybe an improvement. And then, as Andy says, probably rewatchability.
Yeah, definitely. And you, Keith?
Yeah, I agree with everyone. Like, I think story is key. Story. Depends on what you're watching. You know, sometimes if I'm watching a good horror movie, a setting can be very key to a good horror movie. You know, but I think in the end, it's all, it has to be stories. You have to have great characters, great chemistry. If you don't have that in a movie, you're just not going to have a good movie.
Absolutely. For me, it's definitely the big thing is story. Its whole setting and premise is the big draw there. And also another thing, to see a film in cinema, it's got to be a film that could probably be easily spoiled, because too often I've had films been spoiled because the internet showing spoilers online through Facebook and Instagram. So I'd want to go and see a film and not get the story spoiled if I waited for it to come out on physical, because that seems to happen a lot. Yeah, a lot of that happens these days.
Yeah.
We have Rosso Smile Films here saying, "Pete, have you played The Last of Us before watching the series? Who's going in blind?" Yeah, I've played all the games before. Yeah, fantastic games. Some of the best in the business. Great storytelling, characters, and gameplay. But yeah, you don't need to play the games to enjoy the series. And this has actually tied into Edward's next comment. Thoughts on the TV series. Have any of you guys seen the TV series yet?
No, not yet.
No.
I'm just holding off just till a few episodes are out. You know, I find that when you watch one episode, it teases me. You know, it's just you just want more. So I'm just going to wait for a bit more. The only thing I will say is, and this is where I brought this up to a few people, you know, and this is the difference between video games, particularly a Naughty Dog video game compared to a TV show. But do you think that when this is over and it's over and done by, and then they renew it for a second season, if they do decide to do it, do you think that the creators will have the balls to do what Naughty Dog done in Last of Us Part 2? I bet you they don't.
Now, they might do because Neil Druckmann is a part of the creative team on it. He's part writer of the series and all. So I think they might do it, but I'll be a bugger if they do because that's a shock. But I can't say nothing about it.
No, we can't say nothing. We can't say nothing.
No,
I'd be very surprised if they do.
Yeah, definitely will be. But first episode for me, I loved it. I've seen it twice. Watched it first a few days before the premiere, and I watched it last night with my mum, and she loved it. And she's a big fan of the game. She don't play games, but that was the first game she actually watched. Kind of went on the journey with me and watched me play it.
That's really unbelievable. Yeah, Ellen did the exact same thing with me.
Yeah,
she actually sat down and watched me play it, and she fell in love with the game.
Absolutely, same here. My mum was never really into games, always think this thing, but she sat there and watched it, and she got thoroughly invested. Literally, that was probably that and its sequel, the only games that I probably played through within like a couple of days. But man, that sequel, what it did.
Still gets me every time.
It does. Mind you, the opening to the Last of Us game, that gets me every time as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We've got Andy-like stuff here. Who are your favourite actors and what films made them your favourites? Very good question there, Andy. Do you want to go first, Andy?
I've got to give a shout out to Michael Keaton because he was my Batman. He always will be. And then I just sort of branched off and watched sort of other films with him in, like Pacific Heights and Clean and Sober. And then his career kind of took a dip, like in the
that's right,
late 2000s. You didn't really see much of him, and then he came back with a bang, like with Birdman, Spotlight, and The Founder. And
great films.
I enjoyed all of them, and he just.
Do you know what movie I loved by him? And it was actually during that spell when you said he dipped.
Yeah.
But he brought a movie out called Desperate Measures.
Right.
That I really enjoyed. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've not. No, I'll have to check it
out.
out.
Oh wow! Okay, right. Okay.
Check it out. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'd have to say, I just have to say Michael Keaton because he's just got rewatch factor to him. I don't know. I can't really explain it.
Yeah, he definitely always delivers a great performance in all the films he's in. There's something about him I do agree there.
Yeah.
I think the first film I watched him in was probably Beetlejuice. So that was a great first time watch seeing him as Beetlejuice. Scott?
I'd have to say Sylvester Stallone's definitely got to be one of my favourites. Just such a really good rewatchable actor. And my favourite films of his are obviously the Rocky films. Grew up watching those quite a lot. I'd say Robert De Niro is probably another one of my favourites, and Goodfellas is definitely my favourite film that he's been in off the top of my head. Also Al Pacino, and the film that I choose from him is Scarface.
Yeah, very good picks there. Scott, Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Michael Keaton as well, just because again he was my Batman growing up. But it was when I saw him in Beetlejuice, when I saw that movie for the first time, it just solidified my love for him. Other than that, I'd probably say Arnie. I just remember watching his movies from a very young age, seeing like Commando and True Lies, the Terminator movies, and I just loved him. So I'd have to say those two.
Very good picks there. And Keith?
I think with me it's always the same too. Harrison Ford. You know, when I seen him in Indiana Jones, it was just kind of love at first sight. Everything that he'd done in the 80s. Working Girl, love all that. I love everything that he'd done in the 80s. And Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell out of he just had so many memorable characters, whether it's Snape Plissken, McCready and all that, but the Carpenter movies that he'd done, but like even Backdraft, Stargate, Tango and Cash, just so many incredible movies with Kurt Russell. So yeah, I'd have to lean towards them too.
Yep, two fantastic actors there. For me, I'm thinking about it. Got Arnie, Commando, Terminator, Predator. Kevin Costner. For me, it was
Right.
Dances with Wolves. Loved that film. Remember watching that one Easter and just loved watching it. And Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry, The Man with No Name trilogy, and Play Misty for me. Remember loving them, watching them for the first time. Bumpers is saying boobs and guns. Okay, I'm intrigued. You've sold me already.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Impossible says the bigger the explosion, the bigger they bounce. Why not? Okay.
Oh no! Now I get it. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I do. We've got Russo Smile Films here saying, anyone watch The Craft? Imaginative allegory for navigating school, college, etc. Oh, was this the one from the 90s? I see it many years ago, but it was pretty good, but I can't remember too much about it. They did a sequel, didn't they, a couple of years ago? I heard that was pretty bad.
Yeah, that kind of just disappeared like a fart in the wind, didn't it?
What a saying.
Oh, brilliant saying. You seen The Craft, Scott?
I haven't, but has it got Neve Campbell in it? Is that a one?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I've heard this one would be pretty good, so I'll look forward to checking it out at some point.
Nice. Andy?
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay, The Craft. I didn't mind it. It's got a few of the actors from Scream in it. But yeah, I was going to say before as well, if Neve Campbell's not in Scream 6, I'm coming home and whacking on Wild Things. So
I wonder why.
That's a good night in with Wild Things. Oh dear. Mike?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm the same. It's okay, but it doesn't really have much of a rewatch factor for me. But it's got a pretty good cast.
I agree. And you, Keith?
I thought it was okay. I was going to say something very bold there, and look, I might. I seen a movie there. It's almost like the male version of it called The Covenant, and I think I might have actually preferred that movie over The Craft. Believe it or not, and that's not saying a whole lot, unfortunately. But yeah, it wasn't for me.
Yeah. I'm now just thinking about watching Wild Things later now. Thanks, Andy.
I wouldn't mind. Someone actually gave me that as a gift there just recently. I got the limited edition set of it, so at least I have an excuse to watch it, Andy.
Yeah. I'm just testing the 4K.
Yeah. I think I still need to check my Blu-ray disc just to see if it's still working, in case it's got disc rot or something. So I'll put it in the player and give it another go.
I bet when that came out on 4K, how many people do you think forwarded it to that scene? Just to get the 4K.
How many 4K discs out there are broken because of skipping on that one scene?
Yeah.
I remember it happened with I still probably have it in the house. Oh my God, what's it called? Halle Berry. The movie she won the Oscar for.
Monsters Ball.
Monsters Ball. You know the scene I'm talking about in that?
Yes.
Well, I actually had that DVD in the house, and I have a big family. And all of a sudden I noticed that, I think it was around maybe 3 months after owning the movie, we knocked it on, and when I actually got to that scene, it just wouldn't work. It was actually damaged on the disc, and I think it was because all my brothers were watching it that much that it just kind of checked the disc, So it's
yeah.
Oh wow.
It's a bit of a weird scene. That scene.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never even heard of that one. What's it got?
No.
Halle Berry in?
Yeah.
She won the Oscar
Check
for
out
that.
Swordfish. Just for that scene.
Oh, that's a great. That is. I really like that movie. I think it's a great movie.
Yeah, it's a bit weird for me, but it's got a great cast. It's got a fun cast.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got DVD info, but it says, I believe the 4K of Willy Wonka is framed correctly to the right aspect ratio and the shots are better composed. Good to hear. What reaction star saying, do you think blockbusters are losing their shine?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely does feel like they're lost with ideas and returning to the same old tropes that just like superhero genre. I'm pretty much fed up with it now. We've seen so much of it. Whilst I am looking forward to a few of them coming out this year, I kind of prefer the smaller titles now. It just feels like there's more creativity in them. Blockbusters feel, bar Top Gun Maverick, the rest of them seem rather samey and boring. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, well, I'd have to agree. I think some more of the smaller movies are actually better than a lot of the big blockbusters that come out today, I think.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, sorry, I read that question as the store, Blockbusters. I was like, sadly, they're no longer around, but yeah. But yeah, no, definitely losing their touch. I mean, I'm not as excited anymore. Like when comic book movies come out, like I remember when I was a kid and like there'd be a new Batman movie, and I'd be like, "Oh, I'm absolutely stoked! Can't wait!" It's been ages since we had a Batman movie, but now I'm just like, there's a superhero movie like nearly every 2 months.
That's true.
It's ridiculous, and then don't even get me started on the TV shows they're putting out. It's just, they've lost their touch completely.
I'm not kidding you. I feel like I'm actually watching my video that I put out tonight because that's exactly everything that I said about Black Adam is all in that. The exact same things you were just saying there now. Major fatigue now with these superhero movies. I want them to go away. I want them to go away and go away quickly. Kind of like the streaming services. I want these superhero movies to go. But there is no question. Blockbusters have, like we were only just talking about the other day, that movie Moonfall with Roland Emmerich. Because I guarantee if that movie was released in the 90s, it would have been an absolute blockbuster. It would have made around 700-800 million worldwide, where this one only made around, I don't even think it grossed 100 million worldwide. So it's they are definitely losing interest there. People are massively losing interest in them.
Yes.
But the only problem as well, just going another thing as well, though, people seem to be losing interest in originality as well, because when they start bringing out big blockbuster movies that were original, no one seemed to care about them. You know, so yeah, it's a tricky thing. I'd hate to be working in any of these studios because you just don't know what way to go.
No.
Yeah.
I think horror is the safe bet at the moment. I honestly think horror is the one genre at the moment that is just spewing originality at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes. They don't cost so much to make, so that it allows for a greater chance for them to do more with it and always guarantee a profit more or less. But with like the big budget blockbusters, they've got to play it very safe. It used to be exciting when a superhero film came out, but now it's just like, oh, not another one.
Yeah.
It does feel like you've seen more.
I was shooting the video for Black Adam, and because I didn't see the movie, I still haven't watched the movie. I just shot the video because I thought the video would have been somewhat relevant this week. But when I finished shooting the video, the first thing I just said to myself was, why the fuck did I buy this? You know, why did I not just wait for it to go down in price? I have no idea why I actually done that. I'm even now that I have it in my collection, I'm struggling to, I can't seem to get in the mood to watch it, and I don't know why I done that. It was stupid on my part.
I miss a bit on the same. I'm in no rush to see it, and then also with the DC as it is, it's in a mess, so there's no point in seeing it because it has no impact on like whatever's to come.
And then, what did I hear about did I hear right about that Flash movie? And I was like, my God, please tell me. I heard that's what they're doing, the whole multiverse thing with the Flash movie.
Think so, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's original.
Yeah.
Mm.
I just have no. There's quite a few coming out this year with DC. You've got Shazam, Flash. You've got Aquaman, and I just don't care about any of them, to be honest. It's just like,
No.
not that bothered at all.
Like even the latest Batman movie, as much as I loved it, I thought it was a great movie. But then they put that scene at the end of it with the Joker, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, not this again. You know, it's just, don't give me another movie with the Joker. You know, look at all the villains that's out there in the Batman universe that we have not seen yet.
Well, the Batman's got probably one of the greatest rogue galleries out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's not playing it too safe.
I agree there. I think one of the best things about Batman compared to the other films is it was its own contained thing, but now they want to make that into a whole universe, which is kind of annoying. Oh, I don't know. What about you, Mike? What do you think of blockbusters in general?
Yeah, I think they're definitely losing their shine. I mean, in the last 10 years, I can't even name a movie that was a blockbuster that isn't a comic book movie, a sequel, a remake, something original. I can't give you a movie off the top of my head. And I'm just not interested in most of the blockbusters we're getting these days. I think when I look at cinema listings, the movies I tend to want to see are all, like you guys say, the smaller scale movies, the sort of the original ideas, and like you said, Keith, like a lot of the horror movies. They're the ones that interest me these days. Like the blockbusters, most of the time I just don't care anymore.
Isn't it shocking to think as well? We were only talking about this the other day, but I didn't say the comedy genre is gone. It's over. We were trying to think of we were actually trying to say, we were saying to each other the other day, what was the last comedy we seen? And we couldn't think. It's been that long. It's just gone. It's sad. It's sad. It's
right. DVD and Full Blow says, I kind of feel bad for getting the regular Blu-ray, but I don't have a Ultra HD player or 4K TV. The regular Blu-ray still looks good. Yeah, most Blu-rays do, to be fair.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah, I don't praise it as much as I should be doing it. Thankfully, I did do it in me Halloween when I got a bit me Halloween ends video, and I did praise that Blu-ray quite a bit in it, and rightfully so.
Yeah. There was a film I watched over Christmas. I've grown up with it, loved the film, and I was watching it on Blu-ray, and I was like, "This is the best Blu-ray I've ever seen," and it was Ghostbusters 2.
No, it looks amazing. But I think that was mastered in 4K.
Yeah, it just looks insane.
Yeah.
Oh, even when the pink goo comes out the.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm like, this is outside. I'm stood outside. Well, watch that's where it took me because of how clear it was.
There's another great movie, Andy Dash. I suppose could have been in that list of movies that critics and fans weren't too crazy about.
Yeah,
Ghostbusters too.
I like Ghostbusters too. I get a good kick out of it. Is it as good as the first?
No.
Arguably not. No, but there's still a lot of good things there to be had.
Yeah, I can absolutely go.
Yeah.
We've got Rogue saying, I've been continuing my Spielberg binge with watching Duel and Bridge of Spies yesterday. Very nice.
Oh, that Duel is just fantastic. What a movie that is. And I think that's getting a 4K release this year as well.
That's cool.
I'm almost certain that it might be Kino Lorber again. I think it could be.
Wouldn't surprise me. They released some very good titles.
That's gonna be a good one because the entire movie is all outdoors. You know, you got a lot of natural light. That is going to, if it's done right, that could be a stellar 4K transfer.
I could imagine. It continues to say Duel was really good for the amount of budget it had, and Spielberg once described Jaws as Duel on the sea.
There you go. That's right. Yeah.
Oh. He also says, I've also invested in a proper camera and microphone for my uni work and some personal work. Oh, that's great to hear, mate. Dr. Impossible says, name one film where the plot point to the movie never went anywhere.
I can think of one.
Well,
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, good
That's a good
pick
one.
there. I haven't seen it, so I can't say, but yeah. What about you, Scott? Oh, sorry, Andy.
No, sorry, go on. It's all right.
No, you're right. You say what you like.
No. I was just going to say it's the briefcase. Obviously, it's like probably the one movie that's has the most famous MacGuffin in it, but it just focuses more on character.
Yeah. You can kind of say that about Mission Impossible 3. You never find out what the rabbit's foot was.
That's true.
Mm.
That's true. Scott?
I haven't seen this film in quite a while, but I don't remember there being much of a plot, and it's called The Open House. It was Netflix original, I believe, and it was just one of the worst horror films I've ever seen, so I would have to go with that one.
Yeah, sounds about right. It's a Netflix film. Most of the stuff they put on
Yeah,
there
there you
aren't
go.
the greatest.
Yeah.
Living up to their name, the asshole of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah. The new home for straight-to-DVD films, Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Mike?
Honestly, I don't think I can think of anything off the top of my head. I'm thinking more like TV shows. Like I always remember, like Lost, the TV show.
Oh, yeah.
Like by the end of that show, I was just like, what was the plot to that show?
That Lost is one of them. Another one of them examples again where there was absolutely no plans set out. You can clearly see it.
Yeah. I mean, whilst I haven't seen all the series, I kind of say The Walking Dead as well, because that just kind of lost its way with the plot and nothing really happened in it. It was just like, oh, they're just sitting there half the time for the whole episode and nothing really happens. But I haven't seen the end of it.
Can someone confirm this to me now? There was the last episode aired there a couple of weeks back, didn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Is that the last episode of The Walking Dead? Is that it? They're done?
There's spin-offs.
I think so, but there's spin-offs coming.
But but that is the end of that.
I think that's the end of the show, yeah.
I think so,
right,
yeah.
Right.
Done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen how I still don't know how it ends.
No.
Oh, right. I found out. I won't spoil it.
No,
I think I've got like 3 or 4
disappointing.
episodes left.
Nah.
And what about you, Keith?
Like I said, I think Mission Impossible 3 was the one that came into my mind. Yeah, the rabbit's foot. You know, you never find out. Even when he inquires at the end of the movie, I don't think they would tell him what it was. So yeah, that's the only one I can think of, really.
We've got Rogue here saying, I like looking at the Roald Dahl references carved into the paving slabs in Roald Dahl Square in Cardiff. Oh, that's cool. Oh. 4K Michelin star movie says The Pale Blue Eyes on Netflix. Victorian murder mystery with Christian Bale and Gillian Anderson. Ooh. Sounds good, but...
Oh, I never heard of it.
Yeah. That sounds good. Shame it's on Netflix.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah. None of us will watch it.
DVD Roblox says, actually going back to physical media, I feel like awful since I mostly buy old catalogue titles. I don't buy titles on day one that often. It doesn't completely help physical's case.
Well, you don't have to feel bad about it.
No.
That's how you buy your physical media. Don't ever feel bad about it. And you're still buying physical media.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
if you're buying something, you're
still buying it
alive.
You're still buying it. You're still contributing, regardless of when it was released. You know, still doing your part.
And actually, if you're buying old catalogue titles, that means more old catalogue titles are likely to come out. So you're doing a good thing there, mate. And a lot of people don't buy day one on big titles because they always go down real cheap very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Rogue here saying, if you ever visit Cardiff and look out for the Roald Dahl stuff, you'll find it everywhere because Roald Dahl was born and raised in Llandaff, which is a northern suburb of Cardiff. Cool.
Okay.
I nearly said Gandalf, but I'm pretty certain I got it wrong. Dodo Impossible says, if Pete does a 24-hour live stream, will Andy do a single watch stream with Bugsy Malone on a continuous loop for 24 hours for charity?
will I fuck?
Oh,
No.
We've got Rogue Cinema saying I also now own every single Steven Spielberg film on Blu-ray, except for the Twilight Zone movie, which is really difficult to get on Blu-ray, so I got the South Korean DVD. Cool.
Yeah. Well, it's on movie on Blu-ray.
I'm pretty certain you can get that on Blu-ray. I don't know, why am I just thinking of the TV series?
No, I've only got it on DVD.
Yeah. I was convinced I actually had it on Blu-ray. I'm obviously not.
It used to freak me out, that bit where Dan Aykroyd just turns round in the car.
Oh.
Like, fucking hell.
Oh. Right. DVD and Film Bloke says, I really need to stop thinking about it. It's not going away that quickly. I just feel like shit. My mind has moved away. My mind has moved after my laptop has settled down as my fear of the SSD. Don't worry about it. You just buy whatever you like whenever you like, mate. And I hope your laptop's okay. You're buying films, you're keeping it alive, you're doing your bit. Nothing more you can do, mate.
Yeah.
True Action Star's got a good question here. In your opinion, what makes a good collector's edition and what you'd like to see in one? That is a good question.
Glass eyeballs.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, my copy of Last Action Hero looks so pitiful next to that.
Yeah.
I've got to sit to your standard animated bit as well.
It just
I'm
felt like
probably the
Sony
last
didn't bother
person.
with that release. It just feels like it.
I don't even know how to even answer that question. It's it could be anything. I collect busts. I collect so many. I don't know what's essential. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think I could probably talk about what I could probably do less of. Booklets with stills from the movies. I could do with less of that, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah.
Pictures. Yeah.
I don't quite see the point. I done an unboxing one day of Crawl, that movie, the alligator movie Crawl. And you got postcards and that, but the postcards you get in it it was actually behind the scenes stills. Now that made actually a bit more sense than actually just putting stills from the movie. So anything that has to do with stills from the movie, I think I could do without.
Yeah. I definitely do agree with you. I do feel like with a lot of collector's editions, they do like to put loads and loads of pictures in them, and it'd be nice if we had like soundtracks. Like the Highlander one, perfect for a soundtrack. Why it never got a soundtrack with that release, I never know.
Yeah,
so if the movie's got a good soundtrack, pop that in.
Yeah, I think the fact that Queen has the rights, I think because Queen's behind it, that's maybe one of the factors to why that was not on that 4K disc or 4K release.
Probably so.
It's hard to know. Like I think a good book, a good, nice, big write up about the movie itself helps. It's nice to see that.
Definitely do agree.
Yeah, it's. I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's hard because I can look around my room and see, like, I'm looking at Inception there now, where it comes in the metal briefcase that you see all during that movie. It's every movie is different.
Maybe little trinkets or like little bits that pop up in the film, like the cinema ticket from Last Action Hero. Like them little bits adds to the
absolutely
editions.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, I think that's a good point there. Now, prop replicas from the movies would be nice. Like you said, tickets from Last Action Hero, glass eyeballs.
I must admit that Cinema Vault ones, those new 4 ones that they come with, like the little crystal thing, that was a pretty cool addition. I like that.
That was a nice touch. Yeah, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, you don't see that often, so I wonder if they'll continue doing that range.
That's another thing that pisses me off as well. I've seen Zabi doing it a lot now. I was actually inquiring about. They're bringing out a lot of these deluxe releases, something similar to the Batman movies that we were talking about earlier, but they're advertising them as limited to 2,000 copies. but they're not numbered. Now that I don't. I think that's wrong. I think it's bullshit. The fact that they're not sold out, I think that speaks volumes. That Xavier actually bullshitting. That there's more than 2,000 copies of these. So I think that when it comes to these companies and saying that these are limited numbers, I think they should come with a number. I think that's actually essential to a collection. That should be massively essential to a good collector's edition.
It's a bit like a guarantee, isn't it?
But that's it, it's, yeah. At least with them vault editions now, I know for an absolute fact there's only 2,000, I think it was 2,000 or 3,000 of them. There's no way of getting around that now. It's, you got the big crystal there. It's that was a real nice touch. I think that the crystal is what actually kind of helped sell them sets to me.
I definitely do agree.
Very unique.
What about you, Scott? What makes a good collector's edition for you?
Yeah, just something different, unique, and original, I guess. I'm not too sure what exactly, but yeah, just something different and unique.
No worries. What about you, Andy?
I mean, I'm just stoked if I buy a 4K and it comes with the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
That seems to be a rarity these days.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know it's for some people that's not really like a deal breaker, but I'd like to have the Blu-ray in the 4K. I just like to have it.
Yeah.
I'm just like very simple stuff. I enjoy like booklets, posters, cards, maybe the odd occasional patch. But yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm just happy with that, and a good solid box. Can I stand a flimsy box?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I do agree there.
Yeah, that is absolutely essential.
Yeah, a good solid hard card box. Like what Studio Canal have done and what Arrow have done.
Yeah.
Stuff like Tremors and that.
Yeah, definitely. I can't stand.
I can't stand a flimsy one. It's got to be a hard one. Or fucking hell! No, I don't say that.
It's got to be a hard one.
It's a shame. It's a shame Studio Canal weren't like that from the start when they brought out all them John Carpenter editions.
Yes.
Because they're all in them kind of flimsy boxes as well. It's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame that recent Halloween set came in such a flimsy case, but the individual ones were in hard boxes.
But the hard boxes are inside that case.
But I meant the case itself.
Just do what I did. Just do what I do and throw it in the bin.
On the side. But the Scream Factory hard boxes are fantastic as well for the individual Halloween releases. Fantastic.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What makes a good collector's edition for you?
Let's see. They have to just feel premium, like Andy was saying. Nice hard box. Has to have great artwork on the front and the back. Arrow are a fucker for their box sets because most of their box sets, the back of the case, of the box is just blank, and it really annoys me. I just feel like they put some artwork. So I like artwork on both sides. I like it when they don't come with J cards. I hate J cards. I just don't know what to do with them. Like everything's sticky. I have to take off the art. Like all of the rating stickers, all the J cards that are stuck to it, they all have to go. But then I just don't know what to do with that J card because I don't want to throw it away because it's got all the information on it, and I might want to refer to it. And then just like a nice booklet with lots of information. I'm a sucker for posters, especially when it's like artwork for like posters you can't really get out in the wild. I like it when it's something unique. I could do without postcards. I just don't really see the point in them.
Yeah, do you like the? I don't know about any of you, but I actually like the posters that Arrow Video do. The paper, it just feels lovely. The paper. I don't know what it is about, but I actually like it.
Yeah, and even though it's like folded up and you can see the creases, when you actually put it in a frame, you can't see the creases anymore.
No.
Yeah,
it's like a hard cardboard, isn't it? It's hard card.
Yeah.
Seems to be more durable than some other posters. Some of them are so flimsy you undo them and you break the bugger.
Yeah.
Right, we have DVD and film blokes. So it's my biggest concern if they stop making players, but a well-made player will last near enough forever. Plus, the last VHS machine came out in 2016, many years after its death. They won't stop the players. They still sell quite a few
Yeah.
of them. I won't worry
Yeah.
about that, mate. Be a long, long time yet.
Mm.
Marvel fan says, watch Father Ted for the first time. I really enjoyed it. Wow. What a great series.
Yeah.
Glad you enjoyed it, mate. Wait until you
So
see
funny.
Speed 3. You're in for a treat with that one.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh. Bumpers Movie says, to be fair, with some collector's edition being 50 quid, I'd like a t-shirt thrown in. That would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I've
That'd be a good
actually got one. I've actually got one or two editions here. I have a Forrest Gump edition that you got a T-shirt with. Terminator 2, I think, might have got a T-shirt as well. I've got a few in there. Mission Impossible as well. Rogue Nation.
Oh.
I even have a Dirty Dance edition. Now, don't ask me why this is in the Dirty Dance edition, but you know, like a nightcap. It came with a nightcap.
Okay.
Wow.
Whatever reason, and you know, I don't know what a nightcap has to do with Dirty Dancing, but look, it came with it. I still use it.
Oh, wow.
You put that nightcap on when you watch the sequel.
I did. What? There's a sequel, is there? Dirty Dancing. Oh my word! I didn't even know there was a sequel.
Yeah. There's a remake.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
You put that on when you have to watch the remake of Ghost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I should actually start doing that with me. I just wear it when I'm doing my reviews.
We've got Rogue saying, I've only got 10 more Spielberg films to watch on my shelf as well. 2 of his TV movies, Something Evil and Amblin.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes. Right. We've got Dr. Impossible says, did you watch Barabbas, Keith?
No. I tell you now, I've literally only just started. I've said this numerous times, but the people, but it's since from October to December, we kind of have a list of movies that we watch during them months. So I've literally only just started now catching up. That's why I've only seen Thor for the first time now, and Elvis and all that kind of stuff. I'm actually just trying to now finally catch up with everything that I've bought now in the last 3 months. So that's a bit down the line, unfortunately, at the moment. But I will get to it. I've so many people left comments in that video talking about that movie, and I'm intrigued.
Marvel fan says, yeah, such a shame. Bumps Movie says Ty West rules. Yeah, I agree. He's a very good director. Dr. Impossible says, give me a title sequence to an opening of the film that intrigued you. Example, Catch Me If You Can. That's a good question.
Again, not to be boring, but Scream had a great opening sequence.
Yeah. Cool. Scott?
I'll probably just have to go with Scream as well, to be fair. That's the only one I can think of at a minute.
We're kind of Halloween, the original one. What a fantastic opening that one.
Great opening sequence as well, yeah. The greatest, the quickest sex you will ever see in a movie. He actually goes up the stairs and comes back down within 10 seconds with his t-shirt off, I might add. Impressive.
Guinness World Record somewhere there.
Absolutely.
Andy?
Yeah, one of mine was, again, a movie I grew up with, and I rewatched it a couple of weeks ago. Naked Gun 33 and a third. The opening to that movie is brilliant. Oh my god, it's insane. It's so funny. Yeah, I think the third one might be the funniest out of the 3.
Funny, yeah.
But that opening is just hysterical, where it's just like oh my god, the president just turns up out of nowhere, and then the Pope turns up straight after. Yeah. It's just hysterical. Like, all the bodyguards around them.
Top Secret had a great opening sequence as well, I remember.
And I need to rewatch Top Secret. It's been so long since I've seen it.
That's funny.
Great movie. It's a great movie.
What about you, Mike?
I think I'm gonna have to go with the Scream franchise, but I'm gonna say Scream 2. I love the opening to that one because I love how it's the complete opposite of the first movie. Like they don't try to copy it; they do something completely different by having the victims and a really busy place. It's just it's genius, but it's such a great opening.
It is. Every time I watch that opening, you kind of actually believe that it could actually happen, and you could get away with it. It's very it's very creative.
It's almost scarier, like in that situation.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it could easily happen, even though there's loads of people there, public place.
Imagine watching that in the cinema when it first came out. That must have been a bit creepy, especially if it wasn't a packed cinema.
Yeah, especially if you have dipshits running around the fucking cinema with fucking fake plastic knives while you're watching it.
DVD Infoblox says, actually, would guys like to see video recorders return, not start releasing new films on VHS? I mean, those who have a VHS collection. I mean, yeah, it'd be good to see them come back so people can actually have a backup in case their video recorders go wrong. I think that's a pretty good idea. I should think they do quite well because there's a bit of a demand for VHS.
I actually still have my entire VHS collection, and I have a video recorder, a Sony one. And I have it all bubble wrapped up. It's nicely protected. And I think my goal is to someday have a bigger movie room where I can actually take out my VHS collection. And if I do take out my VHS collection, I will take out that video recorder as well. The only problem is trying to find a TV to connect it up to. You'd have to buy some sort of kind of SCART to HDMI kind of connection to hook it up.
Yeah. What about you, Scott? Would you like to see video recorders return?
Yeah, definitely. I think that would be really cool, to be fair. I've never actually owned a VHS as well, so it'd be quite cool to get a VHS at some point.
Nice. And you, Andy?
Yeah. I'm actually lucky enough I own two of them. I own a standard one, and I own one that converts VHS to DVD.
Nice.
But I can't use them because of the TV I've got at the minute is just leaps and bounds ahead of VHS VCR. Unfortunately,
someone said that to me before. I think it was Halloween. I think I was reviewing Halloween 4K, and someone said, "Have you seen Halloween on VHS? It's the only way to watch that movie." And I was like, "It really isn't."
Yeah.
It's really not. It's like, don't get me wrong, not taking anything away from VHS. I grew up with VHS, but come on, it's you have to be a little bit realistic.
Yeah. And what about you, Mo? What do you think of video recorders? Would you like them to return?
I mean, I think it'll be interesting. It'll be cool, but I don't think I'd ever use it because I think when I watch a movie, I don't want to waste my time watching it on VHS when I can watch it on Blu-ray or 4K in the best quality ever. I don't want to waste my time watching it on a worse quality way. So I'd probably just rather watch it the best quality I can.
I definitely do get that because we've been so spoiled now, like Blu-rays and 4Ks. It'll be quite a surreal change to go back to VHS. But I suppose it would be quite a trip to go back to like how we used to watch stuff and see how far we came.
Do you remember they were bringing out them VHS retro editions where the Blu-rays were actually inside a VHS box, wasn't it? You remember that?
Yeah.
I think that kind of speaks volumes as well. The fact that they just died off very quickly. No one had any interest in them.
Yeah.
No, so I think that speaks volumes.
I think I've got one of those as well, the Bumper Stomper one, which is quite good.
Oh, right, okay.
We've got True Action Star here saying, what games are you currently playing now, Playtendoguy? I'm just playing Ghostwire Tokyo on the PlayStation 5. It's like a supernatural ghost hunting game for the PS5. Really enjoyable, really underrated. Might do a review on that one.
Oh, lovely.
We've got Rogue saying, what's your favourite Steven... I was going to say Steven Seagal, then I see Steven Spielberg film.
That's tough.
So what's your favourite Steven Spielberg film, Scott?
Oh, he's done quite a lot, hasn't he? Maybe Saving Private Ryan off the top of my head, but I do love Indiana Jones and Jurassic Park as well.
Very good picks there. Andy?
It's probably going to be maybe Jaws or Jurassic Park.
Jaws is great. Yeah.
I think Schindler's List is his best film he's ever made. I don't think he's ever topped that. But in terms of like favorite, the ones I like to rewatch the most, yeah, I even when you talk about him, I even forget about Indiana Jones. It's like this is how good the guy is.
Yeah.
Like,
Private Ryan.
yeah, it's insane. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Jaws and Jurassic Park.
Good picks there. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, he's made so many great movies, but for me, he's never bettered this one, and that is Jaws. And it's one of his earliest movies, and it just speaks volumes that I just don't think he's ever bettered that movie.
Yeah, I agree. And Keith?
Yeah, Spielberg is a bit like Carpenter. For me, it's like, don't get me wrong. Well, when I say a bit like Carpenter, his movies are consistently good. Where Carpenter kind of started dwindling a bit in the 90s. But when I say I compare them to Carpenter, it's his older movies: The Duel, Jaws, Close Encounters, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark. Just absolute masterpieces. Well, maybe not so much The Duel, but Jaws, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark. It has to be amongst them there.
Yeah, he's brought out some amazing films. His older stuff is definitely the best, like E.T., Jaws, Jurassic Park. But I do like, he done the War of the Worlds remake. I'm pretty certain he did Minority. Minority Report. I quite like that as well.
I thought The Terminal was a great movie.
Yeah,
by him.
Very good.
Catch me if you can.
Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed The Post. I thought that was very good as well.
Yeah.
I quite like that, yeah.
I'm sure he had a part co-developing or directing the Tintin film from 2011, and I thought that was very underrated.
Yeah, Peter. I can't remember what way that did. Peter Jackson direct that, and he was meant to direct the sequel to it. Then wasn't it? It was something.
It's a
did Spielberg direct the Tintin movie?
I think Spielberg directed the Tintin movie,
and Peter Jackson produced it.
Yes,
something like that.
Yeah,
that was the case.
There's so many people involved in that film. There's just a load of names to it. It's just a shame it flopped.
It's like, but when you
sorry, Mike. Oh, Andy, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, when you look at like when Steven Spielberg's name's attached to a film that he's produced, that list is insane as well.
Yeah,
that's
like when
true.
you've got like Back to the Future and the Goonies. It's just like it's nuts.
Well, am I right saying as well? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids as well, maybe. But was a name attached to that as well? Am I right in saying that?
I can't remember.
Was his name attached to Gremlins?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
And
Poltergeist.
Arachnophobia.
Arachnophobia.
Yeah.
One film I won't watch.
I love that film. I'll never ever own that on Blu-ray. I'm sticking with the DVD.
No, fuck that. Did I see they're remaking that now as well?
Yes.
I think they are, yeah.
I've seen a poster for it.
Yeah. If there's ever one movie that would put the fucking shits up me, that's Arachnophobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrified of spiders, so I'm steering well clear.
It's a fun film. I love it, but fucking hell, I've got to be in the mood to watch it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Dot Impossible says Sugarland Express, Close Encounters, DVD and Film Bloke said Jaws.
The Forgotten Gem, not Sugarland Express.
Yeah. I thought Ready Player One was great.
Yeah, same.
I wasn't too keen on that one. I didn't mind his West Side Story. I quite liked that.
I like that. That was good, yeah.
We've got Caro here saying evening, everyone. Hey, Caro.
Hey, Caro.
Evening, Dutchman. Evening, Doctor. My favourite Spielberg is Catch Me If You Can. Yep, I agree there. Marvel fan says Clerks 3 is such a good film. I heard Clerks 4 might happen. don't want it anytime soon, but I really hope they make more Rats 2. I don't think Clerks 4 would work after the ending of 3.
No, I don't.
I think it's a perfect ending for that.
You can
leave it.
You can tell with Clerks 3 that Kevin Smith drew a lot from what happened to him a couple of years ago.
Yeah, because he had a heart attack, didn't he?
You can tell he's put a lot of... He focused the story on that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Clerks 3. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it.
It had me in tears nearly. That was quite emotional, that film. Yeah. Nah, I think Clerks 3 is a good ending. I wouldn't mind seeing a Mole Rats one, but these characters are going to be in their like 50s now, and I don't think they'll be hanging around in a mole.
I'd kind of like to see a sequel to Chasing Amy, because I loved the characters in that film.
Yeah, I'd love to see that as well. Yeah, it's a great film.
Yeah.
Cora says, according to movie restorer archivist Robert A. Harris from A Few Words About, the Death Wish 4K transfer is pretty iffy. Do with that info what you like. Yeah, maybe. It depends on what the film stock is like, I suppose.
I'll go back to exactly what I said in my video on Monday. Use your eyes, see for yourself. Don't listen to what everyone else is saying.
That's true.
That's it.
But to be fair, the Blu-ray looked pretty nice on it, because I got the Blu-ray and it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
An early role for Jeff Goldblum as well.
I've said it in so many videos. I don't believe in stats when it comes to 4K. I don't. This whole thing with this has a 100 gig disc and all that. I couldn't give a rat's ass. Just watch the movie. If it looks good, it looks good. If it looks bad, it looks bad.
Everybody
don't
has a different setup.
Yeah. Don't be influenced by stats.
No. I think the only two movies I've been disappointed in on Blu-ray is Buster, because that is based on like a VHS quality, because they've lost the original master tape of that, so it's never going to look good. And that Henry portrait of the serial killer, that looks dreadful on Blu-ray. So I don't know what it looks like on 4K, but oh my word.
Hated it. It made my top 10 worst.
Yeah.
I think I had it at number 3.
It's awful. I thought I was looking at a VHS. I thought my TV was going wrong, because it's like when you had like the old TVs and the reception was bad. I thought it was the reception or something. It looks horrendous.
Some movies just shouldn't get 4K restorations, and Henry was definitely one of them.
Definitely. Dr. Impossible says, remake Jaws, it makes sense. Oh, God. What with Dwayne Johnson as well?
Yeah.
You just picture him in Steve Brody.
Yeah. You can just picture The Rock now just in his mouth and him like, the holding his mouth wide open and... Yeah, no. Please don't.
Yeah, please don't.
No. We've got Rogue saying there was a glitch on Amazon today with the Dark Knight 4K trilogy was £12, but they sold out in 3 minutes and I failed to get one. Yeah, that's been popping up a lot ever since Christmas. Yeah, it's a good deal. Good deal.
Just because, I tell you, if that was a glitch, they might not honor it, because it actually happened with that Batarang edition. There was a massive mistake with that as well, where apparently, I think it was going for, like, when it was the pre-orders for a time there, you could pick it up for around, I think it was like €15. And apparently everyone was devastated when the Amazon didn't honor it. So, you wouldn't know. These people might get emails saying, unfortunately, we made a mistake. So
I got that with the Lord of the Rings set. I did.
What's that?
I got that with the Lord of the Rings set. They cancelled it. Yeah. But I did get the Matrix set for £10, and then I also got the Phantasm set for £12, so it wasn't too bad.
Brilliant.
DVD and Film Book says, actually, Keith, a lot of early titles on the new format looks crap. A lot of Blu-rays from 2006 look crap, and a lot of DVDs from the late 90s look crap as well.
Absolutely. It's part and parcel of everything when it comes to, it probably even goes back to VHS, so it's just something, it's all about the collecting. It's part of the collecting game, you're going to get burnt sometimes. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often.
Marvel fan says Clerks 4 won't happen anytime soon, probably 2026. Hopefully it don't happen at all, but I've heard Test 2 could be next. Yeah, that's the one with Justin Long in it. Tusk 2.
I still need to see Tusk.
That's a weird one, that is.
Yeah.
You've seen that, Mike? Tusk?
No, I haven't, but I've seen like a lot of clips and images from it, and yeah, it does look pretty strange.
Yeah. You seen it, Keith?
No.
No. Scott?
I haven't, but I've heard it's going to be quite messed up.
Yeah, it certainly is.
What did you think of that? The trailer, sorry, for oh god, I forgot the director's name. The director of Midsummer. His new movie.
Oh yeah.
Beau was afraid.
Yeah. Are any of you disappointed that it's not a horror?
I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be. It just confused me more than anything.
But I don't think it's a horror.
I still haven't seen the trailer. I still haven't seen
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
yeah.
You need. It's actually. It looks.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful.
It looks creative. I must admit.
It definitely looks like it's going to be his most ambitious movie.
The
so yeah,
half of the trailer really opened up, didn't it?
Yeah. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I remember when the posters popped up with Joaquin Phoenix on. I thought it was like a documentary about him or something because it was very odd. Carl says, "Are they far behind with the comments?" I assume we are far behind. True Action Star says, "We're off to see a film called Piggy. No jokes on Friday. You guys seen it? Piggy." I've even heard of it.
No, I don't.
No. Hoping a joke on the Piggy Juice, True Action Star. Dr. Impossible says, "Yeah, miles behind." Oh my word.
Oh god.
Cora says, "Thanks. Also, hope you don't feel lonely in the chat tonight." It's a flipping orgy in the chat tonight, Dr. Impossible says. You just had to mention that, didn't you? I felt horny, Cora. Must be the almond slices.
God.
God. The Viva Drew says, "What's your favourite Queen song aside from Bohemian Rhapsody?" I like the song "Too Much Love Will Kill You." I think that's a really good song.
Bohemian Rhapsody was never my favourite Queen song.
No, it's a good song, but it's never up there as one of my favourites.
No.
So what would be your favourite, Keith?
God. Oh, Jesus. That's a question. I love Tie Your Mother Down. I can't answer that question. How can you? It's impossible. There's too many great songs.
Too many to mention.
Yeah.
Agree.
Scott? Hammer the Fall. Don't Stop Me Now. It's that. Look, Seven Seeds of Rye. I said that's too many.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start naming out all those songs.
The whole track list into Highlander as well.
Oh yeah.
Incredible.
Oh yeah. You, Scott?
Yeah, there's quite a few Queen songs that I really like. He Wants to Live Forever is a really good one. Don't Stop Me Now is great. I really like Hammer to Fall as well. Radio Gaga's always been one of my favourites when I was younger, so that one as well. And Killer Queen's a lot of fun.
Very nice. Andy?
Yeah, for me, it's probably another one, Bites the Dust. And I've really sort of liked recently enjoying listening to the live version from the 1986 Wembley concert of Love of My Life.
That's a great one.
That is just phenomenal. The live version of that.
Actually, if you ever have a chance to, Andy, check out the live version that they do on Live Aid of that song.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, my all-time favourite. This one's a bit of a deep cut, but it's a song called 39. And it's one that Brian May sings the lead vocals on, and I just love that song. When I used to perform at open mic nights, it was always the song I opened with, and people would always say, like, "What is that song? I've never heard of it." And I'd say, "Oh, it's Queen," and they'd be like, "What? I've never heard of that song before, but it's a great song." Yeah.
I have to admit, I wasn't aware of it until George Michael performed it at his tribute concert.
Yeah.
And the minute I heard it, I instantly checked it up, and it's such an incredible song.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Fat Bottom Girls.
Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I quite like as well March of the Black Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Innuendo is another
Yeah,
great one I love with him.
Innuendo.
Yeah,
Show must go on.
show must go on.
Killer Queen. There's a lot of good ones there.
One that's really fun is Breakthrough.
Oh, that's Ellen's favorite.
Yeah,
song by
I love
yeah.
Breakthrough.
Yeah. We've got True Action Star saying, "What's your favourite Swords and Sandals film?" What's this, like Conan stuff? Is it?
I see. So yeah.
I think any of the Sinbad movies for me.
I was thinking that. Yeah, I do like those old Sinbad films. They're pretty good. Scott?
There's a really underrated film that came out a few years ago called Shadow, which is a really great film.
Oh, I haven't heard that one before. That's cool. Andy?
I'm just gonna have to be really boring and say Spartacus.
Cool. Mike?
Maybe the original Clash of the Titans. Got a lot of nostalgia for that one.
That's a good one. Got to say, could be not something we're used to from you. Guessing you had needs too. DVD from Film Bloke says, Andy, I don't hate streaming. It has its advantages, but I really just want streaming and physical to coexist.
Yeah, but unfortunately, one is killing the other. It's
Unfortunately, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if they could coexist, help each other, and you get your physical copies of these streaming exclusive titles. But it never seems to happen. It's just baffling.
I just wish everything just had a physical. There's so many films even before streaming came along. There were so many films that didn't have a physical.
Yeah,
and I miss the whole renting movies as well from Blockbusters. I miss that. That used to be an event.
Yeah,
experience, and it was an event, and it was something you took time out to do. Now it's like where's the remote? What's on? And it's boring. There's no fun to it.
I missed the whole surprise. Like, there's one night that always comes to mind with me. I remember my brother Gregory. We sat down. We rented a movie out. Now this is VHS, and I can't remember what the movie was, but a trailer came on for Judgment Night.
Oh, I love that film.
I remember the two of us just looking at the trailer, and we just looked at each other when the trailer ended, and all of a sudden the two of us just got up and ran down to the video store to get it.
Yeah.
I kind of miss. I really miss. Like, we're talking about here renting. Like, look, I miss buying physically. I haven't physically bought a movie in fucking hell, nearly 10 years.
Wow.
So it's horrible.
Yeah.
I think another thing of it is, again, to do with like games, is like preservation of these titles is like with games, a lot of them get disappeared from storefronts and they never get seen again. And the same thing could happen with these films. I mean, streaming exclusive films, if they go and they get chucked off a streaming site and there's no physical copy of it, they're gone forever.
Yep.
Like, there's a trilogy of movies that on Netflix that I actually looked at them. I thought I enjoyed them to a certain extent, but I remember saying to myself I would do anything to own them. You remember the Fear Street trilogy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to own them movies on Blu-ray, 4K, and it's just heartbreaking that you just can't get them.
Yeah, it definitely is. So
I haven't even seen the last Predator movie. No, that's how bad I am at the moment.
For me, it's like with Netflix, of all the things for them to release on physical, they released The Munsters.
Yeah.
And there's a good reason for that.
My needs are simple, Coro. Enough almond slices being available in your house. Bumper says Death Wish 2 is on Vinegar Syndrome in 4K, and then Kino just done the first one, which is a bit weird. Well, that must be about 2 hours ago. DVD Film Bloke says, I do watch stuff on streaming, and if I enjoy something, I will get it on disc, but I love both. That's fair play.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just miss having to go to the cinema was the only way to see a new release.
Yeah.
And then a couple of months later, it'd be available to rent or buy.
Mhm.
And that's what I miss.
Yeah.
The thing is, what I don't like with Netflix is like with this glass onion. Fuck's sake, glass onion. Fuck's sake.
Wow.
Glass
What a great name. Gas Bunyan.
Like with this glass onion film, it's just like they release it in cinemas for a couple of weeks and then now it's just took away and put on streaming for good. That's such a shame. I think. I don't like that sort of practice.
No.
That's why I've had to do this.
Oh, nice. You got it as well.
Yeah, only cost me $5. The quality of it's outstanding.
I've seen it on eBay going cheap. I may have to get one myself.
It's a $5 on eBay, but you only get the disc, and I had to print the cover myself.
Ah, very good. Okay.
The disc, the quality on the disc is Blu-ray quality. It's
nice, nice.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of them with cases for about £8, so it's not too bad. It ain't too bad for a copy.
I had to do the same with that Triple R movie that came out on Netflix, the Indian one, because I did so many good things about that, and the disc was like £6 on eBay, and I bought it, put it in to see what it was like. It's Blu-ray quality. It's phenomenal.
Nice.
And I just printed the cover for it.
Lovely. Lovely.
That's good to hear.
Yep.
We've got Sinjin saying, has anyone seen the clips from Never Hill Alone 2?
Nope. That's Never Hike Alone.
Never Hike Alone. I've never heard of it. Rogue says, what do you think about the new boutique labels, Radiance Films? I brought the first 2 titles, but I haven't watched them yet, but the packaging is amazing. What films did they bring out?
I honestly don't know.
One of them's like a Japanese movie. I can't remember what it was called. It's meant to be quite a good movie, but yeah, I can't remember the name of it. And the other one, it's kind of like movies that you'd see like on Criterion or Indicator, like those sorts of movies, like a bit more obscure.
Okay.
But the packaging does look really nice on them, to be fair.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Let's check it out.
Wasn't that a new label that released that Nicolas Cage film Red Rock West or something?
Oh yeah, I think they're called Plan B Entertainment or something.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen another release from them.
No, they're gone quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the original Firestarter like years ago. That was like a flip cover, and I've got that release, but
that's
nice.
Nice,
I don't see that. I haven't seen that many releases from them other than like those 2 movies.
That's odd. DVD and Homeboy says, even if I don't watch film or physical for a while, I do enjoy just having it. There's a thing about autism, you become overly passionate, bored and obsessed. I can be attached to things, and my movie collection is my biggest one. I guess it's the tactile aspect and the fact you own it. Yeah, I can get that, mate.
I absolutely get that. Absolutely.
100%. I can't settle if there's a movie I want and it's not in my collection. I'm just like I have to rectify that.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
There's just something about owning a physical copy of the movie that is just satisfying.
Yeah, but that's the only problem with me sometimes. Sometimes my need to get these things into my collection, and it's probably why I keep buying, why I can't stop myself from buying day one with a lot of these movies. It's weird. It's only when I started thinking about the likes of Elvis. Now, even though I did get Elvis, I actually got it on Steelbook as well. I got it for quite cheap. But I still kind of I'm very weird for buying like the likes of Thor, the Steelbook of Thor. And then even though when I bought it, I knew that there was going to be a 3-month gap before I actually get to watch it. And then I start questioning myself why I picked it up. I should have just left it be, because it could be, it could be even, €5, €6 cheaper. So I kind of need to kind of get out of that mindset and not be always in a rush to be buying these day one. But again, just like Andy said, if I want this, if I need it, I'll get it.
Yeah. I think as well, a big worry for me is I've seen this lately with TV shows, and I've seen it with a few movies, not many, is that if something happens in the news with an actor or a director, the streaming service will pull the movie or pull the episode.
Yeah.
And I get why, but I'd still want to watch the movie because the movie has no connection to what that actor or director has done.
Absolutely.
And I'd still want to watch it. And if I own it physically, no one's coming to my house and taking it away.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
It'll get pulled off streaming services the next day.
Yeah.
As soon as anything hits the press.
It's
It
a
will
bit
get
like that
pulled.
Michael Jackson Simpsons episode. That's not on Disney Plus.
That's why exactly, Pete. That first episode of season 3 you cannot watch on Disney Plus.
Nope.
You got the DVD, you can watch it as many times as you want.
Mm.
No, that is another reason why I collect physical, because no one is going to censor what I can and cannot watch.
Yeah.
I choose to watch. No one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I've just realised that my mic was on mute for about 5 minutes there when I was talking.
You've done it as well. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I think people do forget that sometimes though as well. Like, you know, I remember doing a review on Jeepers Creepers and people were saying, "How can you watch that movie?" And I was like, "Look, you know, yes, the director is an absolute fucking pig.
Yes.
But there is hundreds of people behind making this movie, not just one man. You know, it's not fair. You know, to kind of not appreciate the work that they put into it, and that's so it's
true.
look, it's the times we live in, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Because you watched and enjoyed that film before you knew what the director had done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only person responsible is the director for what he's done. None of us are. The other people involved aren't. It's solely on the director.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the movie's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with it.
Absolutely. We've got True Action Star saying, would you prefer a big box set for a film series or just a normal case with all the discs on?
I actually prefer a big box. I know a lot of people will say for space sake, the smaller the better. But for me, I love a good, chunky looking box set. Kind of similar with the Paranormal Activity box set that came out there. You know, it's a nice chunky set.
I have to agree with you there because it makes it kind of looks worth it. I've got the Friday the 13th 8-film collection. I said just a slim case, and I'm just like, well, that's not very extravagant for a movie collection.
Yeah.
And then you got something like the Nightmare ones, which are in like 5 cases, and it looks a bit more better.
Like I'll do a good example of it here. Just bear with me. I just have them here in front of me. Like, what would you prefer? This or the Nightmare on Elm Street collection?
Oh, you've got it in a slim collection.
You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be that.
Yeah. Plus, a lot of these sets are expensive, so you see more for your money.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, well, I'd have to go with a big box set, I think.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, a big box set that gives each movie in the set, the love and care it deserves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mike?
Yeah, I'm probably the same. A big box set. I mean, it's just great when you order something and you're like excited for it to arrive because when it arrives you'll get to look at it for a bit. Whereas if you buy just like a single movie in a case, you just know as soon as it arrives you're going to look at it for 5 seconds and then you're going to put it away until you watch it, and that's that. The excitement's gone. But with a big box set, it's you get to look at it more.
Absolutely. David even from Bloke saying that I don't try to bulk up my collection. If anything, I've been trying to cut back a bit. It's either films I like or films I've been dying to see. There's a few crap films in it as well. Fair play. Doctor Impossible's only had 3 slices or packaging. There's 6 in a pack, Carl. Sinjin says Hike Alone 2 is a very well made fan film with actor Tom Matthews from Friday the 13th Part 6. Jason jumps out the lakes, grabbing a young Tommy Jarvis, who is a Fieldman lookalike. Check it out, guys. Oh.
Wow. I'm intrigued. And he actually has a great taste in movies, Gary. So I will definitely check that out.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, my wife's just taken them away. Fucking hell. Oh no, no more almond slices. Rogue says, Pete, you don't understand copyright. When the copyright of Mickey Mouse expires, no one can legally own Mickey Mouse. Disney will still own it. I'm pretty certain they will not let that run. I can't see that. Cora says, Dr. Impossible doesn't sound like much. How can they expect a big guy like you, you're a big man, right, to be satisfied with only 6 slices in a pack? Dr. Impossible says, Thomas the Tank Engine horror film would be entertaining. Only the eyes move, saying that the CGI shit is horrifying as it is. Yeah. Comments have gone weird. Dr. Impossible says, I'm Slim Coral. I run once a day with my wife's pug. Oh, cool.
Jesus, that must be very noisy. Can you imagine that? When you're... Wow.
Andy's on one tonight. The revolution starts here.
I am. I'm very, very passionate about physical media. Well,
absolutely, rightly so.
Yeah, I don't like this whole being told what way to watch it, being forced to comply with streaming. I don't like it. It's not for me.
Yeah, I get that. Seen Choo Choo Charles? No, but sounds horrific. Never heard of it. Looks amazing. That might be your Thomas the Tank Engine horror movie inspiration. Is how you told your wife off for taking your almond slices? Are you related to Niccolo Mischief Belly? Coro, you would make a very good politician. No, never heard of that person, but thanks, I guess. Jason said, how about Dwayne Johnson playing Columbo? That would be an interesting take on the character. Oh my God, I'd love to hear him say just one more thing.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be smoking a cigar, would he?
No.
Oh dear. My wife's hid them, Coro. Is your words that mean? What an inhumane thing to do. Marvel fan says, I noticed 5 to 7 scenes taken out of the final cut of Licorice Pizza. Those scenes are in the trailer. I want to know who walks straight into glass sliding door. That scene was in the trailer.
There were a few scenes I noticed in the trailer that didn't show up in the movie. In fact, I had to watch the credits because some of the scenes showed up in some of the scenes of the credits. Where Bradley Cooper's like smashing the cars. That wasn't in the
trailer.
That wasn't in the movie. It was in the trailer, but then it was in the credits. It was a bit weird. Like
it's very odd.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says my human rights have been infringed, Coro. Marvel fan says I really do hope those scenes do make it on a newer release for the movie. Cora says that made me laugh. Gotta give it to her. Your wife has a good sense of humour. Andy says, I won't lie, I enjoyed all the new Halloween trilogy. It even made me go back and watch the likes of Halloween 5 and 6 and even Halloween 2 that I hadn't seen in the last 20 years. Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
I must admit, I wasn't the big fan of Halloween Kills when I first watched it, but on the second time watch, I really enjoyed it much more. But the 2018 one's still my favourite, I think.
Halloween Kills it's slowly becoming one of my favourite sequels. Now, it'll never be, but it's just building its way up there. And I can't believe I'm saying that because I bloody hated that movie when I seen it first. I'm kind of hoping End does the same, but I doubt it.
Hopefully so. We can cross our fingers and hope.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah. Jason says this award season has been the season of the comeback with Brendan Fraser, Ke Huy Quan, and Angela Bassett winning awards so far.
Everything Brendan Fraser is doing at the moment, my God, that man is so humble. I just want nothing but good things for him.
Yeah,
absolutely. Such a nice bloke, definitely.
Yeah,
he gives a shit about his fans as well.
Yeah,
he loves his fans.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, just what a guy.
Yeah.
What's the chance? I know for an absolute fact. I guarantee you Universal now have it because his name is so big now at the moment that I wouldn't be one bit surprised if Universal are already talking to him about another Mummy movie. I wouldn't be one bit surprised.
People want it, so I could see it happening. Oh,
yeah.
You got to get what's her name back though?
Rachel Weisz.
Yeah, it's got to be her, not the other woman. She was sorely missed in the third one.
It's a shocking thing because you're absolutely right. But Maria Bello played the wife in the third movie, and I'm a fan of that one, Maria Bello. I think she's a great actress. She just didn't suit the movie. She was terrible in it.
Yeah. I hope they bring back John Hannah as well because he cracked me up in those films.
I don't know about any of you. I actually missed your man that actually played the mummy in the first two movies.
Yeah.
Now I know they can't keep bringing him back, but he's a great character.
Yeah. I agree there. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says she's the opposite to Willy Bloody Wonka, the cake snatcher Bodman girl. Andy says Rocky and Logan Run, my two favourite films from the year I was born. Great picks there, Andy.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible, is she eating them right now? Also, I'm a complete moron, but today I realised that one of my favourite YouTubers is from Bodmin. Cheers, Joe 90. Thanks. True Action Star says, no, it's the A-Team on Blu-ray, but the price is way too much. Yeah, I think it's about £100. Way too much. Dr. Impossible says you better pose a hard question for the panel, Coral. For the panel, let's watch them sweat. Rock and Roll House says, going back to bringing back Voorhees, I'm reading that a TV series is being talked about from Peacock. I agree, though you wouldn't get away with certain things. Big studios won't follow. Terrifies gore. Yeah, I'm pretty certain the TV series is going to be to do with A24 because they were saying about they're going to do a series on Friday the 13th. So that'd be interesting to see.
Okay.
Buggy Cat Production says, any of you guys seen the Spanish masterpiece from 2007 called Time Crimes? If you've not, you absolutely need to.
Wow, no, I never heard of it.
No.
Never heard of it.
No.
Marvel Fan says, watch Waterloo Road Series 11. I enjoyed it. Pre-ordered the DVD and I watched Bad Education Series 4. Also enjoyed. Hoping they release Series 1 to 4 soon. Hopefully movie not even included. You seen these series? Waterloo Road, Bad Education?
Heard of them but never seen them.
No. You used to watch Waterloo Road. Not a big fan of it. Bad Education. I can't stand Jack Whitehall. I think he's annoying. Carl says, forgot to ask yesterday, have any of you seen any good foreign movies yesterday? Lately, sorry. Forgot to ask you yesterday, have you seen any good foreign films lately? Oh, that's to Dr. Impossible. True Action Star says, if you could protect a film from the remake treatment, what would it be? All of them.
Yeah.
It has to be Back to the Future.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah. Back to the Future.
That was the first film that came into my mind, actually.
Yeah.
There are some remakes that do work, but it's few and far between. You've got to be so creative with it and do something original.
I think the most important thing is to remake the right movie. You know what I mean? That's don't remake movies like Halloween and Indiana Jones or fucking any of them kind of things. Masterpieces. Just look at Ben-Hur. Look what they done with Ben-Hur. Look at that movie again. Just came and went. How dare they touch a fucking timeless classic like that?
There's no need for it. There's just
No.
no need for it whatsoever. Traction Star says, do you guys still watch normal TV or is it streaming and movies for you? Very rarely watch normal TV now. What about you guys?
Or streaming.
Yeah. What about you, Scott? Do you watch TV or is it all streaming and movies for you?
I would say it's mainly just streaming and movies, but mainly just movies.
Yeah. Andy, I think it's all movies for you.
It's movies for me. I do streaming, but it's only when I absolutely have to, and if it's something I need to catch up on.
Yeah.
And I've got no other choice because I do buy bootlegs and I support it, even though I don't want to, but I'm forced to. But it is very expensive. So you have to balance it because it does hit your bank account hard.
Yeah.
But I don't watch any normal TV anymore. Hardly any. There's a few shows I watch, like maybe Gogglebox and Graham Norton. There's a few odd shows I watch, but
Graham Norton's fun.
Yeah. No, I'm mainly a movie person. That's just more my thing.
Cool. And you, Mike?
Yeah, mostly movies. One thing another thing I don't really like about streaming is with like TV shows, the way they just release all the episodes all in one go. I kind of miss it like back in the day when you'd have to wait a week for each episode. And at the time it was maybe kind of annoying, but looking back, I just kind of miss it because you always have that week of excitement for the next episode. And that's just another piece of magic that's just no longer. Just don't really have that anymore.
It's like as well. It's when it came out week by week, it was stretched over a longer period. It's like you can watch all the episodes in like one day, and then you've got to wait a year for the next season.
You've
got to wait a hell of a lot longer for the next batch of episodes.
Yeah,
it can be hard. It can be hard sometimes, though. Like if you sit down and watch a show like 24, where every episode ends on a cliffhanger, you're kind of there and you're like, fuck. At the end of every fucking episode.
I fucking love 24.
No, I love it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that show in years.
No, that's great.
Fun series. I haven't seen. They did a remake, didn't they, or a reboot with a different guy? I haven't seen that one.
No.
The 9th series they did was pretty good.
Is that the one in London?
Oh
yeah, the one in London. That was really good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
I think with like TV spread across week after week, you also get the build up, the hype for it, and like people talk about it, and it will garner more hype, and a lot of people will be having their own discussions. And I kind of do miss that because now you'll just say, "Oh, did you see this on Netflix? Or did you see that on Netflix?" And they'll be like talking about the whole series, and it just be, it doesn't have the same sort of thing to it.
Yeah.
I think that let me down with 24 is because it's based in real time. So I remember actually at the time looking at it, hoping that we might get to see Jack Bauer take a dump or something like that. Just relieve himself in one episode.
24 hours without a piss or shit. Wow, that must be a record.
I tell you, that man's a superhero.
Indeed. Oh, dear. Marvel fan says, would you watch Spider-Man 2002 with the original test makeup for Green Goblin, or would you prefer the one in the final film, the one that kind of makes him look like a Power Ranger? I'm so used to the original one. I don't mind it. I think it's got its charm to it.
Yeah. I never actually seen the test makeup for it, so I can't feel too bad about it.
No. I'm just so used to it. It suits it. It's got its own charm. Yeah, it may not be comic book accurate, but I like it. What about you, Andy?
I mean, I never really thought Willem Dafoe needed a fucking mask. But yeah, I've seen that test makeup, but it does kind of look like the Green Goblin from the animated show.
Okay.
He has like the purple hood and the green skin. But yeah, it did look a bit silly. What we ended up with, it did look like very Power Rangers-y, shall we say? But I still think it worked in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Scott?
I actually haven't seen the test makeup, to be honest, but yeah, I'm fine with the actual movie where it is itself.
Awesome. And you, Mike?
I'm the same, really. I've just Googled the original test makeup, and it does look pretty good, to be fair. But yeah, I don't really have any issues with the final makeup that we did get for the movie.
Oh, that's good. Well, just excuse me, I'm moving into the kitchen. Into the living room. This is a funny looking kitchen. But I'm in the living room now, sitting down comfortably. Right, we have Ian here saying, best of the year, I was born 1960, Psycho, The Magnificent Seven, The Time
Oh.
Machine,
Oh,
The Strangers of Bombay. Ooh.
Wow.
Some great films there.
wow.
Yeah.
There's a movie, The Time Machine. There's a movie now that is just begging for a good stellar release.
That is,
What a film.
I agree there.
Great film.
Actually, I didn't mind the remake of The
I was
Magnificent Seven.
waiting for someone to say something
Yeah,
because
I quite like that.
well.
That was a
Thought
good
you-
film.
Thought you were going to say you didn't mind the remake of Psycho.
Oh, that's the biggest pile of wank I've ever seen.
But in all
that's the
fairness,
one with-
the jerking off scene made a hell of a difference to that movie.
Oh, they put that on the horror channel once, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a watch. I thought, what a pile of shite! It's
Imagine the director
awful.
imagine that director of that movie and him directing the remake, and he's like, you know what the original Psycho was missing? A good masturbating scene. I'm going to throw that in there now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Andy says, I've seen every Batman film apart from Adam West in the cinema. What IP have you seen mostly in the cinema when possible? For me, it's probably Harry Potter, because I've seen, I think, 2 in there, but that's about it. What about you, Scott?
I'm not too sure, to be fair, because I haven't actually seen that many films at a cinema before, so yeah, not too sure.
No worries. Andy?
Yeah, for me, it's I've seen every live-action Star Wars film at the cinema.
Wow. That's cool.
All the 9 episodic ones and Rogue One and Solo. I've seen at the cinema.
Cool.
A lot of them, regrettably, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike?
The only one I can think of is like the Middle Earth movies, so the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit movies.
Yep. And what about you, Keith?
Jesus, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I really don't. Nothing's coming to mind. I honestly I can't. It's probably again maybe like what Andy said, Star Wars. I haven't seen them all, but I think I've maybe seen around 6, 7 of them. Yeah, so probably Star Wars.
Cool. True Action Star says, favourite film based on a TV series, like a movie spin-off. That's a hard question. The only one I can think of is something like On the Buses or something like that, or Steptones on the movie of it.
I can actually answer that question in a weird kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I really like the movie, but I've never seen the series.
Yeah.
And I forgot the name of the movie. Firefly.
Serenity.
Serenity, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, never seen the series. I really enjoyed the movie.
That is a very good one. Yes. I'll say that one as well. Can you think of one, Andy?
Yeah, mine's Batman Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh, nice.
Yep,
Yeah,
good one.
It's my favourite Batman movie.
Yep. Mike?
I think I'll have to go with South Park, the bigger, longer, and uncut.
And Scott, what about you?
I'd probably have to go with South Park, to be fair. It's quite a fun movie.
Yeah.
I can think of a recent one, the Bob's Burgers movie. I quite enjoyed that one. Well, that was pretty underrated. Dr. Impossible says, Holy Spider is one film I want to see. The subject matter is dark. It's directed by Ali Abbasi.
Was it about gothic spiders?
If it's got spiders in, I'm out. Marvel fan says, if Spider-Man 2002 used the original design, I could see that age certificate being a 15 instead of a 12. I'm pretty certain that used to be a PG and then they put it up to a 12 or the way round. We've got True Action Star saying he loves your streams, Scott.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
That's the test mask.
Oh, wow.
Jeez,
It does look pretty cool.
Yeah,
It
it does,
does.
to be fair.
That is creepy. Yeah. Buggy Cat Productions. So, a lot of talk about Batman. I have to mention what my partner paid for me to do last year. I got to drive a screen-used Batmobile from the Adam West TV show. It ran like dog shit, bag of shit, but it was awesome. Wow.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
I would do anything to drive the Tim Burton one from the original Batman.
Oh yeah.
What would I do? Oh,
that would be incredible.
Mm.
We've got Edward saying top 10 Stephen King film adaptations.
well,
It's hard to do 10, but
Yeah,
I can name some of my favourite, like stuff like Misery, It, Salem's Lot, Pet Cemetery, that sort of stuff.
Shawshank, The Mist,
Yes.
Green Mile, Stand By Me.
Yeah.
If we want to be a little bit kind of cheeky, we could say The Running Man as well, I suppose. Even though it's under Richard Bachman, it's still Stephen King. So
Yeah.
Christine.
Christine's
Oh,
great, yeah.
Yeah. Quite. There's many out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did we say Misery?
Yeah, I said Misery. Yeah.
Cujo.
Yeah.
Cujo. Oh, I can remember one. I'm sure it's based on the Stephen King one. It's got John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson called Sal.
1408. Oh, Sal.
Oh, that's fucking dreadful.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Jesus, that's awful. That movie.
Oh, that is dreadful.
I've not watched it.
And Dr. Sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Shining as well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Andy says greatest SFX scenes has to be 79 Dick Donner Superman where he saves Lois and the helicopter's still epic today. Probably unmatched. Yeah. Well, the tagline is "You believe a man could fly." So yeah, very good. Dr. Impossible says, Cara, have you seen any revelations recently in the foreign films section? Edward says, do you guys know if you can get an Arrow box set protected to keep the Arrow box sets protected?
I buy a lot of mine. You see, that company that I'm buying a lot of my premium editions from, Film Arena. They do a lot of them protective cases, and they definitely do ones that actually will fit the Arrow releases. But it's only good for you if you're actually buying something from the website, because the delivery charge can be, it's like around €18 delivery. So what I try to do is I try to buy a release from them, and then I stack up on a lot of them protective cases. I think they're only around €1 each for them.
Yeah.
But they're definitely out there. They can be bought.
I'm sure you'd probably find some on eBay as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
Worth having a look on there, Edward. Bumper says, just Googled, Holy Spider looks good. So cheers, Dr. Impossible. I like the director's other work. Border is great. Dr. Impossible says, and look who starred in Deep Rising, Treat Williams and Rob Bottin, the great makeup effects artists.
Yeah, that's
True Action Star says, what's the favourite Gene Hackman film?
I think Poseidon Adventure would probably be my favourite film. Jeez, I love that movie, and I love his performance in it.
It's a good film.
Yeah, very much so. What about you, Scott?
I really like Mississippi Burning and Crimson Tide.
Yeah. For me, he's great in Unforgiven. He's such an evil bastard in that, but you kind of
Mm,
side with
mm.
him as well. You can see how he can come with it. I also liked a film on the premiums called Night Moves.
Oh,
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I said Night Moves on the H&V premium. That's a pretty good one. What about you, Andy?
Superman 4.
Jeez.
No, in all seriousness, one of my favourites is Bonnie and Clyde
That's a
Yeah.
great
Oh,
film,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
French Connection. And
Mm.
the first
I
two
think it's-
Superman movies.
He's a right
Mm.
bastard in that Quick and Dead movie as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's so
yeah.
good, that film.
Yeah, yeah,
It is
Oh,
underrated.
freaking that
Yeah.
movie.
yeah.
I quite like him in Enemy of the State as well. I thought he was quite good
Oh
in
yeah,
that.
that's right.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of great films, hasn't he, Gene Hackman?
Yeah.
Royal Tenenbaums, I quite like that one as well. The Wes
Mhm.
Anderson film, that's good.
Yeah. Young Frankenstein.
Not
Yeah.
very good. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I think I'm just going to have to go with Unforgiven. Never in my life have I hated a character more than Gene Hackman's character in that movie, but it's
Yeah.
just a testament to how good he is as an actor. Because he's just
Mm.
brilliant in that movie. But oh god, do I
Always.
hate his character in it?
I know. Dr. Impossible says no problem. Bumper says the remake of The Craft was beyond awful. Not many films get a 1-star review from me, but that one sure did. Even David Duchovny couldn't save it. Wow.
No, goodness, Jesus.
Treasure Star says, do you think slipcovers are overrated? Whilst they
No.
don't improve the film, I love slipcovers. It adds to the product, I think, and definitely makes a product feel special, I think.
Yeah. I don't know about any use, but if I get a parcel from Amazon and I open it and the slipcover is not there, I'm just massively disappointed.
Mm.
So, I'm not on John's level where I can't buy movies because they don't come with slipcovers, but I would love a slipcover.
Yeah, I must admit, I will be if I see a film with a slipcover, I'm more likely to buy it quicker with a slipcover in case it
Yeah.
sells out.
Yeah.
What do you think, Andy, with slipcovers?
I can take or leave them, to be honest. They're a nice to have.
Yeah.
If it comes with one, I'm happy it's come with one. If it's not, then I'm not going to lose sleep.
Yeah.
But they're a nice to have with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same. Really, they're nice to have. I'd rather they do come with slipcovers, but if they don't, it's not the end of the world for me. I won't be too devastated.
No, I get that. And Scott?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I do love slipcovers, but if I don't get one, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. I think for me, if a film that I've got is like in a franchise and they've all got slipcovers and one of them hasn't, that's kind of annoying. Also, a film that I really, really like. And yeah, I know with like Keith, if I order something from Amazon and it doesn't have a slipcover, I'll go, no.
Yeah. But then, like I said, I get over it though. You know what I mean? It's look. At the end of the day, it's the movie you want. So
yeah, it's just at the end of it's just a bit of cardboard, and whilst it looks nice, it's not the end of the world.
But I'm gonna head off now, Pete, if that's all right.
No worries, Scott. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you again tonight, mate.
Yeah, definitely loved it as always. Been fantastic.
Yeah. Do you want just promote your stream for Friday night, mate?
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be on at 8 p.m. To 10 p.m. like always, and we've got Mike from Teachers all joining us this week, so it will be a fun time.
Sounds great, mate. Look forward to it. Thanks again
definitely.
for joining.
No worries. Thank you for inviting me again. It's been great.
Yeah, you take care, mate. Speak soon.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, Scott.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Dr. Impossible says, if you were made to recast Jaws today, who would you cast in the lead roles? This is What If in 2023. What do you think would be antiquated to direct Jaws 2023?
This is a question I don't want to answer. It's just
no one. Oh, go on.
I don't know. Just how do you improve perfection?
Yeah.
Well, if you're Hollywood, you just fuck it up. That's the thing. I think if it was made today, we would probably see Chris Pratt in the lead or something, or Dwayne Johnson or Ryan Reynolds. You'll get one of those leading actors who are always in many different films, but unfortunately, it just wouldn't work.
No.
I think I can't really answer the lead roles because I honestly don't know. I can't envision anyone.
No.
If I was to get a director today, I've said this so many times about this director. I'm a big fan of him, and I find him very reliable, and that's why I'm very excited that he's directing the Indiana Jones movie. But James Mangold, he has directed some fucking great movies of all kinds of genres, and I trust him to do a good job. Yeah, it's I agree with Andy. It's one of them questions that I just couldn't answer it. Really, it's too hard.
It was a film that was perfectly released back in its time, and it could never be pulled off again. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think,
Oh, Jason
Lloyd?
Statham. There you go. See when he was in the bag. There, you can get Jason Statham in there.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. We're getting a sequel to that, aren't we?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Oh my days! I couldn't. Oh no. The first one was alright, but don't need a sequel. But apparently there is another book. It is based on 2 books.
Oh, really? Right, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
Someone actually wrote that crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you, Mike, you got any thoughts on this?
I mean, I feel like I could kind of picture someone like Adam Driver maybe being Chief Brody, just like because he has that sort of, I don't know, that awkwardness that Roy Scheider kind of has. I couldn't imagine someone like Chris Pratt or anyone like that playing the role. It's just not the right kind of actor. But I'm not saying like it would be Adam Driver, but just somebody like that maybe. But yeah, like we've all said, it's impossible to answer the question really because the movie is just perfect as it is.
Absolutely.
Even just visualizing it in my head is just wrong.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
Look, that's what I'm saying. To make it today, again, I would like to see it all practically done. I would like to see the mechanical shark back, and I wouldn't want to see some hideous CGI bullshit. It's it's just unthinkable.
Yeah. I've got Sinjin saying I thought they were talking about Blockbusters, the video store as well, Andy.
I fucking miss Blockbusters, man. Fucking miss it.
Same here. Rogue says my local Blockbuster store is now a mobility superstore selling things like stair lifts and mobility scooters, and the checkout in the store is the same checkout as Blockbusters use, but painted white.
Wow.
I think our local one of them's a flat, and the other one now is like a Mexican food store, which is weird, but such a shame. Min Haldrew's here saying howdy everyone. Hope you're all well, and Keith, where you been hiding? We've missed you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bumpers says they remade House Party. Hollywood is dead to me.
Yeah,
yes,
I know. I couldn't believe when I seen it coming in the top 10. I didn't even know about it. I was just checking the box office last weekend. When it came into the top 10, I couldn't believe it. I seen House Party and I was like, surely that's not a remake of the movie. And I checked it out and it was. Couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah, I was on Mike's stream on Monday and one of the guys on there was talking about it. He went and saw it and he said it was awful. He said, why they remade it, he never understand. We've got Min Haldrew saying, hey Pete, have you managed to watch the Anaconda from the Alien Factory? Because I have from your previous streams. Alien Factory, jeez. Edward says apparently Megan 2 officially announced, titled, and 2025 release date apparently set. Wouldn't surprise me. They kind of missed the trick there by calling it M3 gun. They should have just called it Megan, and then they could have called it M3 gun for the third one.
Yeah.
Now they can't do that. Minhaljo says, I wish Nigel was here tonight. Can I note that this worth mentioning? Nigel looks like Big Paulie, lol. Minhaljo says, Scott Critic is a legend, rock and roll baby. We all love you, Scott, and we appreciate you. Yeah, Scott's a great guy.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, I think it's not good for H&V premium collections. They're re-releasing Blu-rays again, but not under the premium collection. Top Gun, Pretty in Pink are getting re-released. Yes, they are as standard released.
Right.
Yeah, so shame that's coming to the end. Minhalju says, Mike, Andy and Keith are always top lads as always. Keep up the great work, lads. Work rate and consistently is 100%.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Burger Cats Production says, movies I love that people hate is Alien 3, Escape from LA, and Battlefield Earth.
Battlefield Earth, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I have not seen that movie.
The John Travolta one,
right?
Isn't
Yeah.
it? Oh.
Wow, Escape from LA is actually quite a good one, actually. Alien 3 it's a movie I find hard. The CGI is so bad on. It takes me out of the movie massively.
Isn't there like a director's cut of Aliens 3? I haven't seen it yet. There's like a different
and it's drastically different in places as well. Yeah. I think in the original Alien 3, the alien burst out of a dog. I think in the alternate version, it comes out of like a buffalo or something like that. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that version out. Edward says, did you know Bill Murray is going to be in the new Ant-Man film? No.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sure, did it not show him in the trailer? It did show him in the trailer.
Did it? I didn't even notice. I must have been on autopilot when I watched it. Oh dear.
There's a question to ask you, right? We were just talking about it today, but there are two actors out there that desperately want to play Ghost Rider: Ryan Gosling and oh my God, John Wick.
Keanu
Reeves. So if you had to pick one, who would you like to see?
Be Keanu for me.
I would say Keanu. Yes. Yeah, both would be great choices, but I prefer Keanu. I know there was talks of Norman Reedus as well, because he wouldn't be too bad of a pick either.
Yeah, he looks the part, doesn't he?
Dr. Impossible says, Marvel fan, Paramount jumped after Warner Brothers ditched on the H&V Premium. Not a bad thing if you like the mainstream back catalogue titles that keep getting released so many times. Yeah, I got all the premiums here, and around halfway through them all, it's just all Paramount. But the final two releases they've done are Warner Brothers, so they did jump back on. It's a shame. It's a nice collection. DVD from Funboat says, going back to me feeling awful about buying only catalogue Blu-rays, I usually buy them first hand either in H&V or Amazon. I only buy out a print titles second hand. You're buying stuff, mate. That's the main thing.
That's it. You have absolutely nothing to feel bad about. I don't. Yeah. You know, you're contributing. That's the important thing.
Absolutely.
Don't worry. I'm keeping physical media alive just by myself. We're all good. Don't worry about it.
No. Retro Action Star saying, what's your favourite Denzel Washington film?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Philadelphia jumps to mind.
Yeah.
That's a great one, yeah. That's a fantastic film.
It's a hard movie to watch. It is. It's one of them movies that I kind of need an hour to kind of shake it off me after watching it, you know?
Yeah. You got to prepare yourself to go in watching that one.
Yeah.
Definitely. Andy, you got any?
Glory.
Very good one. Very
That's
good
another
cast
hard one
as
I
well.
have to watch as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Malcolm X.
Max,
I haven't seen that one. Yeah.
Fences.
Fences.
I love
Yeah.
that film.
That's pretty good. Viola Davis as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Training Day.
Training Day.
Oh, I love that film. That's getting a 4K release soon. I see.
I actually like Falling. I actually quite enjoyed.
Yeah.
Fallen. Yeah.
Flight.
You got one?
Yeah, Flight.
Got one? You got one, Mike?
Yeah, there's a really underrated movie called Ricochet?
Ricochet. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, I would love to see that movie again.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
That has one of the most brutal kills I've ever seen in a movie.
What was it?
The workshop kill.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough.
I'm not the only one that likes Book of Eli. I actually quite enjoyed that movie as well.
Yeah,
I didn't mind
not
that
bad.
one. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. My favourite probably is Training Day. I think that's a fantastic film. But I do like the film Deja Vu with him in and Crimson Tide.
Deja Vu is a great one. That's actually a very good one. Again, he's one of them actors, so you can name at least 30 movies about him.
Oh yeah. If he's in a film, you're having a good time.
Yeah, The Hurricane as well as one.
Hurricane, yeah.
Man on Fire.
Bone Collector.
Oh, Man on Fire. Yeah.
Bone Collector.
Even the two Equalizer films, he's pretty good in them.
Yeah, I enjoyed them.
We've got Marvel fans saying, what would happen if H&V Premium had films from Disney, 20th Century Fox, now known as 20th Century Studios, Lionsgate, Sony Pictures? What films would you like to see on the Premium? Disney won't happen. Fox won't happen, definitely. But
sorry, just correct me. Just fill me in with these premium editions. Was it just one studio that was doing them?
It's pretty much Warner and Paramount.
Yeah,
Warner
and Paramount.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to see Pacific Heights on that label because that's not got a Blu-ray release over here.
Yeah.
And there's a movie from the 90s from my childhood I absolutely love called Little Princess, Warner Brothers film by Alfonso Cuarón. That hasn't got a Blu-ray either, and I thought that would have been perfect for the premium collection.
Right.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
I'd probably have to say Pacific Heights as well. We desperately need a Blu-ray for that movie.
And Keith?
Amazing. It's weird. Every time I always talk about, movies that need Blu-ray releases, I always still go to the same movies. Abyss, True Lies. It's strange. I don't know what I can never seem to think of any other movie other than them two that I just desperately want on Blu-ray. So that's all I can think of, really.
Yeah. For me, we are getting a Blu-ray release of it now, but I thought Young Sherlock Holmes would have been a nice fit for it with the slipcover and everything, but at least we're getting a release of that. Minhaldrew says, I love it when Nigel says that you're such a gentleman, Pete. Well, I am such a gentleman, mate. Marvel fan says, if they were still going on, yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, Sony and MGM did power a few premium titles. I think you're right about MGM. I think it was a couple, but majority of them are Warner Brothers and Paramount. H&V seems to piss off everyone. I mean, Eureka still haven't forgiven them. Oh, don't they sell Eureka stuff, H&V? That's a shame.
I tell you, don't hate on them too much, because I'll tell you one thing: when they're not there, you'll miss it. I can assure you of that.
Well, they seem to be slowly getting other stock back in because they've now partnered up again with Indicator and slowly starting to sell Indicator titles in there. So that's good to see.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, H&P Premium for me was a nifty move via marketing. Apparently Warners were lining up 2 titles from the premium range before they bailed out. One of them was The Curse of Frankenstein. Oh, that would have been fantastic. That's a shame.
Wasn't that not the movie? Did not Second Sight not release that just recently? Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
I think this might have been the Hammer horror film, The Curse of
Right.
Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Because they released a couple of Hammer films already, the Dracula ones.
Mm.
But it's a shame. Nige says, I read tonight, though, although it's not confirmed yet, but apparently Jaws 2 is coming to 4K. If it does, I'll be coming in my thong. Marvel fan says, I feel Savvy is going over the top for pricing for steelbooks with art cards, booklets, and slipcases. Yeah, some of their prices are a bit expensive. I know they did like a special box set for Doctor Strange and Thor: Love and Thunder. They were like 50 quid, and all it was a steelbook and a hard box with a couple of art cards. But that was very expensive.
I keep saying, I kind of keep saying it when it comes to Savvy and steelbooks. If you find them too expensive, go to Amazon Italy. Amazon Italy are selling them there as well. All these so-called Zavvi exclusives can all be got to. Look at that Training Day. Training Day is coming out in 4K. It comes in a deluxe edition, down as a Zavvi exclusive. Went on to Amazon Italy. There they are selling it, and I think it's nearly €15 cheaper.
Oh,
so
God.
Just make your way over to Amazon Italy. You won't get everything, but you will get a lot.
Do you have to pay like import fees to get it from Amazon Italy or not?
No, it's a €5 delivery charge. But what I do when it comes to Amazon Italy, I try to buy in bulk to kind of justify the €5 price tag delivery charge. So, like I said, I picked up Elvis. Now I'm not quite sure. I need to look into it, but I picked up the Elvis 4K steelbook, and something's telling me that was down as a Zavvi exclusive as well. I got the steelbook of Thor: Love and Thunder as well, and I'm not quite sure if that was a Zavvi exclusive or not. That's what I end up doing. I just go to Amazon Italy.
I'll have to have a look on there because I've seen a lot of your videos. You picked up like the Sonic set for really cheap from there, didn't you?
€26.
Very good price.
2 4K steelbooks. And actually, matter of fact, I actually said it in the video because I think Zavvi were selling them for £50.
Ridiculous. DVD from Bloke, egregious P. Wonders would rather have you pay an arm and a leg for the Warner Archives collection. Make no mistake, none of the Warner Archive titles will appear on HBO Max. I've heard HBO Max might even be closing, so there you go. DVD from Bloke says, honestly, the biggest waste with the premium collection was it being H&B exclusive. I think if it was sold elsewhere, they could shop more. I mean, Powerman are reissuing the premium titles.
Wow.
Yeah, I suppose so. Andy says, cash converters stickers are a nightmare to take off. I've seen them. They do look horrific, yeah.
Well, the old, what you call it, lighter fuel not working them.
Might do, hopefully so, but some of them are really badly. They're huge. They take over the whole of the blooming Blu-ray case. Dr. Impossible says, Warner Archives has some of the best transfers from their archives. I'm grateful that Warner's released the Tex Avery sets. Nowhere else have them but the archives. DVD and Film Bloke says, I think every movie studio under the sun having a streaming service is going to harm streaming in the long run, since it will do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like Lionsgate's doing one now. Who the fuck wants to subscribe to Lionsgate? What do they offer? Can't think of anything. Marvel says, I don't think they would re-release Pet Sematary from '89. No, because that's out of print now, I think. It's just a pity Warner Brothers UK doesn't have Warner Brothers Archive series here. Dr. Impossible says, you pay more, but you get some great material. I supported Warner Archive since its launch. Not everything is great, but you get some intrigue and titles. Awesome. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Gladiator? Yeah, quality film. I really enjoyed it. Great performance from Russell Crowe. Yeah. We're apparently getting a sequel for some reason. I don't know why, but there you go. Oh, dear, no. What
The
do you
sound,
think?
the sound, the soundtrack just it just takes me to another world. That I find
It
myself
isn't.
sometimes if I'm a bit kind of, I'm not going to say it down, but if I just need kind of like a inspiration, I find myself that I'll go out for a walk and I will just knock on the soundtrack to Gladiator and I'll be uplifted.
Yeah, it's a wonderful soundtrack. I do agree there. Joaquin Phoenix in it as well. Or
Bastard.
Yeah.
yeah. So, Andy, what's your thoughts on Gladiator?
Yeah, I do like it. I do enjoy the film. I do think it is a tad little bit overrated, if I'm honest. It is a story we've seen in other movies before. It's the Moses story. It's been told before in movies, but
so you weren't entertained.
Yeah, no, I was. I say I was. Yeah, I was. Phenomenal cast, in the film, but in it, I think it looks great. The actual gladiator scenes in the movie are probably the best part for me, because they just look phenomenal. But yeah, I do think it is a tad little bit overrated. But that's me not saying I don't like it. I really do. I do think it is a good film, but yeah, just a little bit overrated for me. But do still enjoy it.
That's cool. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I remember the first time I watched it, I wasn't really the biggest fan, but it's one of those movies that's really grown on me the more I've watched it. I think it may have been my introduction to Joaquin Phoenix back when it came out, and yeah, he's just such a bastard in that movie. I remember there's one scene where I think it's at the end where he's describing to Russell Crowe's character, you know, how his family died. And he's just such a prick in that scene, and you just want him to die.
Yeah.
Well, there's a good one there. What would be your one character there? You know, like the one villain in a movie where you're like, my God, I hope this fella gets the worst possible fucking death. You know, like you have that one movie that kind of sticks out for you. I like me personally. Every time I think of it, I always go to Air Force One and Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it's such a satisfying death as well. He gets in the end of it.
Yeah, there's two for me I can think of where I was watching the movie and I was like, I can't wait for this fella to fucking get killed. First one for me is Breakdown. The villain in that, I was just like, oh.
But you know what the beauty of that movie is he gets a double tap.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other one is Jason Isaacs in The Patriot. I fucking wanted him to die. What an absolute piece of shit.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I wanted to see him suffer because he was just he is just horrible.
Yeah. Very good.
That's two unbelievable picks now. I have to admit that's brilliant.
Yeah.
DVD Public says, yeah, sadly, after a selection of ones I want to give, they cost over 20 quid each. Also, my God, how rich are you? Marvel Fan says, I binge watched all 3 seasons and the Christmas special, also the documentary, but do you think they would make a Blu-ray box set? A Bad Education? Probably not. I don't think they've even released them on DVD, but they might do. Dr. Impossible says, the price range didn't sit well with them with HMV Premium, import and pay more, makes sense for Warner, and fills the coffers even more. Yeah, a lot of people just waited for the 2 for 15 with HMV Premium as well. Marvel Fan says, oh, it's also sad that Dermot Morgan and Frank Kelly both died on the 28th of February. Both died from the same thing, a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very sad. Dr. Impossible says, I don't buy every Warner archive. I'm very selective about what I want. It cuts costs and I use WoW HD, but shipping is pricey. I can imagine.
I thought WoW HD is free shipping.
I'm pretty certain you do have to pay some sort of shipping on them.
I bought Funhouse off them very recently, and I didn't have to pay any shipping on it. There was taxes I had to pay in it now. Now that I think of it, but the shipping was definitely free.
Probably is that. We've got Marvel fans saying My Name is Earl is a great show, but sadly they left it on a cliffhanger. I do hope they bring it back. If they do bring it back, they need to explain what happened years after the cliffhanger. Yeah,
Why
that's
did
one
they
show
do that? They do that a lot with TV shows. I noticed they've done it with Angel as well. You remember that?
Oh yeah, they just go fighting off at the end,
Yeah.
and it's just like, oh, that was annoying. But this got axed. They were planning one final series, and it just got axed in its prime. So, yeah, there's one show, Disney. Revive that, finish it off.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. That needs it. My Name is Earl. I love that show.
Oh, so good. Bogey Cat Protection says Spielberg film I love and I feel very underrated is AI.
It's beautiful. Beautiful movie. Another hard movie to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, every time I watch that scene where the mother brings him out into the kind of just the back and beyond and just leaves him there, I don't know how any human could actually do that. It's a heartbreaking scene to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nigel's favourite Spielberg film is his favourite film of all time, Jaws. Yeah, he'd done a fantastic video of his collection. Oh, that was over an hour long, but very interesting collection. We've got Marvel fans saying apparently to Kevin Smith, Jane Silent Bob was going to be Moose Jaws. It's in about a killer moose killing people, but Ending was supposed to kill Silent Bob in a funny way. This is his idea. Well, wasn't Jane Silent Bob in Scream 3? I'm pretty certain they did a cameo in that.
Yeah. That's right.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Marvel fan says Kevin Smith is a huge fan of Jaws. Yeah, he's also a huge fan of physical media. On the Clerks Blu-ray, there's an opening of him saying thank you for buying it, and I thought fair play to him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I remember that. He says like thanks for buying physical media and all this. He's really nice to see.
Yeah, he said like if it wasn't for the previous one, James Silent Bob reboot doing well on physical, we wouldn't even get Clerks 3. So
there we go.
Dr. Impossible says, what's the cleverest storyline to a thriller you've seen? I'm the last 3 decades.
Yeah. I think for me, it has to be Searching.
Oh, Jesus, that's a great movie.
It blew me away, that film.
Oh, that movie has no business being as good as it is.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It really doesn't. That movie is just unbelievably clever.
Storyline for trauma.
That's a good question. Can you think of any, Mike?
I'll probably have to go with Donnie Darko. It's quite a confusing movie, but when you actually read like what it's actually about, it's pretty clever stuff.
And what about you, Keith?
I'm drawing an absolute blank. Nothing's coming to mind.
I'd be thinking of thrillers. I'll probably say either Gone Girl or Seven. But
Seven, that's a great one.
Right, what we got here? Marvel fans said, but this idea for the film could be scrapped. The last time I heard about it for 2017, 2018. Yeah, I think like the whole Clerk stuff, that needs to be left alone now. I think he's finished it all perfectly. Bogey Cat says, I wish Netflix would allow Dark Crystal's Age of Resistance to be released physically. Absolutely adored that series. The movie is one of my favourites, and I have to admit the series was even better. Wasn't this like a one-off series that got axed?
Wow.
Yeah, I think they were planning more seasons, but then they just cancelled it. But it was really good. It was just as good as the movie.
Wow. I remember all the puppets, they looked great. They did. It's a shame. Gary says only buy day one if it's a limited edition. Even then, most of them go on sale at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing sells out really anymore now, unless you're buying from the real kind of top boutique labels. You know, not even our videos. Even they're starting to struggle to sell out.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. They're releasing like standard editions, but right next to it, you've still got the slipcover or the big box set editions and stuff
Yeah.
like
But,
Wolf of Wall Street.
that's how it gets you see in the end. I think it's that fear that maybe one edition will sell out. And it's probably why I still buy mine day one.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, can't see Universal touching Jaws for a remake until Spielberg pops off his mortal call. I certainly don't want Jaws remade, but stranger things have happened in Shit Town, formerly known as Tinseltown.
I can't see it, to be honest. I honestly can't see it. It's it's like remaking Star Wars. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. I think there could be is it like with Back to the Future? There's like a clause that they're not going to remake it or something.
No. So Robert Zemeckis, who owns the rights to it, he said he will never allow it to happen. And when he passes away, the rights go down to his son, and he's sticking by his father's wishes. So hopefully it just kind of goes down the line of Zemeckis, and they never allow it.
Edward says apparently Atin Fuqua was going to direct the Michael Jackson biopic. He directed Training Day.
He's done the Equalizer movies as well.
Yeah, and the Magnificent Seven one as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Dr. Impossible says, look what Universal did with Psycho. Hitchcock died, then in 98, the unthinkable happened. Gus Van Sant delivered the remarkable masterpiece that is Psycho 98.
It's horrors are more open, I think, to remakes than anything else out there. I think every single masterpiece that was what's classed as a horror masterpiece has always been remade. Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, they've all been done.
Yeah. Andy says, is there a film you left the cinema hating, but now you class that as your top 50 favourites? Not for me, because I haven't actually left the cinema hating a film, only because of disturbance. So I'll bow out on this one. You think of one, Andy? Have you ever walked out the cinema?
I didn't walk out the cinema through the movie. Should I say I didn't leave the movie, but it's not one of my top 50 movies. But I did leave very disappointed. But I actually do like the film now, and it was Small Soldiers when that came out. I kind of had a bit of anticipation for it as to what I wanted that movie to be, and it wasn't the movie I thought it was going to be. But over time, I've accepted it, and I know it's just a fun Joe Dante movie now with just actually a pretty good story and a decent cast. And I have fun with it because I thought the movie, like the Gorgonites, were going to be the villains and the Commando Elite were going to be like the heroes, and that's the way I thought it was going to go. But it's like this big corporate scheme with the chips to try and make these toys more smart, and things don't go to plan, and that's the movie. But I've accepted it for what it is now, and I do have fun with it. I do go back to it quite a fair bit, but it's not in my top 50.
Yeah. And you think of one, Mike?
Like I didn't hate these movies when I saw them in the cinema, but they were never really my cup of tea, and I was never really that into them. And the only reason I saw them at the cinema was mainly because I kind of went to see them with friends. But it was the Lord of the Rings movies. Like when I first saw them in the cinema, I was just kind of like, yeah, they're okay, but they weren't really for me. But as the years have gone by, I love them now. I think they're amazing.
Good pick there. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, there's one movie that comes to mind. Now, it wouldn't be in my top 50, but Event Horizon. I'll never forget that. It's a weird thing with Event Horizon. Myself and Ellen went to it. And well, starting off, if you actually seen the big write-up that Empire magazine done on it, you would probably understand why we were disappointed. You should have seen some of the stills that Empire showed in the magazine, and none of the stills were actually in the movie. So we went to it, and I remember the two of us leaving us so disappointed. And then around 2 days later, we were in the house, and I turned around, you know what, I'm going to this movie again. I am, and we went for it the second time. Now that we had all the kind of the whole Empire thing out of our heads, and we grew to love it. We did, but yeah, I would love to see that issue of Empire again. You would not believe some of the pictures that they showed in that magazine, and to not have them in the movie, it was cruel. And maybe maybe them stills were part of this lost footage that apparently it's, the Event Horizon is famous now for, there's supposed to be some great archive footage out there for that movie, and maybe that's what the stills were from. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a shame. Definitely is.
Have you ever seen Event Horizon?
I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard so much about it. So much has been lost, and it's like a different film that actually came to cinema.
You know the scene with Jack Noseworthy in it, where he gets, he just basically imploded. Yeah. Well, there was a scene, there was a still in the Empire magazine where it actually shows him he comes back, and there's cracks all over his face. You can actually see it was terrifying. It was horrible to look at, and we were actually I remember us watching the movie, and we were kind of sitting there going, "Oh, I cannot wait to see the scene when Jack Noseworthy comes back," and then he just never came back, and we were just so disappointed. Yeah, so it was I always remember that Event Horizon always sticks out in my mind.
That's a shame. It never happened. We got Marvel fans saying, I think one Kevin Smith film, Zack and Miri, is okay but weird. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough. Bit of a run one. I watched that with my parents. Probably shouldn't have. But
I actually quite like that film.
It has Tom Savini in it. It does. He's in a cameo. I've said it before. He's in it as a cameo. So
right. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. I remember seeing him in it. Doctor Impossible says, Pete, give up now. You've been on the weight stuff again. No, I'm honestly clean, Doctor. Marvel fan says Jack Whitehall is annoying. He is a posh version of James Corden, but he's not in season 4. They gave him a send-off in the reunion special. Yeah, I'm not a bit for fucking James Corden can fuck right off. Can't stand him.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Jack Whitehall than James Corden. Gary says Indy 5 is going to be awful.
Why? The trailer was fantastic. Why would you think it's going to be awful?
I don't know. I'm very mixed on it. I think for me, I just like Indiana Jones as a trilogy as itself. I mean, Crystal Skulls has its fun moments, but yeah, a lot of stuff in that didn't work with the CGI and that. But this new trailer, I don't know, for me, it's just, I don't know. I'm worried that they're going to mess it up, but the director, as you said, is really good. So hopefully it'll be all right. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. When I watched the trailer and I saw that Phoebe Waller-Bridge, whatever her name is, in the movie, I was just turned off. I do think it looks really bad. I've got to be honest. It's just me. It's a trailer. You can't judge the movie off the trailer. You've got to wait till it comes out. I want it to be good. I want it to be good. I want all movies to be good. But I'm not sold by this trailer. I'm not.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. Some
of the CGI in the trailer looked a bit dodgy, like with him on the horse. I thought, ooh, that looked a bit rough. But you got Mads Mikkelsen in it as well, so he's a great actor.
Yeah, he is.
But for me, like you, Andy, is that Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Oh, couldn't stand her in bloody Solo, so I'm dreading this if she's in this.
She's for a long while. She's not even physically on screen in that film, and I couldn't stand her.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand her.
No. And what about you, Mike? What did you think of Indy 5 trailer?
I mean, I'm trying to keep my expectations in check with this movie because I love the Indiana Jones movies, but when the last one came out, I got way too excited for it. And when I went to see it in the cinema, I was bitterly disappointed. So I'm trying to keep my excitement for it low. I really want it to be good. I think parts of the trailer looked look all right. I do have to admit, when I saw the footage of the de-aged Indy, I was quite blown away by it. It looked like I was watching a deleted scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark or something, and I was like, wow. I mean, I don't know what this whole de-aging thing is going to mean to the movie, but yeah.
I think it's just for the opening sequence, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it's good.
I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for the trailer to come out that kind of gives us an idea of what the actual movie is about. Because you got nothing, we don't know what even the title of the movie, what it's about, what we, So I'm just kind of waiting for that one trailer that kind of just gives us a little bit more to it. And I know, I'm almost certain it's based around the moon landing anyway. So I'm intrigued.
Dr. Impossible says, can't bear the notion of Indiana Jones 5. I sent my DVD copy of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull straight in the bin after I watched it for the first time. Marvel fan says, one thing that bugs me about Clerks 3 is how good the soundtrack is, but the DVD Blu-ray menu has My Own Worst Enemy played over on a loop. Really good song, but it really gets annoying. Yeah, I don't leave the DVD menu on for so long, so it gets annoying. You just pick your option, then whatever. But the soundtrack's pretty good in the film, I do agree. Rogue says, by the way, David Fincher's new film, The Killer, will release on Netflix on November 10th, and it's been confirmed that Fincher, in his agreement with Netflix, it won't get a theatrical release, sadly. That's a shame. Nor a physical release. Oh.
I'll find one. Don't fucking worry.
Oh. Well, actually, another thing is when they release it on streaming, it's more easily to pirate. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's
absolutely.
the thing. So whilst you may not subscribe to Netflix, you easily find a copy somewhere. So, it's an odd one. DVD from Filmblock says, I think the whole physical media is going thing has really made me feel truly down. Really, the only studio I can think of that has the biggest issue with it is Disney.
Yeah.
Disney are getting right cunts right lately, to be honest. The thing, Disney Plus is the only streaming service that actually has its front foot in the door. I mean, Paramount Plus South Park specials are coming to discs. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm pretty certain that Beavis and Butthead is actually coming to physical, granted in America, but at least it's coming out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rogue says, I'm still hoping for Criterion release of Mank as Criterion has a deal with Netflix. Yeah, that's good. DVD from Phone Bloke says, my only hope is for Disney to either collapse or lose a lot of power. They always have too much and always have.
I know. Look, in a way, I'd love to see it happen, but at the end of the day, look at what they have.
They have
what I mean?
So many big names to the house. It's like they're safe.
Yeah, but the latest Avatar movie is almost on 2 billion. Now James Cameron is talking about there might be a part 6 and a 7. So,
jeez.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? The thing is with Disney Plus and its subscribers, its numbers, they love numbers. They want high subscribers all the time. But you mark my words, if they ever dip in subscribers 2 or 3 quarters, they will get scared. The shareholders will get scared, and they may release them on physical.
Yeah.
Because there'll be a time then when everybody subscribed, and they won't be able to get no more numbers, and they will slowly dwindle down, especially when the prices go up, and they keep talking about ads, which I think is disgusting. There shouldn't be ads in them. But once the numbers start to dwindle, they'll get cold feet, and I wouldn't be too surprised. They'll come back bringing out physical copies.
Like at least do a limited run. You know, if you don't want to put it out properly physically, just give us a limited run. At least if you put out a limited run with these movies, it's not going to harm the streaming service.
No.
And at least some people out there will get physical copies. It's I have to do more.
It's kind of strange though, because they brought out the Beatles Get Back on physical on
Yeah.
Blu-ray, and it sold out straight away. They had to do another run of it, so
Yeah.
it proves that there's a market for it. So
Absolutely.
come on, Disney, do it.
I haven't seen the Mandalorians yet. Now I've heard great things about them. The first 2 seasons, but you can only imagine that if they released them physically, they would just sell out instantly.
They-
You know, it's I don't get it. I'm sure there's a maybe there is something to that madness, but I don't know what it is.
I'm sure even if Disney put them at £30 a season, people would still buy them on Blu-ray for that price.
Yeah.
They could charge silly prices and people would still buy them. So what are they missing out on? It's staff,
Absolutely.
really.
Yeah.
Criterion has Irishman, Marriage Story, Power of the Dog, Rolling Thunder, Dick Johnson is Dead, all through the deal with Netflix. Disney is currently showing the early signs of potential collapse in the Wall Street stocks. Yeah. Gary says, I can't watch Star Wars anymore, even the original trilogy. All roads lead to The Last Jedi, one of the worst movies ever made, a franchise killer.
See, I have this weird thing with me. You know, I can block out movies. You know, I would never let like one movie ruin, like, especially the original trilogy. You know, I can, like, it's kind of like Die Hard with me. I can watch the first 4 movies and just forget about that god awful 5th movie. You know, it's yeah. I would never let one movie kind of. It's kind of like even like Halloween. They go back to Halloween. You know, like I've said about Halloween Ends. I'm not a fan of it. But it never will ruin the trilogy for me. I will still enjoy watching the other 2 movies. So.
Yeah.
Definitely agree with you there. Dr. Impossible says, is there a British comedy film from the 70s that you love dearly? For me, it's Bless This House with Sid James. That's a funny one. For me, I'm going to say The Likely Lads. I really do like the Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads and the other one that they did, the original one in the 60s, but the film was a nice little cap off for it. I got the network release Blu-ray. Looks great, very funny, and a nice booklet with it. What about you, Andy? You got any 70 comedy British films you like?
Not a clue. The only ones I can think of are the Carry On ones.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
But no, nothing I can pick out.
Yeah, I'm the same.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same. I literally can't think of anything off the top of my head.
No worries. Rogue says Disney stocks are really unstable currently. It may go either way. Let's hope they see this as a warning sign and bring back physical movies. Yes, this is the big thing with shareholders and stocks. If they see a tumble and see money dripping, they will try anything to try and claw some money back, which means physical releases. And I think hopefully that's the only way that it will go. Hope they can put 2 and 2 together. I agree. Mad God is out on Blu-ray, so that does give me hope. Is that like an anime or something? I'm not sure. Mad God, have you heard of that one?
No.
Gary says eBay seller Steelbook Central has all sorts of protections for your Blu-rays.
Yeah.
I've heard of that one. Dr. Impossible says, I think all 3 Disney Star Wars films were poison that ended Star Wars. I just ignore the Disney shit and enjoy the Lucas films. I washed the taste of Black Mouth out of my mouth a long time ago.
Yeah.
Battlefan says I watched the Peter Serafinowicz Witch show for the first time. Only episodes 1 to 4, but I recommend avoiding episode 4, Pete, because there's a scene involving spiders. Thanks for the hint. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Empire Light? That is that new Sam Mendes film. Haven't seen it yet. Got a good cast in it. I probably will watch it. Again, it's a Fox film, so it'll go to Disney Plus. It won't get a release on physical, so I'll watch it on there. Have you seen it, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but not seen it.
No, seen it, Mike? Keith?
No, I've seen the trailer, but it didn't do anything for me, to be honest. Yeah, not that interested.
Yeah. Gary says a remake of Jaws won't get my money. Nah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Rock God says cheeky fuck all look fuck all like Big Paulie are far too handsome. Andy says Mission Impossible 2 for me is a no rewatch terrible film. Yeah, it's not the greatest. I don't mind it. You got Andy Newton in it. It's a daft one, but third one's way better.
It's my favorite Mission Impossible movie.
I quite like the second one. I get a lot of hate, but I quite like it.
Yeah. I think everyone talks about the stunts that Tom Cruise does in a lot of them Mission Impossible movies. I always found Mission Impossible 2 to be his most impressive. Some of the things he does in that movie is just incredible. And I'm a big John Woo fan.
Yeah, I must admit, I went back to the first Mission Impossible for years, like watching all these new ones, and it's quite a culture shock. It's very slow paced compared to these new ones.
I'll tell you one thing: the opening sequence to Mission Impossible is fantastic. It's almost like a bloody horror movie in a way. Yeah. It's just so bloody eerie. It's great.
Yeah. Ian says Alien 3 had Brian Glover in it. He's right grand, a Yorkshireman in space. You can't go wrong. True. DVD Film Bloke says, I agree, there aren't that many similarities. I never get you confused. Thank you, sir. Smile. You're welcome. Gary says Pacific Heights recently had a German media book release.
Nice.
Good to hear. DVD and Film Bloke says the UK DVD for True Lies from 2010 is actually decent. A nice anamorphic transfer. I believe the US disc is non-anamorphic.
Actually, the Blu-ray, I have actually got a bootleg edition of it on Blu-ray, and it's actually not a bad looking transfer on it, so it'll do for now.
Yeah, I've heard that's a pretty good transfer on that one. DVD and Film Bloke says, when compared to most in this community, I'm still happy to buy a film on DVD. Yeah. If this is the only way I can get one, or if it's super cheap, definitely would go for a DVD. Marvel Fan says the original Pet Sematary was released as a catalog Blu-ray in 2019 to release the 4K release. It's still available. Yeah, I've seen the 4K about.
Looks amazing, that movie on 4K.
Yeah.
Might have to get that because I ain't got the
hard movie to watch. I've spoken about that numerous times. I've actually done a video on it. It's Jesus. I do not agree with some of the things they've done at the end of that movie. Some of the things they've shown at the end of it, it doesn't sit with me.
Marvel Fan has subscribed to you, Keith and Scott.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Marvel Fan says, I meant Father Ted Series 1 to 3 and Christmas Special on documentary. They might release it on Blu-ray. You never know, because we've had the young ones and all that. I
think they will. It's very popular.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, definitely. Dr. Impossible says Washington was great in Steve Biko in Cry Freedom, and a film that barely gets mentioned, Devil in a Blue Dress, a nice neo-noir drama. Brilliant. Boogie Cat Protection says, have to sleep now. Great stream. Cheers, guys. Night, mate. Thanks.
Take it easy, Michael. Good luck.
Marvel Fan says, thing is about My Name is Earl is Norm MacDonald passed away, so they'd had to bring it back. They have to recast his character or either kill his character off. Oh, I didn't know that. That's a shame. Rock God says, Nige says, a very clever storyline for me, minus the titties and banging his wild things.
Why are we minusing the titties? And why would you want to do that?
No, you got to keep them in. It wouldn't be wild things without the titties and the banging. Why do you think a lot of people pre-ordered the 4K? Marvel Fan says, but Burt Reynolds also played his father. Yeah. Marvel Fan says, what happened if they continued with Back to the Future with a new trilogy instead of it based on time travel? Why not use the multiverse?
Oh, Jesus Christ. No.
I dread to think. I dread to think. No, please don't. It's a
No.
universal release, so you know what's going to happen. Fucking
Yeah.
Dom Toretto's going to come there
Yeah.
from Fast and Furious.
I'll tell you one thing. I would happily stick that script up my ass just to fucking hide it from the world.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's no.
It's a franchise that needn't be touched. It's perfect the
No.
way it is, and
Perfect.
it will stand the test of time.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, actually, Paramount are one of the few major studios who will put out physical releases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they bring out crap physical releases. That's the problem.
And they're quite lazy as well. No
Yeah.
Blu-rays in them now.
I only
4Ks.
found out I already said already. Double Jeopardy looks terrible apparently. So, yeah.
We've got Red Room Antics here. Have any of you seen any of the Discovering film series on Sky Arts? It's made my shopping list a lot bigger, lol.
No.
No, I've heard of it. I do have Sky Arts, and they do show some really cool documentaries on there, but I haven't checked them ones out. I'll have to keep an eye out for them.
I can't. It's weird. I don't know if any of you go through it, but I find it very hard to watch TV. I simply just can't find the time. I find with whether it's with work or trying to put out YouTube videos or kind of staying on top of your comments on YouTube as well, it takes up a lot of my time, and I just can't seem to find the time to watch TV.
Yeah.
Plus, there's nothing interesting on TV half the time.
There's too many TV shows not worth watching.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm actually watching at the moment when I go to bed? I'm not kidding you. Fucking Bullseye.
Oh my word! Brilliant.
That's what I'm watching at the moment. I actually watched every episode of I Think It's All Over, and now I'm on to Bullseye.
Oh, what a classic!
And mixing a bit of big break in there as well with Bullseye.
Break. Oh.
You know, Bullseye, that's so brutal, aren't they, when you think about it? We're almost talking about, if you don't win the prize at the end of it, they still show it to you.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of bastard, dude?
like, here's what you could have won: a giant speedboat.
It's always a fucking boat, isn't it?
Yeah, or some camper van or something.
You live in a landlocked city, and all you win is a fucking boat.
Yeah, and you can imagine it sitting in the front garden. Oh, they must have been on Bullseye.
And like 2 grown men as contestants, and you won a microwave. What the fuck are you going to do with that?
I know,
you can have it at the weekends. I'll have it for during the week.
Yeah, some of the sets were like very weird. Like there was like a cutlery set. Like, what the fuck you want one of them for?
Yeah, I seen it one day where the 2 lads won it, and it was a dining room set. I was like, seriously, what the fuck are you going to do with that? Have it.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain I've seen one with like a washing machine. I was just like, wow, who needs to go with bloody curries? You go on Bullseye and win it instead.
I don't
know. We've got Nige saying, yes, finally someone has been saying what I've been saying for ages. Keith, do a limited run. It's better than nothing. I'm hoping Universal release a limited Blu-ray of Jaws in 3D, but I'm so doubtful.
Yeah. Look, it's all we can hope for.
Absolutely. DVD from Film Bloke says, the only thing I actually watched on Disney Plus was Futurama in the morning when I did a 6-month job 2 years ago. I have the whole set on DVD and I crack that out more often. Yeah. Another thing Marvel fan says with Disney is the way of getting artwork from Disney is buying a standard 4K or steelbook and the lack of slips. They release the slips a year later, especially with Marvel. Yes, I noticed that. Mad God DVD from Film Bloke says there's a Phil Tippett stop motion film that was on Shudder exclusive. I'm really happy it's out on Blu-ray because it sounds like my cup of tea. But Shudder do release all their exclusive films to their credit.
That's right.
So fair play to them. Tom180 says, what's your favourite Jet Li film?
You know what? I have to. Romeo Must Die. I'm a big fan of. I really enjoyed that movie.
He was in something called The One. I've seen that. That's pretty
good.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon 4 for me.
No,
Yeah.
very good.
And Mike?
The Mummy 3, of course.
Oh, my favourite. Oh. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Inside Out 2? We don't really need a sequel. I thought the film was kind of fine the way it was.
Even
Not been
Disney
great
now,
with-
no, Disney are even struggling now with their animated movies. Jesus, there used to be a time where they could just release anything and it would make money. But that latest movie they brought was a Strange Worlds. Is that what it's called? Or
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I think they're going to be taking like a nearly 150 million fucking loss on that movie.
Yeah, it's very bland and forgettable. Weren't that keen on it at all.
Yeah.
It's a bit like The Lightyear. That was quite brilliant, boring as well. I mean, I didn't mind it, but
and they took a loss in that movie as well.
I was disappointed with Lightyear because that trailer looked incredible, and then it was just like rather just the first half was all right, and then it just was very boring at the end.
I just thought it was disgusting of them to replace Tim Allen as the voice. I think it was wrong. They shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of like making a Woody movie and not having Tom Hanks. You know, it's
yeah.
it's not right.
It's a big middle finger to the star who's brought up the character.
Yeah, absolutely.
DVD Film Bloke says, since I bought about 10 DVDs and Blu-rays this month, I might hold off for getting it till next month or so on. That's no worries, mate. Nige says, well, all four of you have eyes like sheep fannies tonight.
Oh,
I'm massively feeling. I had a fucking hectic day. I'm struggling a bit.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, Disney certainly edits to make things kid-friendly, like Splash. Yep, I agree there. Right, get through some more of these comments quickly. We ain't got many left. Ian says the two Steptoe films were good comedy films of the 70s. Yep, Steptoe and Son and Steptoe and Son Rise Again. Fun films. I meant Father Ted as a Blu-ray box set. Yeah, I could see it happening. It's popular, as Keith said. DVD and Film Bloke says, time to get that tinfoil hat, but I'm starting to believe that Disney Plus isn't hitting the numbers. Disney wants so to cancel physical. It's the only sure way of success. I mean, in the 80s, the 2010s, Disney had the Vault series where they take animated movies out of circulation. No, it says, yeah, but the titties and banging isn't clever storyline. It's merely wank fodder. It's all important to the story. I mean, it really does add a whole new layer to the story, Nige. I mean,
like you say that as if it's a negative thing.
If Wild Things didn't have those scenes in it, wouldn't be worth watching.
It wouldn't be Wild Things. It'll be Mild Things.
Yeah.
Very good. I like that. Very good.
They gave Daryl Hannah a really hairy ass. Wait, what? Oh dear. Peter says Kevin Smith sucks. Yeah, he's made some shitty decisions, but fair play to him. He does what keep physical media going. DVD and Film Bloke says, I mean, it's PG for Christ's sakes. Oh, you must be talking about Splash.
No.
Red Romantic says, I agree. It's hard to watch TV these days, but found discovering film in Now TV definitely worth checking out. I'll keep an eye out for that. Thanks for the recommendation. Peter says, Mike, speak up. Dr. Impossible says, I don't think Disney will collapse, but this year we'll see streaming being reevaluated on what worked and what didn't work. As for Disney, I think the company will have to consider its positions. Yeah. DVD from Film Blow. Shudder are one of the few streaming services I would ever consider subscribing to since I have the most respect for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't personally pay for streaming. It's usually my sister who has Netflix and Disney Plus on the living room TV. Yeah. I know I got like a 3-month trial for this movie. It's like all like foreign films on it. And I got it for 3 months for free, so it's not too bad. But monthly, it's like £12 a month. It's ridiculous pricing. It is.
Well, I only found out yesterday we actually have Disney Plus in this house. My brother, but I just won't use it.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says I don't watch any streaming, too busy, bloody working.
Yeah.
And we got Nige just laughing. And the final comment is of Disney and Film Bloke, DVD from Film Bloke. I don't like the idea of paying like £10 a month for a service I will rarely watch. I don't really have the motivation to watch anything on streaming.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah,
Most of the time,
yeah.
Most of the time I just go on there and I'm just flicking through and actually not watching anything. So it's better just to pick a film off the shelf and watch it.
Absolutely.
But on that note, I think we've got a couple more comments just saying good night, guys. Physical gives me a motivation to watch. Yep.
Absolutely.
And good night. And on that note, we've hit 5 hours, so I'd like to thank everybody for joining the stream. Thanks ever so much, Keith, for joining. It's been a lot of fun talking to you tonight. Yep. Thank Andy and Mike and Scott for joining, and we'll see you all next week at 7:30 p.m. for another stream with Matt from Vengeance Media and Mike from I can't remember what's channel's name, but we'll see you all next week. Bye.
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 Bye.